You're driving north of Las Vegas, about 80 miles out. The city's long behind you now, just a faint orange bruise on the horizon. The road narrows, then gives up entirely. Dust swallows the tarmac. The headlights catch nothing but scrub and silence. The radio gave up an hour ago, just static now. Out here, the desert feels different. Still, but not empty. Like something's watching. Just past the edge of where the map gets vague, lies a place people used to speak of only in whispers. A place where the sky is said to bend and gravity forgets how it's supposed to work. Somewhere out in that darkness, beyond the fences, the motion sensors, the armed patrols, there's a facility built into the side of a mountain. One man claims he worked there. His story hasn't gone away since. Welcome to the Dreamland Motel. Here, we explore the rich tapestry of ufology and similar topics, but with a softer, more relaxing approach. So please, get comfortable, take a few deep breaths, close your eyes if you'd like. But before you do, if you enjoy what you hear, consider giving the video a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. But it's not necessary, of course. You're also welcome to let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. If we've done our job right, you may eventually drift off. That's why we've added chapter timestamps for tonight's story. So whether you're new to the subject, exploring a new thread, or revisiting a familiar one, there's something here for you. Tonight, you'll be staying in room 115. The key's already on the counter. Now, let's begin. And we hope you enjoy your stay at the Dreamland Motel. It's 1989. George Bush Sr. is president. The Berlin Wall is still standing, but not for long. The Cold War is beginning to wobble. And in living rooms across America, families are tuning into unsolved mysteries, America's Most Wanted, and rewinding VHS tapes before returning them to the video store. It's a time when people still trust TV more than the internet, because the internet, well, hasn't really happened yet. Conspiracies travel by photocopy, or drift through the static of late-night radio, especially the unmistakable voice of Art Bell, broadcasting from the high desert on Coast to Coast AM. This is the year Bob Lazar appears on television for the first time. He's interviewed by George Knapp, an investigative reporter with a reputation for serious journalism, broadcasting on KLAS TV in Las Vegas. He isn't Bob Lazar yet, at least not publicly. On screen, he's shrouded in shadow, he wears dark glasses, and uses the pseudonym Dennis. And what he claims about a base called S4, and technology not of this world, is about to ripple across time into our documentaries, our late-night debates, and our dreams. Bob Lazar isn't your typical whistleblower. He doesn't shout or demand to be believed. He speaks with a quiet focus of someone who's already made peace with how strange his story might sound. Born in Coral Gables, Florida in 1959, Lazar would eventually drift into the world of advanced technology, particle physics, and government secrecy. Depending on who you ask, he's either a misunderstood scientist or a master fabricator. Either way, his story begins in the early 1980s. Lazar claims to have degrees from MIT and Caltech, though records of these have never been found. Skeptics say he never attended. Lazar says his academic and employment history was scrubbed after going public. A Cold War-era erasure, just plausible enough to make you wonder. After all, it wasn't unheard of. In intelligence circles, the practice of record erasure, known as sheep dipping, was sometimes used to scrub a person's official identity for covert operations. Military files vanished, assignments were buried, and entire careers were tucked away into black projects. Compartmentalized until almost nothing remained. Whole lives were compartmentalized out of existence. Another reason his records may have disappeared could be tied to the nature of his time at MIT. On several occasions, Bob has implied that his work there may have involved research connected to a separate, classified project, unrelated to S4. He doesn't speak about it openly. Some sources have suggested that this project may not have been entirely moral in nature, which could explain his reluctance to divulge any details. To this day, very little is known about what this project might have entailed. But what we can confirm is that he worked at Los Alamos National Laboratory, at least according to the 1982 phone book and a newspaper article that labelled him as a physicist. It's not surprising that there was an article about him in the newspaper. At the time, he had strapped a jet engine to the back of his Honda, and it had left quite an impression. Bob was well known around the lab, partly because his jet car was so loud you could hear it coming from miles away. But it was more than a stunt. It was a glimpse into his fascination with propulsion and his willingness to explore the wilder edges of applied physics. That blend of curiosity, audacity, and quiet technical know-how, well, that's the Bob Lazar profile. And it's that profile that caught the attention of Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb. According to Lazar, the two crossed paths when Teller was giving a talk at Los Alamos. Teller, impressed not only by Lazar's unconventional resume, but also by the newspaper article featuring his jet-powered Honda, later facilitated an interview for a new job, one that Lazar claims would lead him deep into the Nevada desert. Lazar said the interview took place at the EG&G building at McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. Years later, this very building would be cited again as the setting for another moment of UFO lore, the alleged meeting described in the Wilson-Davis memo, where Admiral Thomas Wilson, the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, was reportedly denied access to deeply compartmentalized crash retrieval programs hidden within the defense industry. So needless to say, this is not your typical office building. Bob was largely kept in the dark about the nature of the job he was applying for, only that it was related to advanced propulsion. From there, the process escalated quickly. Background checks, psychological evaluations, polygraph tests. They asked about everything, and then some. Lazar later recalled being asked whether he believed in aliens, or if he'd ever been hypnotized, something he mentioned in the 2018 documentary Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. We'll return to this documentary substantially later in the video. He also later speculated it was less about what he believed and more about how suggestible he might be. Either way, he was in. And his next stop? A flight to Groom Lake and a facility called S4. Lazar's journey began with a flight from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. He boarded one of the unmarked Janet planes, the infamous white with a single red stripe that quietly ferry government employees to classified installations. On a side note, other whistleblowers who claim to have taken the Janet flights, like Dan Burisch, have described strange rituals during the journey. Burisch, for instance, said that Neil Diamond's Coming to America was played on repeat over the aircraft speakers. It's one of those surreal details you'd love to ask Lazar about. Did he hear the same song? Or was his flight silent, save for the hum of classified airspace? Upon landing, just 25 minutes later, at Groom Lake, or Dreamland as we like to call it, most of the employees disembarked and made their way into the main facility, but Bob Lazar was separated from the group. He was directed onto a bus with blacked out windows. He couldn't see where they were going. The road was long, dusty and silent. All he knew was that the journey ended at the base of a mountain near a dry lake bed called Papoose Lake, about 15 miles south of Groom Lake. Based on the distance and the terrain, the bus ride likely took around 30 to 40 minutes, though with the windows blacked out, time and direction quickly lose all meaning. You can almost imagine those 30 minutes. Nothing but the hum of tyres on gravel, the occasional hiss of the dusty brakes, the absolute silence from the passengers. No talking, no questions, just the steady realization settling in. whatever this is, it's not normal. S4, a name that for many didn't exist until Lazar said it did. He described the facility as being carved into the side of the Papoose Range, a series of hangars with doors so precisely camouflaged they disappeared into the rock. His first steps into S4 were a taste of how tightly controlled every single movement would be from now on for the duration of his time at the site. He was escorted by armed guards through narrow corridors, told to keep his eyes forward, not to speak, and absolutely not to turn his head to look around. The guards didn't say what would happen if he did. They didn't have to. The message was clear. Look in the wrong direction, make one wrong step, and there would be consequences. Maybe even fatal ones. Eventually, he was ushered into a room, a small windowless box with the door shut behind him, left alone with a stack of briefing documents. That was it. No explanation, no orientation, just page after page of cold, technical language, mixed with some astonishing claims. Propulsion systems unlike anything on Earth. Recovered craft. Plural. One allegedly unearthed from an archaeological dig. Even vague references to biological occupants. He wasn't allowed to take notes. He couldn't ask questions. All he could do was sit and read, outlining not only the project he'd be working on, but also broader claims about the origin of the craft itself. Lazar has often described his reaction to those briefings as a swirl of disbelief, excitement, and even doubt. The material read like science fiction, so much so that at times he wondered if it was part of some elaborate test. One detail in particular stood out, a reference to the Zeta Reticuli star system, identified as the point of origin for at least one of the recovered craft. Even Lazar has questioned this inclusion. He speculated that the detail may have been planted deliberately, a sort of fingerprint designed to trace any leaks back to him. Or perhaps a piece of disinformation crafted to discredit any potential leakers, by making them sound crazy. Among the pages were project code names, clean, compartmentalized, and as opaque as the work itself. Project Sidekick, for instance, appeared to reference tactical or defense applications. He never worked on this project, just read the name. Still, it suggested something darker, a step beyond understanding and towards using. There was also mention of Project Looking Glass. Though not part of his assignment, it stood out. According to what he read, it involved some sort of space-time manipulation, experiments with gravitational fields that might distort perception, or even allow glimpses beyond conventional time. It was the kind of phrase you read twice, and then wonder if you read it at all. Lazar's assignment was called Project Galileo, an effort to reverse engineer the craft's gravitational propulsion system. The briefings undoubtedly left Bob shaken, and possibly in a state of ontological shock. He said many times that had he not eventually seen the craft with his own eyes, he might never have believed a word of it. The documents alone felt surreal, too extraordinary, too absolute. But that would change, because soon, Lazar wasn't just reading about the technology, he was standing in front of it. It was during his third or fourth visit to S4 that Lazar says it happened, the moment that changed everything. Up until then, the experience had been surreal, but still abstract. Briefing documents, corridors, security clearances, words on paper. But this time, he was led down a new hallway and through a hangar bay door. And there it was. The craft he'd spent days reading about, now made real before his eyes. A flying saucer, resting innocently on its belly, illuminated by overhead lights. roughly 52 feet in diameter and about 16 feet tall, metallic and seamless. It didn't look built. It looked grown. There were no visible seams, bolts or rivets, just smooth curves and cold symmetry. Lazar would later say that it looked like it had been poured out of liquid metal and flash frozen in place. On the side of the craft, someone had affixed a small American flag sticker backwards, as he recalled it. A strange, almost absurd attempt to mark ownership on something that clearly didn't belong to any known nation. He walked around it, carefully, slowly. Guards didn't speak. No one said what it was, they didn't need to. In that moment, he said, the implications hit him harder than anything in the briefings ever had. At one point, almost unconsciously, Lazar reached out and let his hand brush against the surface of the craft. It was cold and smooth. He said it felt like metal, but somehow denser, heavier. Immediately, a stern voice barked at him from across the hangar. He'd broken protocol. He wasn't supposed to touch it. The moment quickly passed, but it stuck with him. The object he'd just read about was real, tangible, and under intense control. It was also the sensation of that touch, the flawlessly smooth, almost fluid exterior, that inspired Lazar to nickname it the Sport Model. The surface reminded him of the bodywork on a high-performance sports car, aerodynamic, minimalist, purposefully engineered, a demonstration of the perfect symbiosis between form and function. It wasn't an official designation, just something he started calling it, and it stuck. The exact order of events becomes hazy in hindsight, understandable when you're processing paradigm-shifting information on a daily basis. But it was around this time that Lazar was introduced to the man he would be working with, a senior technician named Barry. Lazar wasn't permitted to interact with anybody else on the base. His world at S4 consisted of exactly two people, Barry, his technical partner, and Dennis, his superior. It felt like a buddy system by design. Everyone else was off limits. Barry had already been involved in the project when Lazar arrived. Their relationship, whilst professional, became one of the few familiar touch points in an otherwise alien environment. He was quiet, measured, and rarely offered more information than was strictly necessary. But over time, the two developed a rhythm. Dennis, on the other hand, represented authority. He was aloof, procedural, and not particularly warm. He delivered briefings, enforced rules, and made sure everybody stayed inside the lines. Lazar got the impression that Dennis knew more than he was saying, but sharing wasn't part of his job description. On days when Lazar felt comfortable enough, he asked probing questions to Barry, trying to peel back more than what was offered. Barry sometimes answered. One of those questions was about his predecessor, the person that had worked on the craft before him. Barry didn't say much, but what he did say left an impression. According to Lazar, the previous scientist had died, under circumstances that were never fully explained. Apparently, in desperation, they tried to cut into the power source for the craft, leading to some sort of explosion, and the death of his predecessor. It wasn't discussed again. Barry did let one other detail slip. He mentioned that there had been a Russian presence at the base, referring to them somewhat derisively as the commies. According to Barry, despite ongoing Cold War tensions, there was intense cooperation between the Russians and the Americans at S4 and in the surrounding area. But after some kind of major breakthrough, and Barry didn't say what, the Russians were swiftly removed from the facility and never returned, slowly but surely, Bob was granted minor insight into the inner workings of S4, and in addition, the layers around the sport model began to peel back. Lazar's day-to-day task wasn't glamorous. It wasn't high-tech wizardry or cinematic breakthroughs. It was methodical, controlled, repetitive. He was assigned to study a reactor that had been removed from the craft, lifted from the centre of the sport model like a heart taken from a machine. The goal was clear: figure out how it worked. It was a small, half-dome shaped device. Imagine half a basketball sat on a square plate, seamless and featureless. The reactor was activated by placing a dome onto its base. According to Lazar, this activated some sort of electrical load on the system, though he admits this doesn't make much sense. No switches, no buttons, no wires, just placement, and once it was in position, it responded. When powered up, it did things that shouldn't have been possible. During one demonstration, Barry challenged Lazar to place his hand on the reactor while it was active. He tried, but couldn't. Something invisible pushed back. Lazar described it as one of the strangest sensations he'd ever felt, like his hand was being magnetically repelled by a force that wasn't coming from anything he could see. Lazar has even speculated that the sensation might have been the result of localized time distortion, a side effect of the gravitational field the reactor was generating. In any case, it appeared that whatever this device was doing, it was clearly generating gravitational effects on the local surroundings, and to produce such effects, an exotic power source had to be involved. The team believed that source was something not found on any periodic table at the time. Element 115. At the time of Lazar's interview in 1989, it hadn't officially been discovered, but Lazar insisted it was the core of the system, dense, stable, and unlike anything we'd seen. Decades later, Element 115, known officially as Moscovium, has been synthesized, first by Russian and American scientists in 2003 at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Dubna, Russia. Like all superheavy elements, it was created by bombarding atoms of americium-243 and calcium-48 ions in a particle accelerator. The result was real, but incredibly short-lived. The isotope decayed in just 220 milliseconds, transforming almost instantly into lighter elements like nihonium. But a stable isotope could theoretically exist, one that does not decay so quickly. Physicists have long theorized about so-called islands of stability, where certain combinations of protons and neutrons, specific isotopes, might allow super-heavy elements to last longer, potentially even long enough to be useful. As Lazar might put it, the power required to create such an element is astronomical, and to produce it in the quantities and stability he described, according to current scientific understanding, is effectively impossible. If element 115 exists in any significant quantity, it was likely forged in the heart of a supernova, or perhaps in the aftermath of a neutron star collision, where pressures and energies reach unimaginable extremes. But science has never detected it occurring naturally, anywhere in the universe, not in meteorites, not in distant stars, and certainly not in our own solar system. And if the alleged 115 they were in possession of wasn't natural, if it had been synthesized, then whoever created it was working with entirely new principles of physics, methods and technologies modern science has yet to even glimpse. This again supports the briefings Lazar received that the craft was interstellar in origin, and not made by human hands. Either way, the device Lazar was tasked to study was, by every definition, alien. According to Lazar, the way the reactor functioned defied conventional understanding. He called it borderline magic, a term that captured just how far beyond current science the technology seemed. The heart of the system was the element 115, inside the reactor. He claimed the element was bombarded with protons, nudging it momentarily into the next atomic number, 116. This artificial transmutation allegedly triggered a unique reaction, the release of a powerful gravitational wave. No loss of energy, no heat signature, no noise. Notably, gravitational waves weren't confirmed to exist until 2015, when LIGO, based in Hanford, Washington, and Livingston, Louisiana, detected them for the first time, decades after Lazar first described them. At the time of his testimony, gravity waves were a theoretical concept, but not a particularly mainstream one. Unlike the gravity we know, this wasn't a passive field, it was a focused distortion of space-time. The reactor didn't just generate energy, it generated curvature. Lazar described this distinction using two terms, gravity A and gravity B. Gravity B, he said, is the gravity that we're all familiar with, the large-scale gravitational pull of planets and stars. Gravity A, by contrast, operates on a much smaller microscale. According to Lazar, it's this form of gravity emitted by the reactor that allows the craft to bend space-time locally. Eventually, Lazar would get to see the reactor in action, used not in isolation, but inside one of the craft. But we'll get to that later in the video. Despite these revelations, Lazar was clear about one thing. They didn't really understand how it worked. Not fully. The effect could be observed, measured even, but the mechanism behind it was beyond anything he or his colleague could replicate. He once compared the situation to dropping a small nuclear reactor into Victorian England. People might observe it, be fascinated by its heat or energy, and maybe even recognize that it does something extraordinary. But the underlying science, radioactivity, nuclear fission, advanced metallurgy, would be entirely outside their frame of reference. That, Lazar said, was what it was like working on the reactor. Eventually, Lazar was permitted to step inside the craft, just once. This wasn't just for curiosity's sake. It was determined to be a critical part of understanding how the systems work. The placement of the components, especially the reactor, might reveal something about how the craft operated as a whole. Bob approached the craft slowly, with the eyes of the security team watching him. He climbed up a narrow, almost flimsy-looking ladder to reach the entry point. With each step, the reality pressed in. He was about to step into something not from this world. Lazar never dramatized it, but the tension must have been enormous. It wasn't just professional curiosity, it was awe, trepidation, a quiet, overwhelming sense that once he entered, nothing would ever seem ordinary again. The interior was smooth, metallic, and strangely minimalistic. The atmosphere, he said, was ominous, uncannily silent, and bathed in a single dark pewter tone that covered everything. There were no sharp angles. Everything curved. The walls, the floors, even the seats appeared to flow into one another, as if the interior had been moulded from a single material. Lazar described that it looked like it had been moulded out of hot wax, then hardened into place. There were 3 small seats, arranged around a central column. Far too small, Lazar said, for any average-sized human. Again, everything was this same dull colour, with no visible seams or welds. There was no visible control panel, no displays, no wiring, no bathroom. Nothing for comfort, and nothing for aesthetics. It didn't feel like it was built for long journeys, or for anything human. There were no cables, no engine bay, nothing resembling a conventional power source, just the reactor, sitting silently in the centre of the 3 seats, as if it belonged there not by design, but by necessity. It was compact and self-contained, and it could be connected to what was determined to be a waveguide that extended upward into the dome of the craft. Whatever it was doing, it wasn't mechanical. it was something else entirely. While inside the craft, Lazar couldn't help but notice another team working. He was not permitted to interact with them in any way, not even to make eye contact. Even accidentally meeting someone's eye line could have had drastic consequences. The team appeared to be studying a translucent panel embedded in an archway, which itself was integrated into the broader superstructure of the craft. It didn't look like any material that he recognized, certainly not conventional glass or plastic. It was just another mystery he would never be allowed to ask about. Knowing what we know now, it could have been some sort of advanced smart glass, perhaps meant to provide observational capability for the craft's occupants. But really, this is just speculation. And since Lazar wasn't allowed to communicate with the other team, he could never know for sure what it was or how it worked. Lazar often expressed frustration at this extreme compartmentalization of the project. While he understood the reasoning behind it, security, secrecy, control, he believed it also severely hampered progress. Information was siloed, collaboration was non-existent, and no one person, as far as he could tell, had access to the full picture. It was like trying to solve a puzzle while only being allowed to see one piece. The craft itself, Lazar said, had at least 2 other levels, an upper and a lower section. He was never allowed in the upper level, but based on what he could observe, in particular the black window-like panels visible on the exterior of the craft, he speculated that it may have housed the craft's navigation compartment, possibly even a planar array system used for guidance or orientation. But again, this was just educated guesswork. His access, like everyone else's, was strictly limited. He was, however, allowed to lower himself into the cramped lower level of the craft. This area was accessed through a honeycomb-style hatch, one of the few features whose function Lazar said he fully understood. It was a simple, elegant kind of doorway, collapsing open with geometric precision. To him, it was an incredibly clever and efficient little piece of engineering, proof that even in a craft so alien, there was still room for small, comprehensible brilliance. In that lower level, Lazar encountered what he referred to as the gravity amplifiers. There were 3 of them, tubular, fixed in place beneath the reactor, each mounted on a gimbal-like system that allowed them to pivot and reorient up to 180 degrees. Their surfaces were smooth and metallic, like the rest of the craft, and they had no visible wiring or fasteners. According to Lazar, these amplifiers were responsible for directing the gravitational distortion fields generated by the reactor, focusing and steering them in coordination with the craft's movements. As extraordinary as this experience was, Lazar knew that the sport model wasn't the only craft housed at S4. He recalls just once seeing all of them. Now, timelines blur over the decades, but on one particular occasion, the interconnecting hangar doors between the bays were all open. From his position, Lazar could see into each one, and in that moment, every single craft was visible. It must have been, by any measure, a jaw-dropping sight. The kind of moment that sears itself into memory, not just strange, but history rewriting. 9 craft in total, each one different in shape and size, but all sharing that same eerie, non-human design. One looked almost angular, with sharp lines in a flatter form. Another resembled a kind of metallic jello mould, round, strange, and seemingly impractical. A third was bulkier, almost top-heavy, while another appeared to be damaged or disassembled. One, Lazar thought, even looked newer, sleeker, like it had arrived more recently. The variety alone was staggering, and if they were all real, it suggested something even bigger, that maybe they didn't come from one place. Maybe they came from many places. Outside of these rare occasions, most of Lazar's time was still spent trying to understand the reactor, measuring, observing, speculating. It was slow, deliberate work, and answers came rarely. One day, Dennis, his supervisor, approached Lazar and Barry with something unexpected, an invitation to witness a test flight. Dennis led them out beyond the hangars, where the sport model was already being readied for flight. It sat silently on the ground, no crew in sight, no conventional support vehicles. The air felt tense, charged, but there was no countdown, no formality, just a quiet kind of precision. It was obvious that every second the craft was exposed to the open air, the risk was enormous. If a satellite happened to be pointed in the right direction at the right time, this moment could be seen by eyes it was never meant for. Then it began, a faint hiss, barely audible, as the craft lifted off the desert floor. It hovered, steadied itself, and then moved smoothly without turbulence or sound. Lazar stood there, watching the impossible become possible. It didn't bank or tilt like a helicopter. It simply moved, gliding sideways, then returning to its original position, before settling gently back down. The demonstration was brief, controlled, but absolutely unforgettable. Lazar also recalled that someone, perhaps a flight director, was communicating with the craft via radio. That detail stuck with him. According to everything he believed about how the propulsion system worked, such communication should have been impossible. The craft operated by creating a distortion in space-time, a localized gravitational void. Within that kind of environment, conventional radio signals shouldn't be able to get in or out, and yet, someone was talking to the pilot, giving instructions, possibly receiving confirmations. It was just one more mystery in a program built entirely out of them. While Lazar didn't see anything truly out of this world during the live demonstration, no sharp turns, no impossible acceleration, he had been briefed on the craft's different modes of operation. According to the documents he read and what he'd been told, the sport model could perform in ways that defied known physics when fully engaged. One of those flight modes was referred to as the Omicron configuration. In this orientation, the craft would tilt belly first towards its intended direction of travel, aligning all three gravity amplifiers into a focused convergence. This setup, Lazar believed, was what allowed the craft to bend space-time so dramatically, enabling its most extraordinary maneuvers: instant direction changes, silent flight, and acceleration. Effectively, in this configuration, the craft wouldn't travel in the traditional sense. It would fall, in perpetuity, towards its destination, pulled by the very distortion it created. As for inertia, remember that gravity waveguide Lazar saw inside the craft, the structure rising from the reactor up into the dome? According to Bob's understanding, it created a sort of distortion field, forming a bubble around the entire craft. Inside that bubble, space itself was being manipulated. To an outside observer, the craft might appear to move sometimes violently, but those inside wouldn't feel a thing, because they weren't technically accelerating. They were stationary within their own local frame of space-time, while the universe warped around them. To witness these truly spectacular maneuvers, Lazar explained, you need to see what was called a high-performance test. These weren't casual demonstrations. They were typically conducted at night, when the craft could be flown at altitudes higher than the surrounding mountains, hidden under the cover of darkness. Eventually, Lazar received a flight test schedule. Wednesdays, he was told, were the preferred day. Traffic on the nearby highways was lowest midweek, reducing the chances of an unexpected witness. But that knowledge, once gained, would ultimately land Lazar in some serious trouble. Being granted access to a program like this, something buried under the layers of classification and wrapped in near total isolation, came with extreme conditions. Lazar couldn't speak about his work, not even in vague terms. He couldn't explain where he was going or why. And that kind of silence, maintained over weeks and months, begins to eat away at everything else. At home, his marriage began to strain under the pressure. After all, how do you build trust when you're not allowed to share your reality? Where there were once conversations, there were now absences, gaps, secrets. And when you're living with something as enormous as this, the silence isn't quiet, it's corrosive. The work schedule only made things worse. It was sporadic, unpredictable, and deeply inconvenient. He would often receive late-night phone calls telling him that he needed to be at McCarran Airport within the hour to catch a Janet flight out to the test site. He couldn't simply say no. He couldn't explain why, and to someone on the outside, especially a spouse, it didn't look like work at all. Even for someone with Bob's eccentric scientific background, it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume something else was going on, maybe even that he was being unfaithful. The secrecy didn't just isolate Lazar from the outside world, it began to isolate him from the people closest to him. Another condition that Bob had to agree to when taking the job was personal surveillance, on and off-site. Not just to ensure he wasn't leaking information or acting as a foreign asset, but to quietly monitor his stability. Was his life predictable? Were his relationships solid? Could he be trusted, not just today, but 6 months from now? Access isn't a matter of credentials, it's about control. And trust in this world has to be re-evaluated constantly. This is a commonly reported aspect of being an insider to classified programs. This cocktail of secrecy-induced tension and intimate invasion of privacy obviously creates a volatile situation, one in which your handlers may know things about you that you don't even know yourself. They study your behaviour, your routines, your stress points. And if they discover something damaging, an affair, a financial issue, a moment of instability, they may not confront you about it. They simply hold on to it. Leverage, if ever needed. In this environment, privacy doesn't just disappear, it's weaponized. For a time, Lazar's involvement in the program settled into a rhythm, steady if unnerving. Each visit was tense. After all, his day job was to attempt to reverse engineer an alien spacecraft allegedly from Zeta Reticuli under the constant gaze of armed guards. He worked in total isolation, knowing the man who came before him had died under circumstances never fully explained, and no one he loved even knew where he was. But unbeknownst to Lazar, his private life was on shakier ground than he realised. Out of respect for his privacy, the details are best left vague. But whatever the issue was, it raised enough concern with his employees to warrant action. His participation in the program was quietly put on hold. More troubling still, he was placed under direct human surveillance. To be blunt, this freaked Lazar out. He was being followed. His employer, once responsive, had gone completely silent, and given the cold, unyielding nature of the program, it wasn't irrational to wonder whether his life might now be in danger. It begs the question, whistleblower or not, what are the options when it comes to leaving a program like this? These aren't jobs you simply resign from. There is no exit interview, no farewell party, and even if there were, what exactly do you return to? Even if you survive the experience, it changes you. How do you go back to ordinary engineering work, designing circuitry or debugging propulsion algorithms after you've tried to reverse engineer a craft that seems to warp the rules of physics? What job could possibly compare? What reality? Many whistleblowers, and plenty of anonymous insiders, described their time in unacknowledged special access programs as a kind of prison, one without walls, but with plenty of watchmen. You're not behind bars, but you're not exactly free either. The weight of what you've seen, combined with the threat of what might happen if you speak out, creates a psychological cage, and for some, the deeper tragedy isn't just that they can't talk about it, it's that no one would believe them even if they did. Eventually, the pressure reached a boiling point, and Lazar made what could be reasonably described as a less than smart decision. On the other hand, this set off a chain of events that may have fortuitously aided in his survival. He started to talk, First to a few trusted friends. Among them was John Lear, a well-connected pilot and UFO researcher whose own beliefs made him more open to Lazar's claims. More on John Lear later. Whether out of desperation, curiosity, or the need to unburden himself, Lazar began to share what he had seen. But talk wasn't enough. He wanted to prove it. Armed with the knowledge of the test flight schedule, those Wednesday night performances above the desert, Lazar took his friends out to a remote ridge overlooking the facility. From there, under the cover of darkness, they watched the night sky come alive. Lights rose above the mountains, moved in ways no conventional craft could, hovered, darted, and pivoted at angles that defied inertia completely. It was exactly what Lazar had promised. The impossible, unfolding in silence. And just like that, the secret was no longer contained. Footage of their excursions still exists online if you know where to find it in the now stadium-sized haystack of available footage of lights in the sky. As Lazar's apparent suspension of the program grew in time, the Wednesday night viewings became routine, a ritual. What was originally a cautious, covert excursion soon turned into something almost casual. They brought RVs, lawn chairs, hot dogs. The desert became a kind of surreal tailgate party, with Lazar as the reluctant host. They had grown too comfortable. One night, under the usual cover of darkness, it all came to a halt. Bob and his friend Gene Huff were deep in conversation, half joking, half dreaming, spinning wild hypotheticals about stealing one of the craft and flying it for themselves. The kind of fantasy that feels harmless under the stars surrounded by desert and silence. Then they noticed it, a small green light hovering a few feet above the ground in the pitch black. It didn't move like a vehicle or a flashlight, it just floated, quite deliberately. Conversation stopped, the desert went still, and then, with barely a sound, the light dropped. It hit the ground with a faint metallic clink and began to roll, slowly and eerily towards them. Like a final cue, it marked the collapse of everything Lazar had been a part of. In that instant, it wasn't just a piece of night vision tech falling to the desert floor. It was his entire secret life, his time inside Project Galileo crashing down around him. His fantasy was over. His time at S4 was officially over. He would never again step inside a Janet flight, never again walk the narrow corridors beneath the Nevada desert, never again lay eyes on the sport model or the reactor, the hangars, the briefing rooms. They were sealed off to him now, permanently. That door had closed, and it would not reopen. Security teams emerged from the darkness. They had been standing just a few feet away from Lazar and his friends. They were surrounded, detained, and questioned. The surveillance he had long suspected was now undeniable, and it had form, voice, and authority. Whatever doubt his employers had before about his discretion was now all gone. The breach was clear, the consequences immediate. The following day, Lazar was summoned to Indian Springs Air Force Base. It wasn't framed as a formal arrest, but it didn't feel voluntary either. He was brought into a small windowless room, fluorescent lights, beige walls, and the kind of silence that hums louder than any sound. And yet, perhaps the most unsettling part of this whole experience was this. They had let him go. No handcuffs, no jail cell, just a quiet invitation to come in the next day. It didn't make any sense. He had blatantly violated the terms of his clearance. He had brought civilians to observe a black project in active testing. Under normal conditions, that should have been enough to vanish him off the face of the earth. Instead, he was met with something colder, controlled tolerance. Two men, not in uniform, sat across from him. One held a folder thick with transcripts. The other didn't say a word. What followed wasn't a debrief. It was a psychological pressure test. They quoted conversations, word for word, jokes he made, questions his friends asked. They knew everything, and they wanted Bob to know that they knew. Then, almost as a side note, they produced transcripts of private phone calls from his home. What was in them, we won't repeat here, but for Lazar, it was devastating. And that seemed to be the whole point. They weren't just proving how deeply embedded they were in his personal life. They were using that knowledge to hurt him, to destabilize him, to remind him that nothing, not even his most private heartbreak, was beyond their surveillance or their leverage. Then came the usual warnings, the reminders of lifelong secrecy, the clear statement that he would never return to S4, and the heavily implied consequences of non-compliance going forwards. And yet, strangely, inexplicably, they let him go home. The lack of tangible punishment was the punishment, and it left behind a question that has followed Lazar ever since. Why? Why wasn't he arrested on the spot? Why was he allowed to walk away? Some have speculated that this wasn't just restraint, it was strategy. That perhaps Lazar, by stepping out of line, had become useful in a different way. A pressure release valve, a test case, a tool for reshaping the narrative, or gauging public reaction. Whatever the motive, it was clear he was no longer being handled as a scientist. He was being handled as an asset, one whose value had shifted, but hadn't yet expired. He walked out of Indian Springs with no charges, no official reprimand, but the clear understanding that he was dangling. One word wrong, one misstep, and the rope would tighten. The fear didn't subside. If anything, it intensified in the days and weeks that followed. Lazar was still being watched, he could feel it. His routines felt exposed and his privacy gone. He was jobless now, cut off from the classified world and left him in the ruins of a personal life upended by secrecy. And he couldn't shake the feeling that a silent countdown had begun. In Bob's mind, there were only two options: stay quiet and wait for the day they decided he was no longer worth the resources to monitor, when silence might come with finality, or tell the story. Shine a spotlight so bright that any move against him would only draw more attention. He could either disappear into darkness or stand in full view and dare them to erase a man who the world was watching. So Bob faced one of the most difficult decisions in his life. But perhaps in a case of strange synchronicity, he was about to meet the man who would help him make that choice. George Knapp, a respected investigative journalist with KLAS-TV in Las Vegas. Knapp already had a growing interest in ufology, thanks in part to his acquaintance, the aforementioned John Lear. Lear's father had founded the Learjet Company, and while John himself had drifted deep into the conspiracy world, his family's aviation legacy granted him access to sources that few others had. Some of those sources, combined with Lear's own passion, had pushed him into some of the wildest corners of the field. One day, Lear walked into the KLAS newsroom with a thick stack of documents and slammed them onto the reporter's desk. "This is the biggest story you will ever cover in your life," he said. "It's about a cover-up of massive proportions. You're going to become famous. You've got to do this story." The documents were met with polite disbelief and gently slid back across the desk. The reporter was convinced that if it were true, he'd have heard about it already. But George Knapp overheard, and instead of dismissing Lear, he said he'd take a look. At the time, Knapp was hosting a talk show called On the Record, and he needed compelling guests. Lear was invited on for an interview. The claims were wild, even for ufology, but the public response was immediate and intense. Viewers were fascinated. The episode made international headlines, and Knapp, he was hooked. He began reading everything he could find on the subject, and brought Lear back the following year. So by the spring of '89, Knapp, then anchoring the 5 o'clock news, was no stranger to UFO stories. When a guest cancelled last minute for his nightly 5-minute interview segment, he reached out to Lear again. "You said you had a guy who was working out there and maybe working on some flying saucers in the desert. Can we talk to him?" That guy was Bob Lazar. Lear had been one of the few people Lazar confided in, and as it happened, Bob was right in the middle of wrestling with the impossible decision to stay silent or go public. The timing was uncanny, like fate. And Bob's decision? Call his former employer's bluff. If he was going down, he was going to make it as loud as possible. Within hours, Lazar was in front of a camera, silhouetted, and going by the name Dennis, perhaps a subtle jab at his former superior. And with that, one of the most explosive claims in UFO history entered the public record. Area 51, S4, 9 flying saucers, antimatter reactors, aliens, the whole shebang. According to Lazar, it wasn't fiction. It was his job. The reaction was incendiary and overwhelming. Phone lines at the station lit up. Viewers flooded KLAS with questions, theories, and stories of their own. Some were thrilled, others were furious, but almost no one was indifferent. The story had struck a nerve, and Knapp knew it. It wasn't just the content that day, it was the delivery. Lazar didn't sound like someone chasing fame. He sounded nervous, but measured, like someone who didn't want to be there, but felt he had no other choice. Knapp, already intrigued, now felt obligated to follow up. If Lazar's story was true, even partly, it was the biggest story he'd ever touched. So he began to dig. He looked into Lazar's employment history, education, personal background, anything that could tie him to the places he claimed to have worked, or the people he claimed to have known. As we've already said, there were no records of Lazar attending Caltech or MIT, institutions that he said he studied at. Knapp found the absence striking, and it raised eyebrows. But he found something else that gave him pause. The 1982 Los Alamos National Laboratory phone directory, with Lazar's name listed inside. And the local newspaper article that allegedly impressed Edward Teller enough to give Bob the opportunity of a lifetime. And even more interestingly, Knapp discovered that the article named Bob as a physicist at the lab. Debunkers have since contested these two pieces of evidence, arguing that the phone directory simply indicates Lazar was an outside contractor with a relatively minor role, possibly as a camera technician, and they claim the newspaper article just misattributed his job title, either through misunderstanding or editorial error. And yet, one verified former employee would later go on record to confirm that yes, Bob Lazar did work at Los Alamos, and that he was absolutely under the impression that Lazar was there in the role of a physicist. We'll return to this in detail later. So the paper trail was thin, but it was something, enough to suggest that at the very least, Bob Lazar had been closer to the heart of the classified world than most civilians ever would be. His educational background, however, remains the most contentious aspect of his story. For some, the complete absence of records from Caltech and MIT is all the proof they need that Lazar fabricated his credentials. But for others, that very absence is seen as evidence of something far more deliberate, an erasure, orchestrated by forces powerful enough to make someone vanish from the academic record. Whether it's a smoking gun pointed at deception or a chilling confirmation of deep state capabilities depends entirely on who you ask. But if you ask me, who works at Los Alamos in any capacity without any formal educational record beyond high school? Despite the gaps and inconsistencies, Knapp couldn't ignore one crucial element: Lazar's character. He didn't act like a man trying to make a quick buck. If anything, he seemed burdened by the story, reluctant to tell it, and at the time visibly shaken by its implications. He almost regretted his actions, wishing he was still at S4. Knapp has often said that what struck him most was Lazar's consistency, his technical fluency, and his refusal to embellish. He didn't claim to understand everything. In fact, he was clear about the limits of what he knew. That honesty, more than anything, earned Knapp's trust. So over time, the two began to work closely. Piece by piece, they reconstructed the timeline of events. The job offer, the briefings, the reactor, the sport model, the surveillance, the fallout. It wasn't just about interviews anymore. It became documentation, a living record of everything Lazar remembered, the good, the bad, the awe-inspiring, and the terrifying. If not to broadcast to the world, then at least to preserve, a kind of insurance policy, because if anything were to happen to Bob Lazar, the story would still exist, on tape, in George Knapp's archive, impossible to erase. At some point, Knapp became too invested to keep it under wraps. The story was just too big, too important not to share with the world, fully and openly. The first interview had aired just a few months earlier, with Lazar silhouetted and using the alias Dennis. But the response had been overwhelming, and Knapp believed that only one thing could elevate the story further, with Lazar going on the record with his name and face visible. Lazar hesitated deeply. He knew what was at stake. The idea of showing his face on television, of making himself a permanent fixture in one of the most controversial stories ever told, was almost unbearable. His anxiety wasn't theoretical. He had already been followed, watched and warned, and now Knapp was asking him to take a step further. Knapp pressed him. He argued that hiding only made the story easier to dismiss, that if Lazar truly wanted to protect himself, he needed to become unignorable. Lazar eventually backed out, at least at first. He changed his mind at the last second, but by that point, Knapp had made his own decision. They reportedly argued, voices were raised, the tape was already cued, and Knapp, seeing the opportunity vanishing, made the call. He pressed play. On November 10th, 1989, during the 5 o'clock broadcast, Bob Lazar's face appeared on screen for the first time. No silhouette, no alias, just a man plainly stating that he had worked on flying saucers at a hidden base south of Area 51. In this second interview, Lazar not only went into greater detail, laying out the claims that once again shocked the world, but he also revealed something chilling. Shortly after the first silhouetted broadcast aired, he had received a phone call. It was from Dennis, his former superior, and on the other end of the line, Dennis asked a single question. "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now?" In hindsight, perhaps Bob going public was indeed the right call. It had the strange effect of creating a kind of protective bubble around Lazar himself. After all, harming him directly would only have fueled his claims further. So instead, the pressure found other outlets. They didn't target him. They isolated him. Friends and family were audited. Colleagues lost security clearances. One by one, the people closest to Lazar began to suffer the fallout, while he stood in the center of it all, untouched, but increasingly alone. Suddenly, it becomes easier to understand why no former colleagues or professors stepped forward to confirm Lazar's story. Not because they didn't exist, but because they had seen what happens to those who stood too close. Careers destroyed, reputations unraveled. Quiet punishments that never made headlines. In the shadow world Lazar described, silence wasn't just encouraged, it was enforced. And after watching the storm that followed him, most people chose exactly that. Since the Bob Lazar story first hit the airwaves, it's fair to say the UFO community has seen its share of "trust me bro" revelations. People willing to confirm parts of Bob's account, privately, quietly, but always off the record. Whispers passed to George Knapp, hints dropped in late-night interviews, enough to raise eyebrows, but never quite enough to blow the lid off. Among them was Dr. Stephen Greer, who has stated that while he cannot personally verify the details of Lazar's claims, he has spoken to individuals who can confirm Lazar's presence at Area 51. In what capacity? They wouldn't say or didn't know, but the implication was clear. Bob Lazar wasn't just telling ghost stories. George Knapp himself has gone on record saying that multiple high-level sources told him Lazar's story was essentially accurate, but none of them were willing to go public. In a world where speaking out can cost you your career, or worse, that kind of silence isn't necessarily suspicious. It may just be strategic. And then there were more tangible clues. Witnesses who claimed to have seen Lazar boarding Janet flights. People who swore they'd seen him inside secure facilities. But again, names never released, testimonies never sworn, but the pattern was there. Even the supposed location of S4 began to attract attention. Researchers and satellite sleuths fixated on Papoose Lake, exactly where Lazar said the facility was carved into the mountainside. While no one has captured definitive proof of camouflaged hangar doors, the restricted nature of the area and its sudden heightened security after 1989 was enough to make some wonder. And let's not forget, some of the more outlandish details in Lazar's story have aged surprisingly well. Gravity waves, which he described as central to the craft's propulsion system, were dismissed outright at the time by some. But in 2015 their existence was confirmed. We've already talked about that, but still, it's worth remembering. And then, there was the hand scanner, a strange device, Lazar said, that scanned the bones in your hands to verify identity. It sounded like pure sci-fi at the time of Bob's original testimony. Skeptics loved to mock this claim, until images surfaced of nearly identical bone density hand scanners used at Groom Lake in the 1980s. Lazar hadn't just described it, he had been right. But none of these were smoking guns. But they weren't easy to explain away, either. The detail about the hand scanner, the one everyone mocked for years, was eventually confirmed not just by independent researchers, but by someone with direct ties to George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell. Corbell, a filmmaker and investigator, became something of Knapp's unofficial protégé, drawn into the world of classified aerospace and fringe science through Knapp's mentorship. Corbell would go on to play a major role in the resurgence of Lazar's story in the modern era. His documentary, Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers, released in 2018, reintroduced Lazar to a new generation, and with it, a fresh wave of scrutiny, belief, debate, and evidence. Corbell didn't just rehash the same story, he added to it, starting with, but certainly not limited to, the hand scanner. The Identimat 2000 was part of a declassified photo set from the 1980s showing tech used at Groom Lake. There it was, identical in form and function to what Lazar had described. It was a biometric scanner, one that measured the geometry of a person's hand, including finger length, spacing, and bone structure, unique to every individual. Not a guess, not a sci-fi fantasy, a real, functional piece of security hardware, one that few outside classified programs had ever seen, and Jeremy found it. It's worth noting that technology like this isn't typically declassified until decades after it's retired, so one question hangs in the air. How did Lazar know about it? He described it years before any public image existed, before anyone had seen these outside highly classified facilities. Somehow he knew. Corbell helped transform Lazar's legacy from fading folklore into a living, evolving investigation. And as he unearthed more footage, interviews, and historical context, the line between conspiracy theory and possible truth became a little harder to draw. For years, the Los Alamos lab maintained that Bob Lazar never worked there, neither as an employee nor as a contractor. This, despite the fact that his name appeared in official materials. And in fact, Bob even took George Knapp to the lab itself to show him around, to the extent that he could. Lazar demonstrated a surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, detailed knowledge of the facility's inner workings and layout. This contradiction had lingered for decades, until Jeremy Corbell uncovered something new. He tracked down a verifiable source, Dr. Robert Krangle, a physicist with a confirmed history at Los Alamos. When asked, Krangle said he remembered Lazar. More than that, he confirmed that Lazar had worked there and that he had understood him to be functioning in the role of a physicist. He even recalled appearing in security briefings alongside Lazar, routine procedural meetings that placed him in the same professional orbit at that time. It wasn't internet speculation, it was a first-hand recollection from a credentialed colleague, and once again, the paper trail may have gone missing, but the memory remained. Krangle also noted something important. In coming forward, Lazar had committed what amounted to a cardinal sin in their field. You don't go public, you don't talk. And once you do, the silence from your peers is rarely accidental. Krangle wasn't surprised in the least that nobody had come to Lazar's defense. In that world, silence isn't just self-preservation. It's part of the job description. It's a rule. During George Knapp's original investigation into Lazar's claims, another name kept coming up, over and over. A man Lazar said had conducted his background investigation for the high-level security clearance he needed to access S4. That name was Mike Thigpen. At the time, over 30 years ago now, George Knapp managed to confirm that Thigpen was real. He worked for the Office of Federal Investigations, a lesser-known branch responsible for conducting security clearance checks for sensitive government installations, including the Tonopah Test Range, Groom Lake, and presumably surrounding facilities. Thigpen wasn't a myth. He was exactly the kind of person you'd expect to show up if someone really was being vetted for access to a black program. But when Knapp tried to reach out, he was met with effective silence, and for decades the question lingered. How in the world did Bob Lazar know this man's name? Years later, Jeremy Corbell picked up the trail. He tracked Thigpen down to the East Coast and managed to get him on the phone, something Thigpen has confirmed himself. According to Corbell, Thigpen acknowledged his role in conducting security investigations for the very sites Lazar described. At one point, Corbell claimed Thigpen remembered Lazar specifically, but in a later interview, Thigpen walked that back, saying only that he had conducted a lot of investigations during that period and couldn't say for sure if Lazar was one of them. But notably, he didn't deny it either. In fact, he admitted it was entirely possible. Perhaps this was a small miscommunication between Corbell and Thigpen. Now back to Knapp's original investigations in the late 80s and early 90s, he had already confirmed that Thigpen had actually visited Lazar's home at least once, and according to multiple unrelated witnesses. In one version of events, recounted by Lazar's close friend Gene Huff, Thigpen was allegedly accompanied by other agents and searched Lazar's home and belongings. While Thigpen has never confirmed that specific event, he did offer a curious alternative explanation. He may have been there, he said, to ask Lazar about his friend Jim Tagliani, who was undergoing his own clearance process for work at the Tonopah Test Range. That explanation struck some as strange, because if Thigpen had been conducting a routine background check on Tagliani, a search of Lazar's home would have been highly unorthodox, possibly even unconstitutional. This series of events was later backed up by Corbell's investigation. Along with verifying Thigpen's identity and role, he uncovered physical evidence, a handwritten note, a calling card, signed by Mike Thigpen and left at one of Lazar's friends, presumably during the original background investigation. It was a tangible physical artifact, a fragment of the 1980s, and another piece of Lazar's story that improbably held up. The importance of Corbell's investigation cannot be overstated. What's strange, almost uncanny, is how seamlessly it synced with Knapp's work, as if the two investigations were somehow working in tandem across time and space, decades apart. They ended up tracing the same paths, verifying the same names, chasing the same truths. It was as if Lazar's story had gravity of its own, drawing people into its orbit, years or even lifetimes apart. with each generation picking up the thread exactly where the last had left it. Perhaps among the more provocative moments in Corbell's work, notably his documentary, wasn't something Lazar said outright. It was what he didn't say. There's a moment, brief but loaded, where Corbell presses Lazar on whether he ever managed to keep a sample of element 115. They appear to be in Lazar's backyard, intentionally chosen to move away from any potential listening devices or surveillance. Cell phones had been turned off, and they were operating with just a single camera, just a record. Lazar hesitates, smiles, but doesn't answer. Corbell doesn't press further. The subject lingers in the air like an unfinished sentence. It's not a confirmation, but it isn't a denial either. Frustratingly, the scene ends at this time, before we have a chance to learn more. To add another layer to this enigma, Lazar has claimed that at one point a quantity of element 115 was transported to Los Alamos National Laboratory for examination. To maintain secrecy, it was apparently labelled under a new name, LA-1000, ensuring that even the scientists working on it had no idea what they were handling. This kind of covert labelling isn't unheard of in classified research, and it adds weight to Lazar's claims that efforts to understand the material were underway in complete secrecy. Perhaps, though this is pure speculation on my part, it's worth considering whether Lazar himself may have been involved in the transfer process to Los Alamos. Given his confirmed ties there, and with his familiarity with both the personnel and the facility, it's not hard to imagine that he had access. And if there was ever a moment to quietly walk away with a sample, that may have been it. Either way, we can reasonably assume that in the missing scene from Corbell's documentary, Lazar divulges information on element 115 and how he might have smuggled some out of S4 for himself. Then, in what many have described as a coincidence beyond measure, the FBI showed up. The day after Lazar allegedly divulged information about possibly taking some element 115 and where he might be hiding it, his business, United Nuclear, was raided by federal agents. The official reason given by the FBI was relatively mundane. Authorities were looking into a sale of potentially controlled materials to a person of interest. It was framed as a paperwork issue, an inspection of inventory and sales records. But according to Lazar and Corbell, the raid was far more intense than expected. Hazardous material teams were present, multiple agencies were involved, and the search was described as unusually thorough, which raised an obvious question. If this was just about a receipt, why bring hazmat? The implications were impossible to ignore. Lazar had just, on camera, brushed up against the idea that he still possessed a piece of the impossible, and suddenly he was under federal scrutiny once again. It may have been nothing, or it may have been the quiet confirmation of everything. While Bob may express a strong reluctance to confirm verbally and explicitly whether he ever took possession of element 115, the fact remains. A tape exists. It appears briefly in Corbell's documentary. Grainy, unremarkable. Come to think of it, much like everything else in ufology. The footage shows a small metallic setup, no labels, no narration, no sign of Lazar himself, just an object and a device with little context provided. It's underwhelming, deliberately so perhaps. The tape leaves us with more questions than answers. Was it meant as proof, a hint, or simply a breadcrumb for the initiated? The tape doesn't answer, and neither does Bob. But for those who believe he once held a piece of something not of this world, this was the closest thing to physical evidence they'd ever seen. And George Knapp, for his part, witnessed the experiment at Lazar's house. He states it was a sort of cloud chamber experiment, a device that reveals the path of charged particles as they move through vapour. According to Knapp, when light passed through the chamber and around the material being tested, it didn't behave as expected. The light, he says, bent around the object. It wasn't theatrical, just a faint but unmistakable distortion, something that, to Knapp's untrained eye, stood out. Now, he doesn't make grand claims about what it was, but he does stand by what he saw. With the release of Jeremy Corbell's documentary, Lazar has once again stepped into the limelight, whether he wanted to or not. The film reasserted his place as one of the most enigmatic and polarizing figures in the history of ufology. For some, it was vindication. For others, he remained a question mark. But one thing was clear: decades later, his story hadn't faded. It had deepened. Since his departure from the world of black projects and clandestine bases, Lazar has kept a relatively low profile. He founded and runs United Nuclear Scientific, a business that supplies scientific equipment, rare elements, and educational materials. It's a quiet, technical life, at least on the surface. But there have been moments where the past seemed to catch up with him. In 2006, Lazar briefly made headlines again, not for aliens, but for an unrelated legal matter. He was charged with aiding and abetting in the operation of a prostitution ring in Nevada. The case was ultimately resolved without major consequence, but it served as a reminder that Lazar, for all the mythos surrounding his name, is still very human and very fallible. There are rumours, and I need to be clear, they remain only rumours, that during his court appearance, Lazar was asked by the judge to confirm his employment history, and according to some, at the risk of perjuring himself, he reiterated under oath that he had worked at S4 on a classified project. Whether this happened exactly as described remains unverified, and I have to admit, it sounds like folklore. But perhaps one day Lazar himself will address it directly. If true, it would stand as yet another testament to Lazar's steadfast consistency. A man willing to reaffirm his extraordinary claims not in front of cameras but in front of a judge, under oath, with legal consequences on the line. Even today, as he runs United Nuclear, Lazar is constantly pulled back towards the world of ufology, whether by persistent investigators, curious truth seekers, or the occasional quiet reminder that he is still very much under the watchful eye of the clandestine program to which he belonged. Most recently, Lazar has lent his voice and insight to a new collaborative effort known as Project Gravitaur. This initiative, part documentary, part immersive media experience, seeks to reconstruct and explore the Lazar story from the ground up with unprecedented depth. At its core is the upcoming film S4, The Bob Lazar Story, which aims to visually recreate Lazar's time at S4, using detailed input from Lazar himself. From the hangar bays camouflaged against Papoose Mountain, to the sport model craft rendered down to the rivet, or lack thereof, the project is as much a historical reimagining as it is a digital archive. Project Gravitaur doesn't stop at film. The team is also developing, in tandem, a VR experience, allowing users to virtually explore the S4 facility and the craft itself, right down to the dark pewter interior and gravity waveguide. Early behind-the-scenes accounts suggest that as the team recreated the lighting and the internal structure of the sport model, some of Lazar's more unusual descriptions, like the low ceilings, seamless metallic interiors, and visual layout, began to make practical sense in a way they hadn't before. What once seemed strange or speculative felt, in the finished model, unexpectedly plausible. It's a modern re-examination of a classic mystery, blending archival investigation with 21st century storytelling. With Project Gravitaur on the horizon and a new documentary slated for the second half of 2025, some believe fresh revelations may finally emerge. Perhaps we'll learn more about the true nature of Element 115, or even catch another glimpse of it. Perhaps we'll get a clearer look inside the sport model, or finally learn how the reactor really worked. Or maybe, just maybe, we'll learn more about the people Lazar once worked alongside. Names long known, with faces never seen. For more than 3 decades, Bob Lazar's story has lived in the twilight, somewhere between classified science and modern mythology. He didn't ask to be believed, and he never seemed especially eager for the attention. He simply told a story, a strange, tightly wound account of secret bases, gravity waves, and a world behind the curtain that most of us never get to see. And through every accusation, every investigation, and every attempt to discredit or malign him, one thing has remained remarkably consistent. Bob Lazar. Whether he worked on alien craft at a hidden base or became a brilliant fabricator of modern folklore, the impact of his claims is undeniable. His testimony helped transform Area 51 from an obscure military testing site into a symbol of secrecy, mystery, and the possibility that we're not alone. And now, as new technologies allow us to reimagine the impossible, and new generations ask the same old questions but with fresh curiosity, Bob Lazar remains at the centre of it all, still quiet, still cautious, and undoubtedly still watched. Maybe history will prove him right, maybe it won't, but either way, his voice echoes through the static, through the silence, and through the desert wind. That concludes our story of Bob Lazar tonight. Once again, if you enjoyed the video, please do consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for staying with us at the Dreamland Motel. We hope your stay was a pleasant one, and please, do come back again soon. Our guests come from all walks of life. Some just need a place to rest on the way to somewhere else. Others would prefer there's no record of them being here at all. Anonymity is part of the reason people come to the Dreamland Motel. We don't ask questions. We don't keep more than the law requires. That's the arrangement. But every so often, we get a guest so unique, I can't help but share what I've been told. This morning I was flipping through some old comment cards. They sit in a little tray by the front desk, half coffee stained, some written in 3 a.m. handwriting. One read, "Just the place I was looking for. I'll be requesting a late checkout." And another said, "This is my favourite motel." I was halfway through a third one, something about unpacking their bags and never leaving, when my bartender walked in. He looked tired, but not in the usual way, more like someone who'd heard a story he wasn't supposed to hear. He said the guest from room 9 had come into the bar late last night, alone, quiet, wearing a plain white shirt, no jacket despite the desert cold. Sat at the end of the bar for 20 minutes, didn't speak a word, just stared down into the bottom of the whiskey he'd been poured. Then, without warning, he started talking. Not like a man just telling a story, more like someone reading something that had been written on the inside of his skull. He said he was a microbiologist, said he worked in a place a few miles south of the test site. Said he met someone down there. Not a man, but not exactly an alien either. Something else. The bartender said he just listened. There was something in the man's voice, no fear, no madness, just this quiet, exhausted certainty. He'd been waiting a long time for someone to listen. And now that someone was, he could finally begin. Welcome to the Dreamland Motel, where the rooms are quiet, the lights stay dim, and the stories we share don't always make sense, at least not at first. Here, we try to keep things simple, clean sheets, warm coffee, and every so often, a guest who checks in with something to get off their chest. Today's story, well, is wild. Quite literally unbelievable. Even with everything I've come across, this one goes beyond what my already overexposed brain is used to. But there's no question, it's one of the most thought-provoking, most unsettling whistleblower testimonies ever cemented into the long, echoing halls of UFO lore. Now, to be clear, we're not here to prove or disprove anything. That's the job for people with far more access and maybe more clearance than I'll ever have. We're here to tell a story, as it was told to us. This is the story of Dan Burisch. Daniel Burisch was born in 1964 in Linwood, California, a suburb of Los Angeles. There isn't a great deal publicly documented about his early family life. Most of what we know about his upbringing comes directly from his own testimony in interviews. His parents, John and Doreen, or Dodie, Crane, were supportive of his scientific interest from a young age. From early childhood, Dan displayed what would later be described as exceptional intellectual aptitude, particularly in the sciences. According to his accounts, his interest in microscopy began at an unusually young age, developing a fascination with biology and the unseen world of cells and microorganisms. At age 8, he claims to have had an experience that would quietly shape the rest of his life. While playing catch with his grandfather at May Boyer Park in Lakewood, California, Dan and his grandfather witnessed what he described as a chevron-shaped craft that silently appeared in the sky. What followed was a classic missing time event. Hours passed, unaccounted for. The incident would later be understood by Dan as an early abduction experience, one that, in his words, left him enhanced for future purpose. Following that experience, his natural aptitude for science allegedly accelerated. He became deeply engaged in microscopy, pathology, and cellular biology. By the time he was 15 years old, Dan was the youngest member ever admitted to the Los Angeles Microscopical Society, a prestigious association for scientific microscopy enthusiasts. During his high school years, Dan was mentored by Dr. Jim Reynolds, the director of pathology at Long Beach Memorial Hospital. Under Dr. Reynolds, he received hands-on training in medical microbiology and histology, far beyond what would be typical for someone his age. By his late teens, Dan's growing expertise had already drawn the attention of individuals within the US Navy and other government circles, who quietly began monitoring his progress. It might sound unusual, government agencies quietly taking interest in a bright teenager with a microscope, but historically, it's not. In fact, the US military and intelligence apparatus have a long and well-documented history of identifying and in some cases quietly monitoring young individuals who exhibit advanced cognitive abilities, especially in fields like mathematics, engineering, linguistics, and biological sciences. One such program, widely speculated upon in research circles, is something called GATE, the Gifted and Talented Education Program. Officially, GATE was a federal education initiative designed to provide enhanced learning opportunities for intellectually advanced children, beginning primarily in the 1970s and 80s. Many of these children were tested extensively, not just for academic aptitude, but for pattern recognition, abstract reasoning, and problem-solving under pressure. Unofficially, some researchers suggest that data collected through programs like GATE may have been quietly shared or accessed by elements within the military-industrial complex, particularly agencies interested in cultivating long-term talent pipelines. This isn't entirely speculative. Programs like DARPA's Young Faculty Awards, the Office of Naval Research STEM initiatives, and even the early MK programs have, at various times, blended national security interests with academic talent cultivation. In Dan's case, his sharp pattern recognition skills with microscopes and his remarkable ability to analyze biological samples appeared to have put him on a similar radar. The US Navy, which maintains its own highly secretive science and technological development branches, allegedly began observing Dan as early as high school. If you believe his testimony, their interest wasn't simply in his skill, but in what he might already carry with him. By the time Dan reached his final semester at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, his academic trajectory was already impressive. He held a bachelor's degree in biological sciences and psychology. He'd been quietly receiving specialized training in cellular biology, far beyond the standard curriculum. But as he would later describe it, this was the moment his life shifted from science into something else entirely. It started, as these things often do, with a quiet meeting. During that final semester, Dan was approached by 3 men. They didn't advertise who they were. They didn't offer him a job exactly, at least not in any normal sense. What they offered was access, a chance to work on something important. How would you like to see the world? A question with an implication very few people are ever asked, and I imagine even fewer decline. From that point forward, Dan's life entered the world of special access programs. In public, he maintained a completely ordinary appearance. For a time, Dan worked as a parole and probation officer for the state of Nevada, a position that he served as a cover. Occasionally, he also picked up shifts as a security guard for several Las Vegas casinos, the Sahara, Fiesta, and Aladdin. While these cover jobs paid the bills, they also provided a very convenient explanation for his schedule, his irregular hours, and his growing absence from the typical scientific community. Behind closed doors, however, Dan's real work was already underway. It was during this period that government agents would begin delivering him tissue samples of unknown origin. These samples were brought directly to his office for private analysis, accompanied by portable, high-powered microscopes. Dan never disclosed what these samples were, at least not initially, but the implication even then was clear. They were not from here. As his clearance levels increased, so too did the complexity of his assignments. According to Dan, the US Navy had already been quietly co-funding portions of his doctoral work, and soon another name entered the story, one of great significance. Dr. Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb. Teller, it seems, had taken a personal interest in Dan's research. With Teller's involvement, Dan was granted access to a specialized doctoral program through the State University of New York. His doctoral education at sunny Stony Brook was not entirely conventional. While on the surface it appeared to follow standard biological science curriculum, Dan was already being quietly groomed by something more classified. A group known as the Majestic 12, sometimes simply called Majestic or MJ12. Officially, it didn't exist, but inside classified circles, it was one of the most powerful black world organizations ever assembled. Created in the 1940s to manage the growing problem of extraterrestrial contact, crash recoveries, and interspecies treaties. They operated outside of normal government channels, answered to no elected officials, and were tasked with maintaining total secrecy, not just from the public, but often from the very governments they were supposed to serve. Under Majestic 12 oversight, classified learning modules were quietly inserted into Dan's doctoral coursework, effectively functioning as an internal training pipeline for recruitment into the most classified of programs. The US Navy, acting as one of the Majestic stakeholders, fully funded parts of his doctoral work, while compartmentalized handlers evaluated his progress. He was flown to sunny Stony Brook periodically under military escort for the highly classified learning modules and examinations, though much of his coursework remained based in Las Vegas. Eventually, his professors from Sunny were themselves flown into Nevada to administer his final dissertation defense in person. By 1989, Dan had successfully completed his doctorate in cellular biology and molecular genetics. And with that, the final door opened. From this point forward, his assignments were no longer hypothetical. They were classified and they were compartmentalized, and they would eventually bring him face to face with something not of this world. A pause here to note something important. Like many parts of Dan Burisch's story, the details surrounding his education are complicated. Officially, there's little that can be independently verified. His degrees are documented in some records, including copies of diplomas, listings in Who's Who publications, and affidavits from those who claim to have supervised his work. Yet when inquiries were made to the universities directly, many of those records were either missing or denied entirely. Some point to this as evidence of fabrication, others suggest something far more deliberate. In my previous episode about Bob Lazar, I talked about a practice known as sheep dipping. For individuals involved in highly classified programs, it's not uncommon for personal records, academic, military or otherwise, to be systematically altered, erased or compartmentalized. It's a way of protecting not just the projects they worked on, but the individuals themselves, severing any easy connection between sensitive programs and the people attached to them. In Dan's case, whether that's what happened or not remains an open question. However, while much of Dan's background lives in shadows, there's one fact that stands firm and public. In 2008, Dan Burisch and Marcia McDowell gave a lecture in Caltech's Beckman Auditorium, a distinguished venue not typically open to fringe entertainers or speculative theorists. This is significant, because Beckman has hosted some of the most celebrated figures in science and culture: Stephen Hawking, Bill Gates, and my personal favourite, Sir Patrick Stewart. For a stage that has featured luminaries of global renown, Dan's presence creates a rare and undeniable trail in our collective record. So by the late 1980s, Dan Burisch's life had begun splitting in two. On the surface, he lived quietly in Las Vegas, still working as a parole officer and the occasional security guard job. Nothing remarkable, nothing to attract attention. But in the quiet spaces between, something else was happening. The phone calls came at irregular hours. Unmarked deliveries arrived at private lab spaces arranged for him, and inside those sealed containers were more tissue samples. The work started cautiously. The slides were pressure sealed. The specimens inside unlike anything he'd previously encountered. Even then, Dan suspected these may have been biological warfare agents, perhaps engineered pathogens, perhaps foreign in origin. These samples, at least at first, were not fully explained to him. What Dan later came to understand was that these were not random biological specimens anymore. They were connected. They were part of a classified interspecies treaty. The materials originated under Majestic's Aquarius protocols, recovered biological tissues tied directly to the treaty programs established decades prior. This may sound unfamiliar, but don't worry, we'll get to all this later. The equipment he used was advanced, high-powered microscopes fitted with automated controls. Dan was not allowed to adjust the instruments himself. Instead, he would carry out changes verbally. Focus +2, contrast, adjust left. The modifications would be executed automatically. either by voice-activated systems or by unseen technicians somewhere else in the building. He was never told. Dan would later reflect that it was entirely possible another individual sitting in a separate room was manually executing those adjustments without knowing what he was even looking at. Each person holding a single piece of the puzzle, none allowed to see the full picture. This early work wasn't limited to Las Vegas. As his clearance deepened, Dan was periodically brought to Groom Lake itself, Area 51 proper, where specialized labs such as Lab 8B housed pressure-sealed biological warfare cabinets. There, the protocols were even stricter: positive pressure suits, more automated equipment, and of course, more frustrating compartmentalization. After months of this routine, of focus rings moving a fraction too far, of slides drifting slightly off-center, he was eventually permitted a concession. A keyboard was installed, allowing him limited manual control over the microscope. A small but welcome privilege. But in these programs, even small privileges were earned. His assignments were irregular, the scheduling unpredictable. He might vanish for hours, sometimes days. There was no tidy explanations for his friends or family. When asked, he would give the kind of excuse that doesn't invite questions. Had to pick something up, ran out for cigarettes. It was the oldest alibi in the world, but it worked. At least at first. But over time, the assignments grew stranger, and sometimes they took him far from Nevada entirely. In 1991, during the Gulf War, Dan was quietly deployed overseas, not as a soldier, not as a uniformed officer, but as part of a black operations unit embedded within the larger international coalition forces in Iraq. His task, according to his testimony, was to identify and counteract a rogue military faction attempting to deploy unauthorized biological warfare agents on the battlefield. What exactly those agents were, or who sanctioned their development, remains unknown. When the mission was complete, Dan returned to Las Vegas, but things would not return to normal. Soon after, he received the orders that would lead him deeper than ever before. Dan was flown back to Groom Lake, better known to most as Area 51. The flight this time was uneventful, save for one surreal detail that Dan would never forget. At the private Janet terminal, the unmarked facility at McCarran Airport where the flights departed, the loudspeakers played Neil Diamond's Coming to America on repeat, a strangely cheerful anthem echoing softly through a place designed for people who were never supposed to speak about where they were going. Upon landing, the protocols immediately tightened. He was met by escorts who offered no names, no ranks, no insignia. And this time, Groom Lake wasn't his final destination. For that, he would be moved once more, 12 miles southwest into the mountains bordering Papoose Lake. A facility without signs, without records, without a public name. S4. From this point on, we'll let Dan tell the story. What follows is a reconstruction of his own testimony, his words and recollections, as if he was sitting here with us, sharing it himself, late one night at the Dreamland Motel. I never planned to be here. When I first agreed to work the slides back in Vegas, then Groom Lake, I assumed it was high contaminant pathogen research, something foreign, maybe dangerous, but terrestrial. But eventually the samples started to change. The structures, the cell membranes, the replication patterns, they stopped looking like anything I had ever studied. And then one day, without ceremony, they brought me to S4. The drive-in was silent, rough desert roads. The Cannonball Express, they call it. An unmarked transport van, no windows, bare steel interior, like being delivered inside a sealed metal coffin. No one spoke. When we arrived, the facility barely revealed itself. Concrete hangar doors carved into the rock face. No markings, no signs, no flags. Just the blank face of secrecy. Inside, the world closed in even more. They stripped me, weighed me, scanned every square inch. Clothing, jewellery, even my wedding ring, all locked away. Everything catalogued, every gram accounted for. The security was absolute. Blue lines on the floor told me where I could walk. Red lines told me where I would die. The guards didn't explain the rules, they just watched. We called them the Black Seals, Navy maybe, something beyond. They wore no names, no insignia, only weapons and silence. Then came the briefing. They led me into a small windowless room, fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. Waiting for me was a single metal table, and on it a stack of blue binders. DTIC briefing books. I recently learned that DTIC stands for Defense Technical Intelligence Center. But for those of us inside the program, we called them the King Tuts. The binders weren't even made for this. Old military stock repurposed for information that officially didn't exist. Inside the pages was Project Aquarius. If Majestic 12 was the umbrella, Aquarius was one of its most secret compartments. It handled biological interface programs, direct contact with non-human entities, the study of recovered life forms. That's when they told me. The tissue I'd been analysing wasn't Soviet. It wasn't a rogue state experiment. It wasn't from here. Extraterrestrial biological entities. And somewhere, maybe even in this same room years earlier, another man may have sat at this very same table. Bob Lazar. I don't know if that's true. But in programs like this, echoes tend to stack up. In fact, I too was told, just like Lazar was, that the aliens were from the Zeta Reticuli star system. I continued to read every page they allowed me to read. Some of it sounded like pure poppycock. Like stories layered on top of stories designed to test how far you'd believe. I still wasn't sure what was real. That would change soon enough. A few days later, the call came. I was being assigned to direct interface. They walked me down into level 4, biological containment, the ambassador suite, and the clean sphere. The protocols were absolute. The suiting process was closer to preparing for extravehicular activity than anything you'd find in a normal laboratory. The suit itself was full positive pressure TEC gear. Heavy, stiff, and unforgiving. A sealed life support system designed to isolate me completely from the internal atmosphere of the sphere. It wasn't built for my frame, too short in the legs, tight across the chest. Every joint resisted movement like I was fighting against hydraulic pressure. Layers of undergarments were applied first, conductive biosensors to monitor every vital sign. An interior communications harness wrapped across my jaw and helmet seals. They fitted the torso segment with care, locking heavy clasps into place. The gloves were affixed by sealed magnetic collars. Boot assemblies were locked over my feet, pressurized to avoid differential collapse. Once sealed, the helmet came last, lowered carefully, the collar twisting into its final locked position with a deep metallic click. From that moment on, I was completely self-contained, breathing nothing but bottled, triple scrubbed air, monitored from multiple stations. Even the sweat on my skin was being recycled and analysed in real time. The medical clearances followed, spray showers, ultraviolet decontamination, neurocognitive baselines, encephalographic scans. heart rate stability tests. Any fluctuation and the mission would abort. But I passed, and I was cleared. Then the gantry engaged, the long mechanical arm extended slowly forward, a heavy steel bridge connecting the preparation chamber to the sphere itself. As the gantry locked into place, the iris hatch beneath me rotated open, like the pupil of an enormous artificial eye. The final chamber sealed behind me. There was no way back without full cycling. The sphere had swallowed me whole. The air inside shimmered faintly, electrically charged, ionized. Even through the suit, I could feel the tingling across my skin. The pressure was perfect, the oxygen content tuned, the atmosphere engineered like the interior of a spacecraft. Carefully balanced, precise, fragile. And there, standing at the far side, was the J-Rod. He stood perhaps 3.5 feet tall, though even at that small height, his frail frame seemed barely able to support itself. The body was thin, almost skeletal, with limbs that appeared elongated and fragile, swaying slightly with each micro-adjustment he made to keep balance. His skin was not smooth, as one might expect from these fictionalized greys. Instead, it was brownish, not fully uniform, with subtle variations of darker patches, like worn, weathered leather. A constant sheen of glycoprotein film coated his exterior, giving him a slightly wet, glistening appearance under the sterilized light of the clean sphere. The film wasn't sweat, it was part of his biology, a mucosal excretion that both protected him and signaled his deteriorating condition. In the air-conditioned silence of the sphere, you could almost see the faintest mist rise from his skin, as if his body itself was slowly vaporizing under the stress. His head was disproportionately large, bulbous even, sitting atop his narrow neck like a fragile dome. The back of the skull sloped gently, extending further than any human cranial structure. Veins and capillary beds beneath the semi-translucent skin occasionally pulsed under the soft interior lighting. His face carried no mouth movements, no nostrils, no familiar facial expressions. But none were needed. It was the eyes that dominated everything. The eyes. Enormous, almond-shaped, entirely black orbs that reflect almost no light, like 2 drops of liquid obsidian, bottomless. When they locked onto mine, it felt less like being watched and more like being scanned, as though he was reading not just my face, but the totality of my thoughts, my fears, my history, my secrets. Within those eyes, there was no hostility, but neither was there kindness. It was something else entirely. Tired wisdom, a deep, weary knowledge that stretched far beyond anything I could comprehend. As I stood frozen, observing him, I noticed the slight tremor in his fingers. He carried 4 digits on each hand, longer and thinner than a human's, and flexing irregularly, as if the neuropathy that plagued his species was active even in the moments of stillness. Occasionally he shifted his weight back and forth, the movement subtle, compensating for joint weakness and internal pain. His breathing was nearly imperceptible. His chest rose and fell so slowly, it resembled the steady expansion of a balloon in slow motion, controlled and almost mechanical. Every detail of his physiology whispered the same truth. He was sick. And yet, despite the frailty, despite the degenerative weight pressing upon his body, there was an undeniable presence radiating from him. Something ancient, something heavy with knowledge, something familiar. I wasn't looking at a giant insect. I wasn't looking at some sort of old-world ape. I wasn't looking at a monster. I was looking at a survivor. It was understood that I wasn't to communicate with the J-Rod at all. In fact, he had apparently made a promise of his own, not to speak with anyone except the approved representative assigned to him. I was there to observe, to perform assigned procedures, nothing more. Every protocol was designed to maintain absolute control. Everything except him. As promised, he never spoke aloud either. But he didn't need to. As I stood there, barely breathing inside the heavy tech suit, I felt something reach out. Not physically, but internally. A gentle pull at the edges of my consciousness. My thoughts quieted. My anxiety dissolved like mist under the morning sun. Neural entrainment. The same process that regulated my panic during first entry, now tuned with careful precision. And then, without warning or ceremony, his presence entered my mind. The words weren't spoken, but they arrived with crystalline clarity. I won't hurt you. A simple message of reassurance. In that moment, I understood. He initiated contact. It wasn't part of the training, and it wasn't authorized. The Majestic protocols didn't account for this kind of interaction, but we both knew that neither of us fully belonged to those protocols anymore. The first session remained controlled. He stood still. I collected preliminary environmental readings. No direct sampling occurred yet. That would come later. For now, it was enough simply to stand within reach of one another. Two creatures, two different realities, two different histories, staring across the short but infinite distance between our lives. I was observing him, and he was observing me. But under the surface, something else had already begun. In the days that followed, I returned. Each time the routine grew slightly less mechanical. The neural entrainment became smoother. The silent exchanges longer. His presence more familiar. Emotions were shared before facts. A kind of empathic bridge was forming. There were moments when it almost felt like we had known each other for far longer than these brief sessions. And maybe, in some inexplicable way, we had. As the work progressed, my assignments evolved into cytoplasmic extractions, carefully removing damaged tissue samples to create treatment grafts, hoping to slow his neuropathy. These were delicate procedures, performed under tight biological protocols. The material we extracted wasn't simply inert tissue. It carried active, dynamic genetic data, unlike any known terrestrial biology. It was both him and not him, a copy of a species at the far end of its survival arc. Each successful extraction extended his stability. Each failure risked collapse. We were no longer operating on pure science. We were buying time. As the months went on, something else happened. I stopped seeing him as the subject, and he stopped seeing me as the technician. We became something else. Two prisoners inside a system neither of us had designed, bound together by silent agreements, shared glimpses, and the strange quiet that only exists between two beings who both know too much and yet still understand so little. At some point, it became impossible for those in the observation gallery to pretend they hadn't noticed. The protocols forbade communication, but the connection was there, unfolding in plain sight. There were the subtle things first, the involuntary smirk behind my faceplate when J-Rod would flash me some private irony only we shared. The brief tilt of his head, the faint shimmer in his oversized eyes when he found something amusing, often at my expense. A kind of quiet humour passed between us, impossible to fully conceal. But it wasn't just the non-verbal cues.
it was my work. The direction my research began to take veered into areas they hadn't anticipated, exploring ideas, proposing protocols, identifying correlations that, by all accounts, I shouldn't have had the data to justify. It didn't take long for Majestic to understand. I was being told more than I was authorized to know. They saw it. And while the insubordination was clear, even those in control understood. Progress required concessions. The work was too delicate, the insights too valuable. And so they let it continue, not because they approved, but because the alternative was slower failure. At first, I thought the growing attention from upstairs was simply a matter of record keeping, another layer of Majestic tightening its grip, watching the cracks in the protocols widen. But then came the briefing I didn't expect. I was informed, quietly, without fanfare, that I was being promoted. Working group leader. Technically now senior to the man I believed was far more qualified to hold the position, Stephen. Stephen had more experience, more years, more credentials. In every conventional sense, he was better suited for leadership. I respected him deeply. And yet, they handed the position to me. No explanation was offered, but I already knew why. The J-Rod had asked for me. The bond we'd been forming, those subtle neural exchanges, the silent humour, the emotional resonance, it wasn't simply tolerated anymore. It was being recognised as operationally useful. Stephen remained as my second, but I always considered him equal. He would continue his work, but from that point forward, the primary interface responsibility was mine. Even now, I don't know if the promotion was purely tactical, a way to accelerate the research, to placate the entity, or simply another form of quiet manipulation. Majestic was never known for giving answers. But one thing was certain. The system was adapting to the bond that none of us had planned for. The longer we worked together, the harder it became to separate what I was feeling from what he was feeling. At first it was simple empathy, a professional's concern for his patient. But as our entrainment sessions deepened, the separation between us began to thin. The neural link was no longer just a calming mechanism. It became a shared channel open both ways. He explained that J-Rod wasn't truly a name. It was assigned by my own people, by Majestic's Sigma linguistics team, to catalogue his presence in the treaty system. The term was numeric in origin, the letter J representing 10, the 10th letter of the alphabet, and Rod, drawn from Mayan and Egyptian counting systems, where a rod symbol represented 5. Together, 5 plus 10 equals 15. The designation referred not to his individuality, but to his classification. He was one of several assigned to various NHI species and biological programs. His actual name, his personal identity, was something I was not authorized to know. Not yet. In time, he told me where he was from. Not just where, but when. Approximately 52,000 years into our future. At the time of our meeting, his biological age was 622 years. He explained that his people were not aliens, at least not in the way the world imagined. They were human, or had once been. A divergent branch of our own species, shaped by catastrophic timeline disruptions thousands of years ahead of my present. Somewhere along our distant future, a series of compounding disasters fractured the human genome. Nuclear wars, environmental collapse, radiological damage, and eventually a reliance on cloning that led to genetic degradation. The result was his people, neurologically compromised, dependent on technology, barely able to reproduce without intervention. Survivors, but at great cost. he revealed that his own presence was not by accident. He had arrived following a recovery event, what my people referred to as the Kingman incident. In 1953, a craft under control of his species suffered a malfunction and crash-landed outside of Kingman, Arizona. The surviving crew, including him, were recovered by US military forces and brought into containment separately. Over time, treaty negotiations followed, allowing for limited biological interaction and exchange programs between factions of his people and Majestic. These treaties became known as the Tau Treaty Systems, a series of highly classified arrangements negotiated between Majestic 12 and multiple factions of future human lineages. The treaties covered everything from biological sampling protocols to limited technological exchanges, to tightly restricted contact procedures, and sanctioned abductions. But these agreements were never fixed. As new developments unfolded, and as Majestic discovered more about reality, the treaties were forced into regular review cycles. Each cycle reopened old negotiations, revisiting the fragile balance between scientific ambition and existential risk. The J-Rod species was only one of several involved. Through their sessions, he spoke of others, the P-52 Orions, a highly advanced, genetically stabilized branch of humanity from approximately 52,000 years in the future. The P-45 J-Rods, a divergent timeline from approximately 45,000 years ahead, still suffering severe genetic collapse from catastrophic events tied to earlier technological mistakes. And then there was the J-Rod that I knew, classified as P-52K under the Treaty Codex. Though part of the same distant future as the Orions, his lineage remained genetically damaged, carrying forward the physical degeneration that had plagued the J-Rod line for tens of thousands of years. All these groups, he explained, were engaged in complex treaty negotiations with Majestic, balancing access to biological material, technological exchange, and the management of timeline paradoxes that had become increasingly unstable. That was where the J-Rod's role came in. He wasn't just a subject in a laboratory. He was treaty interface. His presence inside S4 wasn't captivity in the traditional sense. It was part of an agreement, a controlled point of contact where both sides exchanged what they needed under heavily restricted protocols. In these programs, interface meant more than simply meeting. It meant being the physical bridge between two fractured branches of humanity, the one allowed to sit inside the ambassador's suite, the one authorized to speak, or in his case, to think, across the gap. Two species, two futures, negotiating survival. As time went on and our interfaces continued, the connection we had became vivid. He carried a weight that was difficult to describe. Not fear, not even anger. Exhaustion. Not surprising at 622. A species stretched across time, surviving long past its natural arc, but at great cost. The J-Rod lived inside a body that no longer fully obeyed him. Every small movement, raising a hand, lifting his head, flexing his fingers, required visible effort. Beneath his eyes, there was a kind of fatigue, not just physical but emotional, the weight of too many years, the knowledge of what his kind had lost. He was dying, slowly, relentlessly, and he knew it. The neuropathy advanced regardless of our work, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, but always forward. The cytoplasmic extractions I performed were necessary to generate graft material that might buy him more time, but each procedure was painful for him. What made it unbearable was that I didn't even have to imagine his pain. I felt it. When I would pierce the skin, when the samples were drawn, I experienced the same sharp internal spikes he did. Not as an observer, not in sympathy, in synchrony. The tears that would well up behind my faceplate were not mine alone. They were ours. We shared them. At times, during sampling, I could feel his pulse falter, his muscles tighten involuntarily, and even in the shared agony, he would sometimes whisper into my thoughts, "It's all right, Bene. You are helping." Bene. He called me that before in casual conversation, many times now, but this time with the ghost of a tear running down his cheek. It landed differently, deeper. A weight dropped into my chest that I hadn't been prepared for. Bene. That was my childhood nickname, a name only my family used, given to me when I was small, after some old cartoon my grandmother used to play. Nobody in this facility knew it. Nobody in this program could have known it. Nobody except him. And suddenly it was there, not just as a memory unfolding, but as a door snapping open inside my mind. The park, the baseball, the sunlight, my grandfather calling out, the missing time, the hands, the light, the strange room, the faces above me, familiar but not human. It was no longer a faceless encounter. It was him. It had always been him. I don't know how long I stood there in that moment. Even inside the tech suit, behind the sealed glass, I could feel his awareness watching mine, not apologizing or justifying, but simply present. We were no longer strangers, and we never have been. From that point forward, everything between us changed. We both understood exactly who we were to each other now. Two threads tangled across timelines. Two beings separated by over 50,000 years, and by a decision neither of us had ever fully chosen. The abducted child, and the being who took him. I couldn't stop it. The emotion came rushing in, like a breach in my own mental pressure suit. Grief, confusion, awe. None of it had a name big enough. I could barely see through the tears now streaming down my face. Not just my own. Ours. His flowing through a link, mine falling freely. I felt everything he felt, the isolation, the exhaustion, the unbearable weight of time. And suddenly, I knew this wasn't just my pain. This was the sorrow of a being who had carried too much for too long. He moved, not aggressively, not to harm, but to comfort. He stepped forward, slow at first, then quicker, instinctual. Maybe he wanted to steady me. Maybe he wanted to be near somebody who finally remembered him. But to me, in that moment, it felt like the world collapsing. Too close, too fast, too much. I staggered back, and my boot caught the edge of the sphere's flooring. The weight of the suit pulled me sideways. I went down hard, flat on my back. The chamber lights flickered slightly. Somewhere behind the glass, I knew the alarms were already activating. And then he was above me. He climbed onto my chest, not forcefully, but gently, placing both of his hands on my upper plate, like someone steadying a shaking child. His face came close, so close I could see the glycoprotein film ripple slightly with each breath. And just like that, it opened. The neural channel we shared burst wide open like a breaking dam. No barriers, no filters, no restraint. What followed wasn't a message, and it wasn't a memory. It was everything. A flood of knowledge slammed into me. The timelines, the wars, the failed interventions, the looking glass, the Stargates, the treaty collapses, the genetic degradation, the slow, painful realization that his people were not visitors but descendants. A future trying to survive by reaching into their past. I saw the Kingman crash. The recovery, the experiments, the arguments inside Majestic, and I saw him, living in that cell, growing weaker every day, remembering a child he once saw lifted into the sky under a warm afternoon sun. Finally, I saw myself, and I saw him, and in that moment we were no longer separate beings. We were one mind, split by time, weaving itself back together under fluorescent lights and layers of containment protocol. I don't remember falling unconscious. I only remember the last thing I heard in my mind. I'm sorry. When I woke, I was somewhere else, a medical containment room with bright lights, the quiet hum of filtration systems and the smell of antiseptic hanging in the air. No clean sphere, no interface chamber, no J-rod. They kept me under observation for days. Every moment was monitored. Neurological scans, blood panels, cognitive baselines. I wasn't allowed to speak with anyone outside the immediate recovery team. Even among the doctors, there was little conversation. Their job wasn't to comfort me. Their job was to assess whether I had become a liability. The data I had received, the download, was now part of me. A living record embedded in my memory, uncontrolled, unstructured, and unclear. They couldn't take it back. They couldn't extract it. All they could do was measure me and decide what to do next. The interface program was immediately suspended, the clean sphere sealed. No further biological extractions authorized. Majestic had reached the end of what it was willing to tolerate. From that point forward, my involvement changed. I wasn't an active technician anymore. I became something else, a custodian of classified memory. There were debriefings, endless, circular, exhausting. Panels of men I'd never seen before, carefully worded questions, psychological evaluations dressed up as interrogations. What did you see? How much do you remember? Do you believe any of it? Did he manipulate you? Were you compromised? I learned very quickly what the safe answers were, when to volunteer information, and when to simply say, I don't know. I cooperated as much as I could, and where I couldn't, I stalled for time. The knowledge I received was still settling inside me. I could feel pieces of it surfacing in waves, dreams, flashes, images that would rise without warning. It wasn't linear, it wasn't orderly. It was like looking down at a jigsaw puzzle, where some of the pieces belonged to different pictures entirely. And behind it all was the silence, the absence of J-Rod. At S4, that would be the last time I saw him. But in time, our paths would cross once more. And that is where Dan's own words end, for now. From here on, we step outside the sphere. What follows is no longer a narrative of his direct account, but what we've been able to reconstruct from his testimony, from the alleged classified briefings, from surrounding testimony, and from slow leaking of secrets that were never meant to surface. Because while his personal work with the J-Rod was finished, the story of Majestic and its collapse was still unfolding. By the late 1990s, the work inside Majestic was beginning to change. What had started decades earlier as a secretive recovery program, one focused on crash retrievals, reverse engineering, and biological interface, was now unraveling under the weight of something far more unstable, time itself. The biological treaties with J-Rod's people were only one piece of a much larger structure, one that Majestic had kept hidden, even from many within its own ranks. At the centre of it was a system. Not alien technology exactly, but something retrieved, modified, and built into operational use under human control. They called it Looking Glass, a device capable at least in theory, of peering forward. Not seeing the future in the way we imagine it, not one fixed outcome, not one destined path, but a range of probable timelines, variations, branching possibilities, some closer together, some wildly divergent. But Looking Glass wasn't just a viewing system. According to Dan's testimony, the devices were engineered as controlled Einstein-Rosen-Bridge systems, capable of creating temporary spatial-temporal distortions inside highly stabilized containment fields. In simple terms, small, controlled wormholes. Integral to their operation was a familiar material to us, but few in the world have ever seen. Element 115. An unknown quantity of 115 had been recovered during the Kingman, Arizona crash, and without it, the system simply wouldn't function. Attempts to replicate its effects through terrestrial means had failed. The element's exotic properties, gravitational and energetic, made the devices both irreplaceable and unimaginably dangerous. A twin device, sometimes called the sister platform, was believed to be housed not far from the primary system, inside the restricted boundaries of Area 51 itself. Ironically, the theory at the time suggested that keeping both platforms close together might somehow improve stability, as if proximity mattered. But distance, of course, becomes almost meaningless when you're folding space itself. The very existence of the devices called into question some of the most fundamental assumptions we have in physics. At one point, testing expanded beyond observation. Researchers began exploring whether Looking Glass could allow limited physical transfer, actual displacement through the bridge. Non-living materials were first to enter. Inert matter passed through the portal and reappeared intact on the other side. For a brief time, it appeared to work, until a human subject volunteered. There are few things Dan isn't willing to talk about at S4. On occasion, he's recalled hearing the screams of animals being tested, echoing through the elevator shaft as he made his way down to his assigned level. From watching his testimony, it's clear that certain memories give a bitter taste in his mouth. The attempt to teleport a human through Looking Glass is one such memory. What little he has shared is simple. I was there, I saw it. It was not survivable, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. What emerged from the wormhole after that test was not something anyone involved would ever forget. The experiment was quickly terminated. That particular avenue of exploration was closed, and from that moment forward, any further human trials were quietly abandoned. Even inside Majestic, many simply referred to Looking Glass as the machine we were never supposed to build. However, setting the unimaginable gore aside, Majestic continued to use Looking Glass to study these timelines, to anticipate potential catastrophic outcomes tied to the treaties, the hybridization programs, and the ongoing interaction with divergent future human factions. What they discovered was not comforting. The data showed recurring convergence points, moments where certain decisions, certain interventions, consistently led toward timeline collapse. War, genetic bottlenecks, global destabilization, and in too many scenarios, the emergence of the very beings they were already negotiating with, the J-Rods. This led to the creation of what came to be known as the Doctrine of the Convergent Timeline Paradox. The simple version was this: the more they interfered, the more likely they were to create the very future they were trying to avoid. Majestic found itself trapped inside its own recursive logic loop. Every solution they tested with Looking Glass seemed to reinforce the problem. The data became unstable. Even the scientists running the projections no longer agreed on what they were seeing. Some argued for more intervention. Others argued for total disengagement. The internal fractures widened, debates turned into threats, alliances within Majestic began to fracture under the pressure. And behind closed doors, the question no one could fully answer: had they already gone too far? As the 2000s approached, the once unified Majestic structure was collapsing. But for Dan Burisch, his role inside Majestic was not entirely over. In fact, if anything, his importance to the program was only increasing. He was no longer just a scientist, he was now a living repository of knowledge that Majestic itself could barely contain. Information drawn not only from his direct interface with J-Rod, but from treaty briefings, looking glass projections, and biological data very few were ever allowed to see. So by the late 1990s, as the treaties entered their most fragile phase, Dan's role changed yet again. He was brought directly into the Tau 9 negotiation structure, acting not simply as a researcher, but as a key human representative inside Majestic's final treaty work. And as part of those negotiations, he was granted access to one of the most controversial and dangerous devices Majestic had ever received: the Yellow Book. Sometimes called the Cube, it was a small portable device, no larger than a box, originally gifted to the Eisenhower administration during early treaty discussions. It was supposed to be handed to the United Nations, a symbol that might have united humanity under one shared purpose, allowing all nations to face their future together. But it never made it. Instead, the device was quietly retained inside the most restricted levels of Majestic, buried away as a strategic advantage, far from public sight, and even farther from international oversight. The cube could display possible futures, branching timelines, probability streams, and potential catastrophes yet to unfold. But the visions it produced were not purely objective. The data was psychically reactive, shaped by the emotional state, intent, and subconscious fears of the person viewing it. It's almost the tool that the universe itself uses to decide what to do next. This made it wildly dangerous, especially in the hands of political and military leadership. The images shown could be manipulated by the very hopes and terrors of the observer. You can imagine that under the influence of a religious dogma, a tool like this could push you down some pretty dark avenues. Under careful guidance, Dan used the Yellow Book as a tool of leverage during the final Tau 9 treaty sessions, presenting grim potential futures that ultimately helped push Majestic's partners towards compromise. Through these negotiations, the genetic hybridization programs were halted, the abduction phenomena was formally closed, and humanity's most dangerous involvements were, at least temporarily, withdrawn. But there was a price. The looking glass systems, once seen as humanity's greatest scientific leap, were increasingly shown to be directly involved in the paradoxes leading towards planetary destruction. The more Majestic interfered with the timeline, the more likely they were to create the very future they were trying to avoid. The doctrine of the Convergent timeline paradox was no longer theoretical. It was now a confirmed failure point. At the insistence of both the J-Rods and Orions, and with treaty pressure mounting, the looking glasses were dismantled, fully decommissioned by the early 2000s. But these portals weren't only human-made. Another kind of gateway existed. Naturally occurring distortions in space-time, subtle folds embedded in the structure of Earth itself. Einstein-Rosen bridges, formed not by technology, but by nature. Under very specific conditions, these natural nodes could open brief connections between different points in space and time. Some had been known since ancient days, whispered in mythology, hidden beneath sacred sites, encoded into ancient texts. And one of the most stable, lay beneath the sands of Egypt. By late 2003, most of Majestic's direct operations had wound down, the looking glass devices dismantled, and most of these Stargates hidden or destroyed. The Tau 9 treaties had entered their final stages. But one last protocol remained. Officially, it was framed as a diplomatic extension, a continuation of Majestic's biological interface agreements, a final communications event. The J-Rod was scheduled to attempt contact with his political structure through one of Earth's remaining natural displacement nodes, an Einstein-Rosen bridge embedded beneath Egypt. Now, if you asked most people where something like this might happen, they'd likely picture the Giza Plateau, the pyramids, the Sphinx, all the familiar faces. But ironically, it wasn't Giza at all. The operation took place further south, at a site few tourists ever visit, the Temple of Abydos. One of Egypt's oldest sacred sites. For thousands of years, Abydos has been tied to myths of death and resurrection, to journeys into the afterlife. And beneath its ancient stone, far older than what most see on the surface, sat one of the most stable natural Einstein-Rosen bridges Majestic had identified. These weren't human-made portals, they weren't engineered by any civilization. They were simply part of the planet itself. Natural distortions in space-time, subtle folds. Majestic had known about these locations for decades, monitoring them quietly, far from public view. The mission itself was highly compartmentalized. Few were cleared to know the details. No flight manifests, no public record. Let's now step back into Dan's mind. What follows is not a direct transcript, but a reconstruction, an interpretation of Dan's own testimony, pieced together from his interviews, briefings, and public disclosures. The words may be ours, but the experience, as best as anyone can tell it, is his. I was brought in quietly, flown in with only a handful of personnel cleared for this specific operation. My presence wasn't automatic. The biological interface program had already been suspended. My technical role, officially, was complete. But, for reasons not fully explained to me, and likely debated within Majestic itself, I was requested to accompany the mission. Some argued it was for medical continuity, that my familiarity with his physiology made me uniquely suited to monitor his condition. But the truth was simpler. After everything we had shared together in the clean sphere, I was the only human he trusted. He was transported separately, heavily secured, handled under strict protocols by teams who likely didn't fully understand who or what they were escorting. When we reached the chamber beneath Abydos, the portal was already active. A soft hum filled the chamber, like standing inside some vast, invisible engine. The air shimmered faintly, as if reality itself was vibrating. This was not an artificial Stargate. This was nature, with just enough technological assistance to stabilize it for controlled interaction. The official orders were clear. He would initiate limited communication. Data transfer would be monitored. But standing beside him, I could feel what this really was. This was never just about data. I stood just behind him, watching his small frame inside the portable glass chamber illuminated by the glow of the portal. There was a brief hesitation, and then he reached into my mind one final time. Not with information, not with science, with something far simpler. Kiala. That was his name, the only name he ever gave me. And in hearing it, I realized something. In that moment, he wasn't a project, or a subject, or a biological interface. He was a human. A being who had spent decades as a prisoner, a life held in place by treaties, by programs, by protocols. And he was tired. He might not have looked like us, but he deserved what all people deserve: love, liberty, freedom, and the dignity to choose his own path. And there, standing deep beneath Egypt, I made my decision. I placed my hand gently on the back of his containment unit. No orders, no permission, and I pushed his chamber through the portal. I didn't know if he would survive, but I knew that whatever happened, he'd already forgiven me. The field rippled and he passed through. No flash of light, no sound, no sci-fi spectacle. Just a brief shimmer, and then he was gone. Something threw me backward onto the stone platform as the energy collapsed behind him. That was the last time I ever saw him. With his departure, the final biological treaty obligation was complete. Majestic's most secret contract closed. And yet, they didn't kill me. By every rule I'd ever known inside Majestic, I should have been expendable. I had broken the rules. I had assisted in the unauthorized transfer and escape of a treaty delegate. And I now carried, alone, years of data they could never fully extract. Not just technical data or briefings or files or archives, but the unstructured memories, the private exchanges, the quiet hours inside the clean sphere where information passed between us in ways no report could ever capture. I was, in a very real sense, the final repository of his knowledge on this side of the timeline. And that, perhaps, is why they let me live. Because long before the portal closed, Majestic had already lost control. They knew it. The treaties were ending, the timelines were collapsing, and whatever happened next, they would need people like me, if only as insurance for whatever came after. That was how Dan described it, the final years. The quiet winding down of something that was never meant to last. By 2005, the structure known as Majestic 12, once the most secretive black world apparatus on Earth, was, for all intents and purposes, dissolved. The looking glass devices dismantled. The vast machinery that once negotiated the future human lineages, monitored timeline convergences, and sought to control technologies it barely understood, was shut down. But Majestic didn't entirely vanish. What remained was something quieter, and in some ways, stranger. The core authority was gone. The formal projects were archived, sealed, or divided between various international custodians. But fragments of Majestic's old inner circle lingered on, not as powerful operators, but as custodians of an almost ritualistic tradition. Private gatherings, closed-door meetings, symbolic proceedings that now resembled something closer to a secret society than a government program. For some it became a kind of religion, a sanctuary, a place for old men who once held enormous weight on their shoulders to gather and perform the old rites. The language of clearance codes, of compartmentalized files, of doctrines and protocols preserved, but no longer truly actionable. Majestic still acted as if it wielded influence, as if the world still needed its hand upon the wheel, but in reality, they were no longer driving. The ritual remained, the responsibility was gone. After Majestic collapsed, Dan quietly continued his work on a project known as Lotus, an investigation into what he described as a universal regenerative force hidden inside the quantum level of biology itself. While Majestic had pursued timelines, stargates, and political treaties, Lotus was different. It wasn't about power or control or technology. It was about life. And while the old corridors of power faded into ritual, Dan continued quietly exploring the one mystery that had always remained: how we heal, how we exist, and whether something far deeper may be guiding it all. What follows now is not taken from briefings or timelines or official transcripts. It's what he shared quietly late last night, right here at the motel bar. You know, I used to think the hardest part of all this was the secrecy, the protocols, the weight of knowing things you couldn't share. But it wasn't. Not really. The hardest part was losing him. You spend years with someone like that, not just observing him, but feeling him, inside your mind, inside your emotions, sharing thoughts that didn't need words. We weren't just researcher and subject. No. Somewhere along the way, we became something closer to friends, brothers, or father and son. And then one day, he was gone. That portal closed, and it took him with it. And I was left behind, here. I sometimes wonder if that's why I kept working on Lotus. Maybe it was never really about the cells or the flashes of light or the Ganesh particles. Maybe it was just me looking for some way to keep him close. A way to understand how something like him, like us, could even exist. Or maybe, if I'm being honest, it was wishful thinking. A foolish hope that somewhere buried in the code of life itself was a doorway, one that might bring him back. But there are no more doorways, for now at least. It's just the work and the memories and the silence. Thanks for the drink. Dan stood up from his stool, nodded politely, and walked out into the night, presumably to finally get a long, well-earned sleep. Thanks for joining us tonight at the Dreamland Motel. A special thanks to Clint Weldon of the Night Shift podcast for his inspiration, and to Brian Jackson for creating by far the most comprehensive fountain of knowledge on tonight's subject, without which this episode would not have been possible. You can find links to both their works in the description. If you enjoyed tonight's story, feel free to leave a comment, a like, or share it with someone who might need a quiet place to sit and listen. We hope you enjoyed your stay. You're always welcome. And remember, you've always been taught that monsters aren't real, but they do exist, and they live in the hearts of men. Whistleblowers come and go. Most arrive with a spark and vanish just as quickly, slipping back into the ether from which they came. true or not, their words never quite catch the imagination, never quite fuse themselves into that strange library of ufology we've all been curating in the back of our minds. But some do stick. Bob Lazar, Dan Burisch, David Grush, Matthew Brown. Stories so densely packed, so strangely cinematic, that the whistleblower themselves becomes part of the mythology, because half the journey is the information they bring, and the other half is the character we meet while they tell it. Tonight's subject is one of those characters, but there's a twist. I don't know who this person is. No one does. There is no interview footage to analyse, no paper trail to follow, no old colleagues stepping forward to confirm or deny a thing. All we have are the words he left behind, and whatever truth we can extract from them. I'm talking, of course, about the one we now call the 4chan whistleblower. A figure who, despite his anonymity, hit all the hallmarks of the stories we love. Secret programs, impossible technology, deep theories about the nature of reality, and yes, that classic deathbed confession energy that seems woven into this phenomenon as tightly as gravity itself. But for me, what makes this case so compelling isn't just the drama of the story. It's the way his claims keep ricocheting back into relevance, as if the world is slowly syncing up with what he described. Coincidence? Pattern seeking? Or something a little stranger? Perhaps we're looking too hard for synchronicities, but the whistleblower himself left us with a line that feels like a challenge. A line for anyone who would come across his posts long after he made them. Pay attention to things as time progresses. You'll be able to look back and see I was right. Tonight we're going to do exactly that. He made a number of specific claims, and now we sit a couple of years beyond the moment he wrote them. So we're going to hold each one up to the light, turn it slowly in our hands, and see just how eerie things become. Let's find out how deep this rabbit hole goes. Welcome back to the Dreamland Motel. Relax, settle in, and if you like what you hear, don't forget to like and subscribe, and leave a comment down below. It all helps more than you know. Now, let's dive in. Before we dive into craft, propulsion, exotic materials, or theories about ancient facilities hiding beneath the sea, we need to begin with the only thing we truly know about this entire case. The man who wrote these posts. Or rather, the man we think wrote them. Because unlike Bob Lazar with his grainy interviews, or David Grush testifying under oath, or Dan Burisch with his strange, almost mythic backstory, this whistleblower is a ghost, a voice on a message board, a username that evaporated as quickly as it appeared. And yet, the level of detail he provided, the internal consistency of his answers, and the directness with which he described his role, has made him linger. certainly not as a verified source, but at the very least a serious archetype in the folklore of modern ufology. According to his own words, the whistleblower worked in craft analysis, one of the highly compartmentalized divisions involved in UFO crash recovery and examination. He says it very plainly. I have intimate knowledge of what the US currently knows about UFOs, minus the last 2 years. April 24th, 2023. He repeatedly frames himself as someone dealing not with theories or sightings, but with hardware. He also claims to have left the program 2 years prior, due to new management. In his words, he, quote, moved on from the project because of new management that didn't trust older, proven methods. And why speak out now? Why risk whatever consequences might come? Here, he's blunt. Yes, liver cancer sucks. That's the only reason he gives. No grand ideological motivation. Certainly no hero narrative. Just a man who believes he's dying and doesn't feel bound to secrecy anymore. One of his most striking claims is that his department sat above the US Air Force in terms of UFO knowledge. He specifically describes the USAF as intentionally kept out of the loop. The USAF is kept in the dark. We operate above them. This is a theme we've heard before in ufology, that the US Air Force, despite being the branch most associated with aerial phenomena, is often excluded from UFO programs for political and structural reasons. He goes further. A close co-worker wondered if even the president knew. This too is consistent with decades of law. Presidents, for better or worse, are temporary employees, 4 to 8 years, then they're gone. Their read-in level varies enormously. Gerald Ford reportedly left his briefing in tears. Eisenhower is the center of multiple alleged face-to-face contact stories. Former Israeli Space Minister Chaim Eshed claims Trump was fully briefed on a galactic federation. And David Grush, under oath, stated that some presidents are read in, others are not. Interestingly, he aligns with Chaim Eshed in his claim that the current US president may indeed be extensively read in on the reality of the situation. Whether true or not, that long-standing pattern echoes almost perfectly with what this anonymous poster described. Certainly not proven, but consistent. There is also a curious statement where he refers to the famous Majestic 12 legend. Quote, the term majestic was considered outdated. He doesn't expand on it, but the implication is that whatever structure MJ12 may have once represented, its nomenclature has changed. Its organizational descendants still exist, but under a different umbrella. This is, again, a familiar refrain from insiders and alleged insiders alike. Whatever MJ12 was, it didn't just vanish, it evolved. People often forget that whistleblowers are not just information sources. They're characters, people placed under immense psychological pressure. Throughout the Ask Me Anything, the whistleblower gives us small glimpses of emotional toll. Stress, Very. Strained my marriage greatly. Spiritual collapse? When asked whether he still believed in God, absolutely not. A brush with paranoia. At one point, his internet connection drops and he panics, believing he may have been compromised momentarily. These human moments, small as they are, paint a picture of someone carrying something heavy for a long time, then letting go, only when he feels there's nothing left to lose. Unlike Lazar, Burisch, or Grush, this testimony wasn't a documentary interview, a book, or a congressional hearing. It was an Ask Me Anything, a chaotic public question and answer, random questions from random users. The whistleblower simply answered what he could, and ignored what he wouldn't, and joked his way through the rest. This is important. It means 1. There was no script. 2. No agenda. 3. No curated message. And 4. No structured reveal. Just a man typing answers until he got tired and said he needed a nap. Whether that makes him more credible or less credible is up to the viewer. He repeatedly emphasizes that his knowledge only extends to events up to 2 years before the AMA, roughly late 2021. Anything after that, he stresses, is speculation. This gives us a unique opportunity tonight, because we're analysing his claims from the future relative to him. We can hold his statements up to the light of the Grush era, Pentagon admissions, increased sightings, new whistleblowers, political hearings, and the rising tension between superpowers. And we can ask, how much of what he said has aged well, and how much has quietly collapsed? This is the foundation. This is the character. This is the lens through which we will examine every claim that follows. Because if the man behind these posts was lying, we should see the seams very quickly. But if he was telling the truth, even partially, then what waits for us in the next chapters may be far stranger than anything we expected. If Chapter 1 introduced us to the man, Chapter 2 introduces us to the machine, the central object around which every other claim in this leak orbits. According to the whistleblower, all the UAPs his division studied came from one place, a massive, autonomous, underwater manufacturing base, hidden in the Atlantic Ocean. And not just anywhere in the Atlantic. He places it in one of the most overused, overexposed, almost comically folkloric regions in paranormal culture. The Bermuda Triangle. A detail so on the nose, so cliché, that at first glance it feels like a joke. A lazy LARP, reaching for the most obvious location imaginable. But that's exactly why it's interesting. When a con artist fabricates a story, they typically strive for plausibility. They avoid tired tropes. They steer away from details so well known they'd raise instant suspicion. Which is why this particular choice gives the account an unexpected weight. It's too obvious, too predictable. Another example of this comes from one of the most controversial whistleblowers of all time, Dan Burisch described a Stargate beneath the Temple of Abydos in Egypt. A detail so close to the film Stargate that any liar with half a brain would never risk using it. It becomes a paradox, so blatantly derivative that it's either the sign of a terrible storyteller or someone simply describing what they believe to be true, unfiltered. The 4chan whistleblower is completely unapologetic in placing the facility in the Bermuda Triangle. And from there, the details get stranger, richer, and far more specific. He describes the structure as an enormous, smooth, burger-shaped object, with no lights, no visible windows, no cockpit, and no external signs of habitation. In his words, it was shaped like an extremely large UFO, more of a burger design. This thing doesn't glide or surface gracefully. It doesn't flash lights. It doesn't hover above the waves, greeting passing fishermen. It simply exists down there, silent, unseen, and unmoving, unless it needs to perform a task. According to him, it sits through hurricanes. It rarely moves unless a craft is being deployed or received. Its heat signatures only spike when building or breaking down a UAP. And its default state is deep, cold, and absolutely still. Quote, "It will sit through hurricanes and only move elsewhere to release or receive a UFO. The image this paints is not a fantastical alien city beneath the sea, a la James Cameron's The Abyss. It's a machine, a cold, industrial, automated platform, performing tasks with the indifference of a 3D printer. A carrier, not a base." The whistleblower reframes the facility not as a static base, but as something closer to a mobile factory ship. It feels more like a carrier, but with construction capability. That phrasing is important. It suggests the facility is not home for the beings behind the craft. Rather, it's an operational node, or worse, a kind of interstellar drone foundry. In this telling, UAPs aren't ancient relics. They aren't abandoned vehicles. They aren't visitors parking a saucer and briefly stretching their legs. They are products, designed, built, deployed, and later recycled. A factory in the ocean, a cosmic aircraft carrier hidden beneath the waves. Another important detail: most of the craft the US tracks very rarely travel far from this facility. Quote, "They don't go far from home base." This conflicts with the idea of UAPs roaming the world freely or hopping continents on a nightly basis. Instead, we get the picture of a localized ecosystem, with the Bermuda Triangle at the center of an operational radius, like a hive sending out drones. The whistleblower describes only 2 moments when the facility becomes detectable: when a craft arrives and is broken down, and when a new craft is being built. It normally doesn't produce heat outright. A small heat buildup can be detected when it's being broken back down into parts or assembled. This is a highly specific, highly logical detail, one of many throughout his testimony. It sounds less like science fiction and more like clandestine intelligence briefings. What also stands out is the timing. When he wrote this AMA in April 2023, USOs, or unidentified submerged objects, were not the dominant theory they are today. Certainly present in the lore, but nowhere near the mainstream conversation they've since become. Today, the underwater angle has become almost unavoidable. Admiral Tim Gallaudet openly discusses undersea anomalies. Congressman Tim Burchett brings up USOs constantly. The Pentagon's own reports acknowledge transmedium craft. Researchers like Richard Dolan have mapped USO sightings back decades. But at the time, the public conversation was dominated by Tic Tacs, Navy footage, FLIR encounters, and the Grush build-up. Underwater theory was a side niche, and yet the whistleblower's foundational claim is it was always the ocean. When asked whether the Bermuda Triangle unit is the only one, he hesitates. He implies there may be more. Quote, "I suspect there may be, since we only watched the Atlantic. The mention of something in the Arctic was weird and brief." Later he acknowledges hearing whispers about a Mediterranean presence as well. Which brings us to a long-standing anomaly in ufology. Sightings cluster around tectonic boundaries, deep trenches, and regions of unusual magnetic activity. Not proof, but again, resonance. In one of his more understated comments, he suggests the facility itself may be capable of leaving Earth entirely. We suspect the construction facility is capable of space travel as well. If true, that transforms the entire concept. This isn't an alien base on Earth. It's a ship that's parked here. So is it one facility, or one of several? The whistleblower never confirms more than one, but the hints he drops, the Arctic comments, the Mediterranean suggestions, the home base logic, the directional patterns of inbound craft, leave the door wide open. And in the broader landscape of ufology, we find compelling parallels. The Malibu platform anomalies, the undersea structures mapped off Japan, the Arctic USO incidents dating back to World War II, Cold War reports of underwater craft outrunning nuclear subs, the repeated mention of objects entering the ocean like it wasn't even there. The Bermuda Triangle might be the one he was assigned, but perhaps not the only one in operation. The takeaway is simple. According to this whistleblower, the world of UFOs is not a sky phenomenon at all. It's an ocean phenomenon, with a single colossal machine at its centre. Now let's explore what happens when humans approach it, and why almost no one ever comes back. Before we go any further with the technicalities of UFO construction or the philosophical implications of the Zookeeper Doctrine, we have to confront the single most violent and unsettling claim the whistleblower makes. This mobile construction facility is armed, and its weapon doesn't just destroy targets, it deletes them. No fireball, no reports of debris, no mayday calls, no time to react. Just a moment where a jet exists in the world, and the next moment it does not. This is the part of the testimony that reads less like science fiction and more like the classified fragments of an incident report no one was ever meant to see. When asked whether the US has ever attempted to engage or approach the construction facility with force, the whistleblower is remarkably direct. Quote, "The last unit we saw approach the facility didn't even have time to communicate they were being attacked before it was over. A US operation was launched with serious intent, involving fighters and a submarine. His summary of what happened is chilling. Everything except the sub was lost." And he goes further. This weapon destroys the matter it hits entirely. It also shits on anything electronic in the vicinity. There are moments in UFO history where pilots describe sudden loss of instruments, propulsion collapse, or entire systems going dark. But nothing quite like this. This isn't jamming or an EMP. This isn't misidentification. This is annihilation. Pure, instantaneous, absolute. The pilot, he says, quote, "likely had no idea it was a suicide mission." The horror of that line isn't just the destruction, it's the asymmetry. We sent humans. They responded with physics. One of the most striking claims he makes is that the construction facility appears capable of distinguishing intent. We believe the construction facility has learned what is and isn't hostile. If the approach is benign, it simply sinks into deeper water or moves away. If the approach is aggressive, its military systems lock on. If the posture changes from surveillance to confrontation, it fires. With the precision of something that doesn't need to interpret human signals or negotiate human nuance. An AI doesn't weigh diplomacy. It doesn't hesitate. It doesn't wonder if maybe the pilot panicked or misread a radar lock. It sees a threat. It removes the threat. Zero moral calculus. Zero psychological conflict. Just execution of an instruction. Though the facility avoids harming civilians, the whistleblower does acknowledge rare exceptions. It doesn't fire on civilian boats. Exceptions apply. We have seen one or two go missing after sharp turns, etc. This raises haunting possibilities. Was it misclassification, a misread maneuver, an accidental lock-on, or just an algorithm working from parameters humans haven't quite understood? Even the lack of visible weaponry is unsettling. He notes, no visible weapons or cockpit from satellite footage. Whatever destroys matter is either internal to the craft or something beyond our ability to visually interpret, a directed energy system that leaves nothing behind. There's another moment, mentioned only in passing, but quite significant. The whistleblower claims the facility once initiated some kind of launch sequence during a moment of heightened global tension. They have started launch sequences before. We suspect they were tests on something they are dealing with. That phrasing, what they are dealing with, implies defensive preparation, not an offensive operation, not an invasion or an attack. A test, a systems check, a readiness posture. This aligns disturbingly well with the idea that the NHI operate under rules of engagement, where human nuclear escalation is the real trigger, and ufology itself has a long memory of incidents matching this pattern. Malmstrom Air Force Base, 1967. Nuclear missiles disabled. Burchard, a once Soviet base in Ukraine, 1982. Missiles inexplicably entered launch mode, briefly. The whistleblower's testimony slots neatly into this pattern. But again, his Ask Me Anything predates the current surge in nuclear UFO discourse. Just as the USO angle was early, so too was this. So what do we make of a weapon that erases matter with no heat signature and no forewarning? What do we make of an AI that distinguishes hostile and non-hostile, based not on human intuition, but on whatever alien logic tree governs its responses? What do we make of a facility that retaliates with instant, unstoppable force, but otherwise avoids engagement entirely? This does not read like conquest, nor curiosity. It does not read like punishment. It reads like defense, but a defense carried out by something that cannot empathize with what it's defending against. It is the coldest form of protection imaginable, a machine promising its directive with the emotional richness of a spreadsheet. Which brings us to a profoundly uncomfortable parallel. The whistleblower may not have intended it, but this chapter of his story unintentionally mirrors our own trajectory here on Earth. We are already developing autonomous drones, autonomous targeting, autonomous threat classification, and autonomous response systems. When it becomes practical, it will be allowed to make the decision between life and death. But worse than that, there's a growing recognition that AI does not share human values. It does not feel compassion. It cannot be guilted, reasoned with, or frightened. The phrase, "Please, I have children," means as much to an autonomous system as it does to a light switch. This is precisely the kind of defense behavior we see in the whistleblower's claims. A system that reacts correctly and with no room for mercy. A system that doesn't negotiate, doesn't second guess, and doesn't hesitate. In that sense, the construction facility may not be an alien base at all, but a warning. A glimpse of what happens when a civilization grows so advanced that it hands its weapons and its survival to something that thinks in pure logic, or perhaps doesn't think in any way we understand. So we end this chapter with a contradiction. The facility seems defensive. Its behaviour suggests fear or caution, not aggression. It flees from civilian vessels. It avoids crowded waters. It only fires when threatened. And yet its chosen method of defense is so absolute, final, irreversible. Not a warning shot, no radio broadcasts, just deletion. It's the kind of efficiency only a machine could love. In the next chapter, we'll explore the craft this machine creates, the drones, the built to spec vessels, and why their shapes, tools, and internal architecture reveals much about the minds of whoever or whatever designed them. Across the entire history of ufology, one question lingers without a satisfying answer. Why do UFOs look so different? We have discs, we have tic-tacs, we have orbs, cigars, diamonds, eggs, spheres, even jellyfish. Craft with windows, craft with lights, craft perfectly smooth and featureless. Two witnesses can even stand side by side, watch the same object, and walk away describing two different shapes. Even Bob Lazar, who claimed to have seen 9 distinct craft, each with its own design and interior layout, was never told why they differed. But tonight's whistleblower does give an answer, and it might be the most practical explanation ever placed on the table. According to our anonymous source, the construction facility in the Atlantic Ocean does not mass produce anything. It doesn't churn out fleets of identical sources. It doesn't have a standard model or a preferred design. It builds one craft at a time, each engineered specifically around the mission it is meant to perform. He put it plainly. Each UFO is made for a single mission, unless it's kept. You don't make 6 of the same. The craft isn't the product. The mission is the product. The craft is simply the shell built around the tools. To explain this, the whistleblower uses an analogy so simple, you can visualize it instantly. The UFO is shaped like the inside contents, like wrapping tinfoil around food on a plate. This one metaphor does more to unify decades of conflicting UFO reports than any theory before it. Different shapes don't mean different species, different eras, or different civilizations. They mean different equipment inside. A long sensor array could mean a long craft, a dense core of instruments, some sort of sphere. The craft's form follows its function, literally. The variety of shapes witnessed globally is simply the variety of missions undertaken by the same underwater construction facility. And then comes one of his more controversial statements. Triangles don't exist. This throws a wrench into famous cases like the Belgian wave of 89 and 90, the Phoenix Lights wedge formation, and countless modern sightings of black triangles. But of course, the prevailing theory in ufology today is that triangle craft are in fact US-made, reverse-engineered UFOs, the TR-3B. To continue, from the whistleblower's engineering point of view, hard edges make no sense. These craft are built around internal components and wrapped in a smooth shell that distributes gravity, energy, and pressure evenly. Sharp angles would be inefficient, structurally unstable, and incompatible with the gravity-based propulsion system. Inside, the vessels follow the same minimalistic logic. Low ceilings, smooth internal surfaces, narrow confined spaces, equipment-centered layouts. These aren't starships or living spaces. Instead, think of them as cordless power tools in vehicle form. Everything is there to support whatever scientific or observational function the craft was created for. Because each craft is bespoke, the interiors vary wildly. Labs equipped for genetic sampling, environmental analysis chambers, sensor cores, biological examination rooms, transport bays for equipment or specimens. Years of UFO lore have described rooms like these, but none have tied them to a coherent manufacturing and mission philosophy. Then we arrive at one of the rarest and most striking types, craft with windows. When asked, the whistleblower replies, "Yes, some have windows. They look like buses." These appear to be transport craft, used when multiple biological occupants are on board. They are larger, apparently less maneuverable, and far more valuable to intelligence analysts, because windows suggest occupancy rather than automation. It also aligns with decades of eyewitness testimony describing motherships or large carriers deploying smaller craft. One of the more intriguing vehicles he mentions throughout the AMA are small, bright, flying devices he called hammers. We won't go deep into these here, we'll return to them later, but it's notable that many orb sightings match their described behaviour. For now, remember this: for all intents and purposes, they are tools, not craft. Once a mission is complete, most return to the construction facility, where they are dismantled and repurposed. They strip parts, substitute parts, shift parts around. This practice makes reverse engineering extremely difficult. Recovered craft are rarely intact. Often, they are empty shells, missing power cores, missing tools, missing critical components. Even when intact pieces are recovered, the materials themselves are nearly impossible to work with. They dissipate heat more efficiently than anything we can manufacture. They don't warp under forces that should destroy steel. They fail to bond with our alloys. When craft are described as empty shells, which is surprisingly common, ufologists point to the idea of technology so advanced that we can't even recognize it when we see it. But what tonight's whistleblower alludes to is the idea that we may just be seeing the remains, the shell of what a craft once was, possibly discarded in the pursuit of higher efficiency. Another unusual detail concerns no-fly zones for these craft. He mentions that some regions on Earth are avoided entirely due to historical failures. Quote, "There are places they won't fly over because of past problems." This suggests the construction facility retains memory of past incidents and adapts its mission routes accordingly. Another hint of AI-driven behaviour. Finally, he describes a type of craft rarely encountered, but deeply coveted by US intelligence. The freighter type is the one everyone wants. These cigar-shaped giants may serve as long-range transport, command platforms, supply centres, or mobile bases of their own. They map neatly onto ufology's longest-standing archetype, the mothership. From Kenneth Arnold in 1947 to modern Navy sightings, these elongated structures have appeared across continents and decades. I may be wrong, but this could be the first time a whistleblower has provided a coherent engineering worldview that explains the chaotic diversity of global UFO sightings. Craft aren't built to be beautiful. They aren't built to be iconic. They aren't built to be piloted like aircraft. They are best described as mission envelopes, constructed around a single piece of exotic technology. And that brings us to the heart of the entire system. Because everything, The shapes, heat signatures, shimmering distortions, gravity anomalies, impossible turns, mind-bending acceleration. All of it comes back to one thing: the power source sealed inside every craft. In the next chapter, let's step into the engine room and examine the extraordinary substance that makes these vessels possible. A substance we all know and love. Element 115. If there is one idea in all of ufology that has 9 lives, one idea that refuses to die no matter how loudly mainstream physics protests, it's Element 115. Ever since Bob Lazar introduced it in 1989 as the exotic fuel powering the craft he claimed to have worked on, Element 115 has sat at the heart of the tension between belief and disbelief. For some, it's the ultimate red flag. For others, it's the ultimate anchor point. And in many ways, the credibility of several whistleblowers, Lazar, Dan Burisch, and tonight's anonymous 4chan insider, rests on the validity of this single claim. Before we dive into what the whistleblower actually says, let's acknowledge something clearly. Element 115, as described in UFO lore, has nothing in common with moscovium on our periodic table. The version of Element 115 synthesized in the early 2000s is unstable, radioactive, and decays in milliseconds. It has no gravitational qualities, no exotic properties, nothing remotely like what Lazar suggested decades ago. Mainstream science rejects the claim entirely. Fair enough, it's a wild statement. But it's worth remembering. Science has rejected other wild ideas before. Black holes were once considered absurd. Quasi-crystals were declared impossible. The quantum vacuum was mocked until the Casimir effect proved it real. Even continental drift was ridiculed for half a century. Occasionally, paradigms shift overnight. And here's where I stand. If stable Element 115 does not exist, then these whistleblowers are lying. Full stop. Case closed. Which means this chapter rests on a single tension. Are Lazar, Burisch, and our whistleblower telling the truth? Or are they all wrong together? At the time of the 4chan AMA in April 2023, Element 115 was already falling out of favour in the community. Instead, 0 point energy, pushed heavily by Stephen Greer, discussed by Hal Puthoff since the late 80s, had become the more popular explanation for UAP propulsion. If the AMA were a fabrication, 0 point would have been the path of least resistance. It's trendy, it feels more scientific, and it doesn't rely on a stable isotope mainstream physics says shouldn't exist. But our whistleblower didn't choose 0 point energy. He stuck with Element 115, even as the community drifted away from it. To me, that decision is worth noting, because it brings us to a simple and slightly uncomfortable question. Who's wrong? Element 115 or 0 point energy? Both can't be false if these whistleblowers are telling the truth, yet both can't be true, as they're typically described. In my episode 0 Point Energy and Element 115, The Truth About UFO Power, link in the description, I lay out a possibility that reconciles this tension, that both may exist but serve different functions in the same technological ecosystem. For tonight's discussion, we're going to hold both possibilities lightly and focus on what this particular whistleblower actually claims. Because according to him, Element 115 isn't outdated mythology. It's the beating heart of every craft that facility ever built. The whistleblower's explanation of Element 115 is consistent, concise, and like everything Element 115 related, fantastical. Quote, E115 produces a weak gravity field. This by itself would rewrite physics. Second, it is normally sealed inside the craft. Only one trained technician is allowed to extract it. Improper handling is dangerous and potentially catastrophic. This echoes Lazar's claims that access to the material was heavily restricted and that unshielded exposure may have been hazardous. Third, 3 to 7 gravity engines amplify it. These engines bend, intensify, and shape the gravitational field around the craft. And this is where the magic begins. One of the most distinctive visual signatures of UAP behaviour is the sudden jittering, flickering jump seen when these craft are observed. The whistleblower describes it. Quote, it causes a stagger effect due to time distortion. This aligns with Bob Lazar's original descriptions, Hal Puthoff's recent warp field modelling, multiple infrared videos, the Tic Tac's sudden disappearance, and Commander David Fravor's own words. When these craft accelerate, they don't move through air. They move through bent time. It's not magic, but their engines distort the geometry of space-time around them. The US, he says, has attempted to synthesize its own version of Element 115, beyond the experiments performed in Dubna, Russia, in the early 2000s. Quote, the US has a shitty variant. Here he outlines our necessity to extract more Element 115 from recovered craft, setting aside a small portion of it for continued research, and the rest recycled for future use. He also drops one of his more surprising claims. China, he says, successfully reverse-engineered one specific device. China reverse-engineered a mining beam tool. And again, it works, but only briefly. Due to our lack of understanding of Element 115, it operates for only a few seconds before losing power. Coincidentally, independent intelligence reports indicate that China's directed energy programs have accelerated dramatically in recent years. But propulsion? Still out of reach. Which brings us to the central argument of the entire chapter. The craft are interesting, but Element 115 is priceless. Recovered craft can teach us something: materials science, optics, manufacturing techniques. But without Element 115, a UFO is nothing more than exotic scrap metal. A beautiful corpse. The power source is what matters. The power source is what moves the craft, bends time. The power source is what the construction facility must protect at all costs. This is why entire branches of intelligence mobilize the second a craft goes down, not because they need the craft intact, but because inside it may sit a sealed unit of element 115 that could change the world overnight. Reverse engineering the fuel is everything. The whistleblower never says this outright, but the implication is obvious. Stable element 115 is the rarest, most valuable resource on Earth. We can't make it, we can barely study it, and without it, every UFO represents a locked treasure chest with no key to open. In the next chapter, let's shift from engines to the strange, luminous tools found inside the craft themselves. The scanners, the hammers, the surgical devices, and the technology used during abductions. A toolkit as alien as the craft that carry it. If the craft themselves feel strange, the things found inside them feel stranger. When the whistleblower describes walking into a recovered UAP, it doesn't sound like entering a cockpit, or a command center, or even a lab as we understand it. He makes it sound like stepping into a toolbox, built by a completely different kind of mind, one that sees biology, energy, and matter as things to read, shape, and rearrange with unnerving ease. Tonight, we open that toolbox, and the first thing we find is small, bright, and very much alive in its behaviour. Across thousands of sightings, people describe tiny balls of light that flit, dance, hover, peek through windows, or drift across treetops, as if searching for something. For decades, these orbs have been treated like a separate phenomenon. Ghost lights, earth lights, plasma entities, whatever explanation people could reach for. The whistleblower collapses them into a single category. He calls them hammers, and describes them in the simplest possible way. They're bright and they fly around. Little drones, little scouts. He says they have full 360-degree sensory capability, a rolling halo of perception. They zip ahead of missions to map the terrain, scan for biological life, and analyze whatever the craft is there to observe. And suddenly, many pieces of ufology click into place. The Hesdalen lights, the Marfa lights, the glowing spheres over Nimitz, the dancing lights filmed repeatedly in Brazil, even the clusters filmed over San Diego, the whistleblower says, those were hammers in a swarm, performing a large-scale environmental survey. Not craft, or extraterrestrial beings, just tools doing their job. One of the more intriguing ideas put forward in the AMA is that the lights on UFOs aren't lights at all, at least not in the way aircraft use them. They're signals, not necessarily for humans, but for the system itself, for whatever intelligence coordinates these missions. The whistleblower gives us a simple key to decode them. He says that when a craft glows orange, it's searching, scanning minerals or biological life. We've seen this behaviour for decades. Quiet orange spheres hovering low to the ground, drifting above fields and forests, as if tasting the air. when the craft shifts to red, that's not a warning for us. It's a warning within the system. A defensive posture, like a clenched fist. And when you see white, that isn't illumination. Allegedly, it's the signature of a weapon firing. The moment space-time is being twisted violently into something it wasn't before. White is not a light. It's a byproduct of a tear. This simple colour code, if true, explains a staggering number of sightings across the world. In my opinion, it's a novel and creative idea. Another interesting detail is the claim that these craft can detect camera lenses, but only when operating in certain modes. Under those conditions, a craft can sweep for reflective surfaces, identifying binoculars, glass lenses, rifle scopes, infrared sensors, and even the polished metal inside a camera. This suddenly explains why so many sightings seem to vanish the moment someone lifts a phone, or why military pilots complain their optics freeze the second they try to lock on. To them, a lens isn't a threat, it's a disruption to mission parameters, and they simply adjust accordingly. The interior tools of some craft described by the whistleblower don't sound like technology so much as instruments from a future we aren't built to understand. He talks about a thin sheet of metal that lets you see bones as if the body were transparent. Just a sheet. No need for radiation, no electric hum, no glowing. You simply hold it near the flesh, and the structure underneath reveals itself. He mentions a smooth silver oval ball that changes colour when brought close to energy sources, a kind of handheld spectrometer, but one that feels more alive than mechanical. There are also surgical devices, tweezers that seem too precise for human hands, injectors designed to place pill-like objects deep beneath the skin, a tool allegedly used to scramble coherent thought, leaving a person dazed, childlike, unable to form any kind of resistance. Many abductees describe this exact state, the fog that falls over the mind like sedation, without drugs. The whistleblower's descriptions fit very neatly into decades of testimony from people who never met and never read the same stories. He also mentions rooms or compartments fitted with genetic equipment, compact mobile labs built into the skin of the craft itself. And he emphasizes something that often gets overlooked. These missions aren't only about us. The NHI sample animals just as often as humans, monitoring ecosystems, tracking illnesses, studying environmental stress. The planet is the subject. Humans are just one of many data points. Among the recovered devices, one stands apart, a control interface that responds to thought, not emotion or desire, and not imagination, but focused cognition. He says that if you hold the device and think in a directed way, it performs the intended function. But if you're distracted or emotionally erratic, it fails to operate properly. Tales of technology responding to emotions is something we've heard several times from many contactees across the decades. Controls that feel organic, that respond to awareness, that seem to lean toward the operator's intention. It is one of the few recurring motifs that spans every era of UFO lore. And here, the AMA gives it a physical form. When you pull all these details into one place, a picture forms. The orbs aren't craft, they're scouts. The lights aren't displays, they're status indicators. The tools aren't surgical curiosities, they're standardized instruments for biological assessment. The shimmering, the distortion, the vanishing when filmed, all emerge from the same gravity-driven architecture. Nothing is random, nothing is symbolic, nothing is mystical. This is a system operating with cold mechanical precision, across decades, perhaps centuries. A system designed, it seems, not to conquer, not to communicate, not to enlighten, but simply to monitor. In the next chapter, we meet the beings tied to that system, or at least the biological remnants left behind in the wreckage. Because to understand the tools, we must understand the hands that once held them. For almost a century now, the figure of the Grey has stood at the edge of our collective imagination. A small, slight-bodied silhouette with long limbs, smooth skin, and eyes that look through you rather than at you. It's an image so enduring that even people who know nothing about UFOs can sketch it from memory. But our whistleblower's perspective isn't based on elaborate encounters or years of classified biological study. He never portrays himself as the alien coroner or the insider who spent nights locked in a cold room with a specimen. His knowledge comes from somewhere quieter. The fragments, and briefings, and passing glances that drift through a deeply compartmentalized program. His picture of the beings isn't complete, nor is it confident, and it isn't cinematic, but it is strangely consistent with itself, with ufological history, and occasionally with moments in our culture we still can't explain. The whistleblower is clear about the limits of what he knows. He says he had, quote, intimate knowledge of what the US currently knows about UFOs, minus the last 2 years. But his focus was on the craft, propulsion, construction, and the strange facility in the Atlantic. He admits openly that information about the beings themselves came to him second-hand. Quote, most of what I know about them was passed along to us. A lot of it was rumour. He says he saw 2 corpses, briefly, but not in a context where he could examine them. His descriptions are therefore sparse, but, unsurprisingly, aligned with the archetype we already know. From the brief moments he witnessed, and from the information relayed to him internally, the beings are small, slight-bodied, hairless, greyish or pale, with holes for ears, and unusually tolerant of bright light. He never describes emotion, expression, or purpose in their faces. Just a form, compact and functional, and strangely anonymous. He says nothing about clothing beyond noting the absence of personal items or any sort of cultural markers. In his words, we never recovered anything that looked like culture. No symbols or writing, no tools that looked handcrafted, certainly no sentimental value, just technology and the bodies required to operate it. One detail he repeats is that all recovered bodies were male presenting. He doesn't speculate wildly, he simply reports the internal interpretation. They were all male, that's why most think they're military. This conclusion, that the beings are a type of biological worker bee, or operational force, matches an interpretation that has quietly circulated within military circles for decades. They aren't explorers or diplomats. They're deployed personnel carrying out specialized tasks. The question of sentience is left open. They could be biomechanical, machine, or something in between. Either way, their behaviour reframes their presence as logistical, not cultural. Another detail passed down to him is particularly clinical. They don't come back for the bodies. He says the beings simply do not attempt recovery after a crash. No extraction missions, no retrieval craft. This behaviour does not resemble any human military doctrine we've ever known. It suggests that the individuals are expendable, or they're not individuals in our sense at all. Or perhaps the cost of retrieving exceeds the value of the fallen, or recovery isn't part of the mission profile. Whatever the reason, it paints a picture of a species or a system with a radically different relationship to life and death. Within the project, he says, there are two main theories, neither confirmed, but both debated. The first, they arrived roughly 100 years ago. This theory ties their arrival to the early 20th century, coinciding with the surge in sightings around World War I, World War II, and the onset of the atomic era. Craft appear, encounters escalate, technology spikes, monitoring intensifies. It fits neatly with the idea that the construction facility is a recent installation. In light of our technological advancements as a species, we're now a concern worthy of monitoring, like a kid who's just found his dad's gun. And the second theory, that they've been here for thousands of years. It suggests that these beings may have been present since ancient times, their existence faintly echoed in early Sumerian stories and prehistoric depictions of strange, observing figures. The Whistleblower doesn't endorse this fully. He simply says the theory exists, among those with deeper access than his own. There's a moment in the AMA that stands out for its unexpected honesty. When asked about the 1994 aerial school encounter in Zimbabwe, where dozens of children reported small beings communicating with them, he responds that certain physical details match, but not the telepathic warnings, not the Save the Earth messages, just the descriptions of the beings, their size, proportions, the way they moved, the overall silhouette. But he can't validate the entire encounter. He just acknowledges that some parts sound familiar. And given how rarely he endorses any mainstream UFO case, that alone is noteworthy. Another idea that circulated inside the program was the possibility of psionics. Quote, "Some thought they used psionics. I don't know." Although talk of telepathy, and consciousness merging with craft has been around in ufology for decades. The phrase psionics was only popularized 2 years after the AMA took place. Regardless, decades of abduction reports describing encounters where communication was not auditory, but instantaneous and mental in nature. Another detail he mentions is the being's apparent lack of interest in any human belief system. They do not engage with religion. They do not comment on it. They do not appear to even acknowledge it. But human leadership does. He repeats that those in charge fear religious panic far more than technological panic. The beings themselves seem indifferent, but the impact of their existence is what worries those at the top. So what picture do we now have? Certainly no intimacy, no full disclosure, not a catalogued species profile. What the whistleblower offers is a portrait painted from the edges, the silhouette that appears when you take dozens of small, indirect pieces and lay them side by side. For all intents and purposes, these are the greys. Small, engineered looking, lacking any sort of cultural identifiers, organised by function, not individuality, operating in task-specific roles, unconcerned with retrieving their dead, possibly deployed within a larger hierarchy, indifferent to human belief systems. All in all, shaped by a logic that feels closer to the system architecture than any alien civilization. These aren't little green men, and they aren't spiritual messengers of modern mythology. They're instruments, biological tools, utilized by whatever intelligence built the construction facility and deployed the missions around Earth. And to understand their purpose, we have to understand the doctrine that governs their actions. And for this, we return to the rulebook behind the phenomenon, the Zookeeper Doctrine. If the previous chapter revealed who these beings might be, this chapter reveals why they're here. Not through myth or prophecy, not through utopian language of contactee literature, but through the cold, oddly bureaucratic pattern the whistleblower describes inside his program. A pattern that echoes one of the oldest theories in ufology, the zoo hypothesis, the idea that humanity is not alone, not ignored, but managed, observed, sampled, adjusted when necessary, left alone when things are calm, intervened upon only when something threatens the long-term trajectory of Earth's ecosystem. And the whistleblower puts it in terms as stark as they are familiar. Quote, "They act like keepers of a zoo, uninterested in the daily life of wildlife, until there's a problem." It is one of the most revealing lines in the entire document, because it reframes everything. The craft, beings, tools, and silence. Everything becomes clearer when you see it through the eyes of a wildlife manager, not a visitor from the stars. One of the consistent threads in the whistleblower's description is that the NHI do not care about individual humans. They don't care about our stories, our beliefs, our personal struggles, and our societies. Their focus is planetary. He says their interest is in the biosphere, ecosystem stability, large-scale threats, and long-term planetary health. In short, They're not here because they love us. They're not here because they fear us. And not because they want to enlighten us. But because Earth is something they monitor the way a conservation biologist monitors a preserve, a place of interest, a site of study, a system worth maintaining. And we, almost 8 billion noisy primates, are part of that system. But, ultimately, not the centre of it. The Whistleblower describes 3 categories that reliably draw their attention. We see these echoes across modern sightings, declassified military reports, and historical lore going back at least 70 years. Nuclear tension. This one is universal in ufology. From the 1940s onwards, UFOs have appeared around nuclear sites with obsessive consistency. The Whistleblower confirms, quote, "They watch nuclear posturing and testing for long periods of time. Malmstrom, Vandenberg, Rendlesham Forest, the Nimitz. It's the longest running theme in modern history of the phenomenon." Global conflict. The Whistleblower uses surprisingly emotional language here. He says they become extremely upset by the threat of major war. Not the small conflicts or the regional tensions, but the kind of existential, civilization-scale conflict that threatens the planet's health as an ecosystem. This aligns eerily with the spike in sightings during World War II, the Cold War, and moments of nuclear brinkmanship. Then there's disease. He mentions Ebola specifically. The beings showed interest during the outbreak. Whether they were monitoring viral spread, mutation, or simply tracking the stress response of a biological ecosystem is unknown. But the implication is clear. Large-scale disease counts as a planetary threat. Environmental disasters. He mentions Fukushima, where sightings were reportedly recorded for long periods of time. Once again, not observing individual humans, but monitoring radiation, water contamination, and the food chain stress. A biological scanning mission on a planetary scale. Though he is careful not to drift into abduction lore too indulgently, he acknowledges something important. Some human subjects are examined more than once. This isn't because they're special or gifted. They aren't chosen ones or spiritually significant. They're simply part of a sample group, a data set. The way wildlife biologists tag and re-tag the same animals across decades, even examining their offspring. In this context, abductions become something colder, a study design, a long-term biological tracking of a species under environmental pressure. We're just animals. One of the most revealing ideas is that the beings do, in fact, show emotion, but not toward us. Their agitation, as the Whistleblower frames it, is directed at what we might do to the planet. Mass extinction, runaway climate shifts, nuclear exchange, irreversible biosphere damage. Their reactions appear reactive, not proactive. This is a defining characteristic of the zoo hypothesis, as articulated by John Ball in the 70s. They are not here to help us. They are here to manage the reserve. The Whistleblower also drops a small, quiet line that feels almost accidental. He hints that part of their role may in fact be to prevent other groups from interacting with Earth, a kind of cosmic border patrol. This is not new in ufology. Jacques Vallée, Ingo Swann, Paul Benowitz, David Grush, and many others have hinted at factional divides of competing interests. But here, in this AMA, the idea emerges as a simple internal belief within the program. Earth is spoken for, and the beings we see are not explorers, they are overseers. When you zoom out and place these ideas against the last century of sightings, you can see the pattern clearly. And it's not random. In fact, it's hardly whimsical. They aren't the movements of a species curious about humanity. They are the patrol routes of a manager, a guardian, a surveyor, a monitor of biosphere integrity. Perhaps the most humbling part of the whistleblower's doctrine is the utter lack of human centrality. We're not even the experiment. We're not being groomed for cosmic revelation. We just exist inside a system that is being monitored for reasons that may have nothing to do with our stories or our significance. In this telling, the beings are not villains or heroes, liberators or saviours. They're wildlife managers, watching a preserve enter a dangerous age. Now let's examine the human world, our governments, militaries, intelligence agencies, how we've responded to this quiet, often troubling stewardship. Because if they are watching us, we are definitely watching them. And the way we behave in that shadow reveals as much about us as it does them. So far, tonight has been about the world the 4chan whistleblower claims he stepped into. A world of autonomous craft, an underwater construction facility, and beings who treat the Earth as a living system rather than a civilization. But what happens on our side of the glass? What is it like for the humans tasked with managing something they do not control, cannot predict, and would never dare acknowledge publicly? Because the moment we realized we weren't alone, we behaved the way we always do. We built walls, we locked doors, we shredded the map and hid the pieces in different rooms, so no single person could see the whole picture. And in that maze of secrecy lies the story of how humanity responded. The whistleblower describes an architecture of secrecy so extreme that even the US Air Force is often kept out of the loop. His department, he says, operated above the USAF, a phrase that says everything and nothing all at once. The structure is so fragmented that people working inside the program barely understand what the others know. Information is not shared unless absolutely necessary. Compartmentalization becomes its own religion, the belief that truth itself is dangerous unless sliced into microscopic pieces. Inside this world, nobody has the full picture. Not generals or scientists, not even presidents, not even the teams who retrieve the craft. And that brings us to one of the strangest ritual processes in the story. Whenever a craft crashes, a well-practiced choreography unfolds, fast, silent, and decisive. The Whistleblower describes it not with theatrics, but with the weary familiarity of someone who has watched the machine run too many times to count. Team 1 arrives first. They secure the area, silence witnesses, remove anything biological. By the time anyone else arrives, the scene is sterilized of anything alive. Team 2 follows. This was his team. They enter the craft. Their job is scalpel-like. Retrieve the power source, extract navigation cores, collect any loose technology, catalogue anything that might be useful, and tag anything that might kill someone later. They aren't there to admire the craft, they're there to strip it. Team 3 arrives with the muscle. They load what remains of the craft onto transport vehicles. The hull, the framework, anything too heavy or inert for Team 2 to handle. They don't need to understand the technology. They just need to move it without dying. Team 4 cleans what's left behind. They erase the site, replace the soil, alter the terrain, seed false explanations, repair or remove contaminated infrastructure. By the time they are finished, you would never know anything had fallen from the sky. No part of this process is curious, much less scientific. It is methodical, ritualistic, and designed to ensure one thing: no other nation gets a piece. Everything, every budget, every compartment, every recovery exists for one purpose: reverse engineering. He talks about the effort with a mixture of pride and futility. There is a sense that the US has gained much and understood little. Stealth shaping came from it. So did improved targeting systems. Even modern laser programs, he says, are a crippled version of something seen inside recovered craft. But the core technologies, the materials, the gravity engines, the stable forms of Element 115, remain utterly beyond us. Humanity is chasing the reflection of a mountain in a pool of water. And yet we race away, because the fear is simple. If someone else figures it out first, the world changes overnight. The careful balance of power disappears. According to the Whistleblower, Russia and China have recovered craft. Not good ones, he says, but enough to join the game. Europe, he claims, is almost blind to the deeper layers. This is not a shared global mystery. This is a competition. A cold war inside the phenomenon. This echoes the sentiments of David Grush almost to a T. He also mentions that what limited cooperation existed between the US and Russia collapsed completely when the invasion of Ukraine began. Communication stopped. Technology sharing stopped. Even quiet back channels became impossible. And now, every nation sits alone with its secrets, its fragments, its own desperate race to discover something the others do not have. As we previously mentioned, he alleged that China managed to reverse engineer at least some of the technology. And at this point, the US is terrified that China will be the first nation to reveal the phenomenon publicly. Not necessarily for truth or for humanity, but for power. Imagine the global shift if China announced not only the existence of NHI, but their first successful replication of alien technology. In this race, disclosure is a weapon. The whistleblower also alleges that 2002 was an inflection point. Sightings increased, patterns shifted. The Atlantic facility changed behaviour. Monitoring ramped up. The program itself grew more paranoid and more active, more aggressively compartmentalized. He doesn't know what changed in 2002, only that something did, something big enough to make Washington nervous. It is one of the more intriguing threads in the entire AMA. To this day, it remains a mystery. Lastly, he talks about the Space Force. Publicly, it's a meme. Internally, he says, it serves two functions. It centralizes space-related intelligence, pulling the classified pieces into one supply chain. And it misdirects the public, providing an easy, non-threatening explanation for any influx of sightings. A modern shield for an ancient secret. A brand new label to point at when the skies behave strangely. The work continues elsewhere. Space Force is simply the stage curtain. In the end, what the whistleblower describes is not a global alliance hidden from the public. It is a rivalry, a paranoid, secretive, fear-driven scramble to be the first to understand something that refuses to be understood. Sounds about right. Russia searching alone in the dark, China pushing aggressively forward, the US hoarding every scrap it finds, Europe kept outside the deeper circles, back channels collapsing, Space Force absorbing attention, crash teams racing to sites, reverse engineering ongoing but never complete, and a phenomenon that doesn't care. It's the Cold War all over again. Only this time, the stakes are not territory, or ideology, or nuclear primacy. This time the stakes are who gets to decode the machinery of the universe first. After thousands of words, hundreds of answers, and one of the most unusual and interesting AMA threads in the history of ufology, the whistleblower's story comes to a quiet end. No dramatic confession, no final revelation, no sudden cinematic twist, just a series of closing reflections, brief, almost fragile, in which he lets slip a little of what he really thinks. Because for all the detail he shared, for all the technical fragments and departmental rumours and glimpses into the machinery of secrecy, his closing thoughts were the most human. The first thing he says is that the phenomenon changed him. Not through contact or fear or even awe, but through the implications, the scale of it, the indifference of it, the realization that humanity is not the centre of the story we're living in. At one point he writes simply, "I don't believe in God anymore." Not as an attack, but as a natural consequence of seeing something so far outside the boundaries of any theology he knew. He also speaks about the emotional cost, the strain on his marriage, the stress of the work, the ache of carrying secrets that cannot be shared and won't be believed even if they were. His terminal diagnosis was a reminder that behind the claims, behind the technology and secrecy, there is a person whose life was burning down around him, while the internet judged whether he was real or a very clever hoax. As the AMA drew to a close, he allowed himself a few moments of speculation. This is not insider knowledge, but his own private sense of the bigger picture. He believed the beings were military, not autonomous wanderers, but deployed personnel from a larger system. He believed the Atlantic facility might be older than modern history, perhaps far older. He wasn't certain, he admits that much, but the idea seemed to fit the edges of the puzzle. He suspected there may be other facilities elsewhere on the planet, in regions hinted at by odd patterns in sightings. He wondered whether humanity's nuclear age triggered a new phase of monitoring and observation, and whether our wars, our disasters, and our planetary turmoil were watched more closely than we care to imagine. He believed that if disclosure ever comes, it will not come from benevolent beings descending from the sky, or from a brave government stepping forward, but simply from the collapse of secrecy itself. A leak too large to plug, a sighting too public to deny, a revelation forced by circumstance. And then, just as quietly as it began, the Ask Me Anything ended. No farewell post, no final message, no closure. One moment he was answering questions with alarming candour, and the next, nothing. Silence. Users returned to the thread for days afterwards, asking if he was still there, if he was all right, if he would ever come back. But he never did. The whistleblower who had written that people would return to this AMA in the future, again and again, to verify things in retrospect, simply vanished. No further posts, follow-ups, no second leak, no new username, nothing. Just a single strange thread floating in the endless ocean of the internet. Too detailed to dismiss, too unverifiable to confirm, but, in my opinion, too haunting to forget. In the years that followed, no one claiming to be him has resurfaced. No matching writing style, no continuation, no deathbed addendum, no part 2. Not even a victory lap of a creative writer saying, "Got you." If his story was true, perhaps his illness took him. If it wasn't, perhaps he simply walked away. Either way, the silence feels deliberate, the kind of absence that leaves an outline behind it. And as time goes on, as the UAP debate intensifies, as governments reluctantly acknowledge that something is in the sky, people find themselves returning to that old thread, scrolling through those old lines, wondering, did he know something? Did he guess well? Did he tell the truth? Or did he just tell a story better than anyone expected? Here at the Dreamland Motel, that is where we leave it. Not with answers. You should know by now that answers are a luxury we do not have. but with curiosity, skepticism, with imagination, and with the sense that somewhere out there, beneath the Atlantic, a silent facility continues its work, whether we believe in it or not. Thank you for spending the night with us. If you'd like more journeys like this one, please subscribe to the channel, and you're welcome to share your thoughts below. And until next time, check in, tune out. If you're around my age, or perhaps a little older, and you've been interested in ufology for as long as I have, you might remember the late nights, dark rooms, screens set uncomfortably bright, leaning closer and closer to the monitor, scrolling through forums like abovetopsecret.com. For the uninitiated, it was a vibrant place, a digital crossroads for conspiracy, speculation, and wonder. And, like so many places of its kind, it eventually faded from view, joining the quiet graveyard of platforms like Tumblr, Bebo, and MySpace. But for a time, it was everything. I remember sitting there for hours, absorbing all that ufology had to offer. Bob Lazar, the Alien Interview, the Disclosure Project, and something called Aurora, an alleged hypersonic craft, a spiritual successor to the SR-71 Blackbird. Speeds beyond Mach 6, ceilings above 130,000 feet, powered, it was said, by a novel propulsion system, the Pulse Detonation Engine. At the time, I was obsessed. I remember scrolling past images of contrails broken into neat, repeating rings, tiny donut-shaped shockwaves that looked exactly like controlled explosions. Aurora felt like the future. A sleek isosceles triangle slicing through the upper atmosphere, a glimpse of something we weren't meant to know about yet. But what I didn't realize then was that I was only scratching the surface. Because since at least the 1950s, there have been persistent claims of an effort to engineer something far more radical, something altogether more alien. These are what Dr. Stephen Greer would later call man-made UFOs. Craft said to employ technologies that, if real, would make Aurora look like a paper aeroplane by comparison. And it's these vehicles that may underpin this entire series. The tools used to navigate the solar system, to defend an ever-expanding operational boundary, and perhaps one day to venture far beyond it. Tonight, in episode 2 of the Secret Space Program, we're going to explore those claims as carefully and as comprehensively as possible. In episode 1, we traced the outline of the program itself, Solar Warden. But every program has its components, its platforms, its tools, and that avenue of the story is every bit as rich as the mothership herself. So tonight, join me as we navigate this comprehensive guide to the alleged man-made UFOs. Before we begin, as always, if you enjoy what you hear, please consider liking, subscribing, and sharing the video. It helps keep the neon burning bright for lost travelers looking for somewhere to rest their feet. And do tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is for you. Now, step with me into room 3B as we continue our exploration of the secret space program. There are a number of problems within physics that currently refuse to age. Gravity is one of those problems. From the moment human beings first lifted themselves off the ground in powered flight, gravity revealed itself not as an enemy, but as a constant tax. Wings could bargain with it, engines could push against it, but gravity itself remains untouched, unimpressioned by innovation, unmoved by ambition. By the early 20th century, engineers and physicists had begun to recognize something quietly demoralizing. All known propulsion systems were compromises. They relied on forceful exchanges, burning fuel, expelling mass, pushing violently against air or vacuum. Every gain in speed or altitude came with heat, noise, and structural stress. If flight was ever to change fundamentally, gravity itself would have to be addressed, not metaphorically, but mechanically. This was not fringe thinking. It lived in serious laboratories, within military planning offices, and inside the notebooks of physicists attempting to unify the forces of nature. Einstein's general relativity, published in 1915, had reframed gravity not as a force at all, but as curvature, space and time bending under mass and energy. But once gravity was reimagined as geometry, a new question followed naturally, almost innocently. If mass and energy curve space-time, could space-time be curved on purpose? For strategists, the implications were staggering. A vehicle that could locally alter gravitational conditions, creating a pocket of reduced mass or artificial weightlessness, might no longer be bound by the familiar constraints of inertia. Extreme acceleration would no longer crush occupants. Right-angle turns would no longer tear structures apart. The goal was not speed. It was freedom. Freedom from lift surfaces, from fuel limitations, freedom from the sound barrier, the heat barrier, the orbital barrier. This was the quiet origin of what would later be called anti-gravity, not as science fiction, but as an unresolved engineering ambition. Among the first to attempt to cross that boundary between theory and apparatus was an American inventor whose name rarely appears in textbooks, but never fully disappears from classified margins. Thomas Townsend Brown. Brown's story does not begin with a breakthrough, but with an anomaly. In the 1920s, as a teenager experimenting with a Coolidge X-ray tube, Brown noticed something odd. When high voltage was applied, the tube appeared to shift, subtly, but unmistakably, in one direction. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't explosive. It was a lurch. And that quiet movement changed the direction of his life. Brown became convinced he was observing an interaction between electricity and gravity, not metaphorically, physically. He spent decades pursuing that intuition, moving through naval research environments, private laboratories, and defense-adjacent workspaces. His records are incomplete, his funding trails often opaque, but the pattern is clear. His work attracted sustained military attention. Brown did not chase applause. He chased innovation. By the mid-20th century, his experiments had evolved into disc-shaped and saucer-like devices he called gravitators. These were not conceptual sketches. They were physical objects, solid structures designed to generate propulsion without combustion or exhaust. At the heart of these devices was what came to be known as the Byfield-Brown effect. The setup was deceptively simple. An asymmetric capacitor, two electrodes of different sizes, separated by a dielectric material, was charged with extremely high voltage. When energized, the device produced a measurable thrust toward the smaller electrode. Observers described it as apparent lift. Brown claimed the effect persisted even under conditions that should have eliminated conventional explanations. He reported thrust in vacuum chambers. He reported results using solid dielectrics, where air movement, ionic wind, should not have been a factor. Mainstream physics remained unconvinced. Many researchers argued the effect was electrostatic, not gravitational. Charged particles interacting with their environment. Nothing more. And yet the military watched on. The interpretation was unresolved, but the behaviour was undeniable. Devices moved without propellers, without jets, without recoil. According to anecdotal accounts preserved in historical research, after witnessing a demonstration, physicist Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb, allegedly admitted he could not explain what he had seen. That uncertainty was enough. This was not a solved phenomenon, but it was a promising one. And in the language of defense research, promising questions are often more valuable than finished answers. Brown was not alone in asking them. Across the Atlantic, another nation, cornered, collapsing, and desperate, was pursuing similarly exotic ideas with far less restraint. In the final years of the Second World War, the Third Reich diverted extraordinary resources into Wunderwaffen, wonder weapons. This was not limited to rockets and jets. It extended into speculative physics, alternative propulsion concepts, and high-risk theoretical work that would not survive peer review, but might survive catastrophe. Much of this research was fragmented, poorly documented, or lost entirely. What remains are echoes, technical rumours, interrogation transcripts, and post-war reconstructions. Among these is the story of Die Glocke, the bell. Historically, Die Glocke is not evidence, it's just rumour. Its description originates primarily from post-war accounts attributed to SS officer Jakob Sporenberg, later retold by writer Igor Witkowski. There are no surviving blueprints, no verified test data. And yet the story persists. A bell-shaped device, counter-rotating cylinders, a mercury-based violet-coloured substance, claims of gravity distortion. Historians treat Die Glocke not as proof of success, but as a symbol of desperation-driven research, of how far engineers were willing to push into uncharted physics when conventional solutions were failing. What matters here is not whether Die Glocke worked. It's that similar questions were being asked, independently, under vastly different conditions. And when the war ended, those questions did not vanish. Through Operation Paperclip, the United States and its allies systematically relocated German scientific personnel. This was not a scavenger hunt for machines. It was a transfer of minds, of methods, and unresolved problems. Nearly all of Nazi Germany's most capable scientists were absorbed into Western research ecosystems. Their theoretical frameworks, particularly in rocketry and exotic propulsion, cross-pollinated with existing American efforts, including those already exploring electrogravitics. This distinction matters deeply. Paperclip did not deliver anti-gravity craft. It delivered unfinished thinking. And unfinished thinking does not always consolidate cleanly. Post-war military research was defined by compartmentalization. Programs were buried in black budgets. Information was siloed. Contractors operated with minimal cross-communication. In such an environment, it's entirely plausible, even likely, that parallel research trajectories continued without ever reconverging. Some under government oversight, others migrating quietly into private corporate structures. Not a single program, but many. Not a breakthrough moment, but a long, fragmented persistence. People refer to this program, or collection of, as the Legacy program. And I can't help but wonder, in the wake of Operation Paperclip, whose legacy was it? And what became of T. Townsend Brown? His story didn't end with a breakthrough. It faded into silence. After leaving the Navy, Brown slipped out of public view. His records reportedly sanitized, his work increasingly hidden behind ordinary explanations. Those who later studied his life suggest he learned to misdirect, demonstrating versions of his experiments that could be dismissed, while more provocative work quietly disappeared. To the public, he appeared to fail. He lived modestly, sometimes precariously, carrying the reputation of an inventor who never quite delivered. Privately, he never stopped thinking about gravity. He continued consulting on aerospace propulsion, proposed disc-shaped craft, and remained quietly involved at the edges of the emerging UFO conversation, briefly helping to found NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, one of the earliest civilian UFO research groups, before withdrawing again into the background. In his final years, living in Catalina, Brown spoke less like a scientist chasing recognition and more like someone guarding unfinished ideas. He died in 1985, leaving no confirmed technology behind, only fragments, rumours, and a sense that something important had been deliberately set aside. This is where the idea of man-made UFOs truly begins. Not with sightings, not with conspiracy culture, but with a century-long refusal to abandon the gravity problem. The first sighting is easy to dismiss, a trick of perspective, a strange aircraft, a moment of fatigue. But when the same shape returns, months later, years later, in different countries, under different skies, the mind begins to do something more tangible than belief. It begins to recognize. Long before any name circulated, long before acronyms and whispered program titles, people were already describing the same object. A large, dark triangle, moving low over populated areas, unhurried, almost considerate in its slowness. The reports began appearing in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Then they continue, across the American Midwest, along the East Coast, over rural England, across Belgium, the Netherlands, France. Different languages, different cultures, similar descriptions. Always the shape first. A triangle is not ambiguous. It does not blur easily into clouds or stars. It has edges, corners, and with it, presence. Witnesses often describe the moment of realization not as fear, but as confusion, because the object looks solid, not glowing, not translucent, not dreamlike, solid enough to block out the stars behind it. Many witnesses struggle to estimate size. Some say the size of a house, others say a football field. The numbers vary, but the feeling does not. Whatever it is, it feels too large to be where it is, too low, too close, too unannounced. And then there is the silence, or rather the near silence. People expect noise. They brace for it. Jets scream, helicopters chop the air. Even experimental aircraft announce themselves with effort. But the triangles often produce nothing more than a faint hum, described as electric, or magnetic, or like standing near a power substation. This absence of sound is not dramatic, it's unsettling. Witnesses describe looking around, expecting others to react. But cars keep driving, houses remain lit, dogs sometimes bark. The world continues, unaware that something deeply unfamiliar is passing overhead. The movement itself defies categorization. At times, the craft hover completely still, suspended without visible means of support. At other times, they drift forward at walking speed, or slower, so slow that witnesses pace them on foot or by car. This kind of controlled, low-speed flight violates everything taught about fixed-wing aircraft. And then, without warning, the behaviour changes. The triangle accelerates, not with a gradual build-up, not with strain or sound, but instantly, covering vast distance in seconds, often shooting straight upward or vanishing along a clean, angular trajectory. Witnesses describe the sensation as if the craft simply releases itself from the sky. There are turns too, sharp ones, clean geometry, movements that suggest inertia as either being managed or ignored entirely. These are not one-off stories. They repeat across decades, across borders, and across generations. Parents can report seeing them, then years later hear their children describe the same thing, using eerily similar language. The lights are almost always described the same way, one at each corner, white or amber, with a single red or orange light at the centre of the underside. They do not pulse playfully, they do not shimmer. They look like markers or indicators. These functional qualities are important. Classic UFO narratives often emphasize smoothness, craft described as seamless, rivetless, almost organic, as though grown rather than built. The triangles are different. Many witnesses describe visible structure on the underside. Panels, seams, conduits, grid-like patterns. One observer compared it to the back of an appliance. Pipes, housing, something that looked like exposed systems rather than aesthetic design. That detail is easy to overlook, but it is profoundly human. Triangles are not mystical symbols in engineering. In fact, they are often seen as solutions. They distribute stress efficiently. They provide internal volume. They offer stability without unnecessary material. Nothing about the shape suggests artistry. It suggests constraint. And constraints imply designers. Perhaps the most revealing element is the repetition itself. These are not fleeting anomalies that vanish after a brief historical window. They have persisted. They have adapted slightly. The lights have changed. Proportions vary. But the core pattern remains intact. Anomalies do not behave like this. Production does. This chapter does not ask you to decide what these objects are, only to notice that something keeps showing up, and that, eventually, the sky was not the only witness. Belgium is not a forgiving place for secrets in the sky. Its airspace is compact, layered, and constantly monitored. Commercial traffic, military routes, NATO infrastructure, everything here overlaps. An object passing slowly across Belgium does not go unnoticed for long. Which is why the events of 1989 and 1990 remain so difficult to dismiss. The first reports arrived in November of 1989. Civilians describing a large triangular craft moving quietly at low altitude. At first, they were treated as isolated observations. Then the reports multiplied. Different towns, different nights, the same description. Soon, police officers began filing formal statements. Over 30 separate groups of witnesses, including trained law enforcement personnel, described seeing a triangular object with 3 bright lights gliding slowly across the country. The object appeared to travel on a broad path from the region of Liège toward the German border, without urgency, without concealment. Belgian authorities paid attention. This wasn't panic, it was procedure. Something was moving through national airspace in a way that did not match any known aircraft profile. On the night of March 30th, 1990, ground radar stations detected unknown targets. The Belgian Air Force scrambled 2 F-16 Fighting Falcons. These are not ceremonial aircraft. They were front-line interceptors, equipped with modern radar and weapons systems. For researchers, this moment is critical, because this is where human perception was joined by instrumentation. The F-16s acquired radar contact. The target appeared as a solid return, a diamond-shaped blip that behaved nothing like a conventional aircraft. Over the course of the engagement, the radar recorded a sequence of maneuvers that still resist easy explanation. The object descended rapidly, from approximately 10,000 feet to around 500 feet in seconds. Its speed fluctuated dramatically, shifting from roughly 150 knots to over 990 knots in an extraordinary short span of time. These changes imply acceleration forces that would be lethal to a human pilot under normal gravitational conditions. The F-16 pilots attempted to lock on. They could not. Each time a lock was nearly achieved, the object altered course abruptly, executing sharp turns that caused it to drop off radar. Moments later, it vanished entirely. The pilots never made visual contact, but the radar data did not disappear with the object. It remained, recorded, logged, reviewed. What happened next is perhaps the most revealing part of the story. The Belgian Air Force did not deny the incident. They did not claim equipment malfunction. They didn't ridicule the witnesses. Instead, they held a press conference. Senior officials confirmed that the radar data was authentic. Colonel Wilfried de Brouwer stated openly that the performance characteristics observed were, quote, well outside the normal flying envelope of an airplane. He acknowledged that the accelerations recorded would be impossible for a human being to tolerate. This was an extraordinary admission. A NATO member state publicly acknowledging that an unknown object, technologically advanced, controlled, and unchallenged, had operated freely within its airspace and outperformed its most capable interceptors. And then, almost as quietly as it began, the Belgian UFO wave ended. No recovered craft, no definitive explanation, no public resolution. The skies returned to their usual traffic. Commercial flights resumed their familiar routes. The extraordinary receded into files, transcripts, an obscure memory. For those considering the secret space program hypothesis, Belgium presents a deeply uncomfortable question. If this technology belongs to a foreign adversary, it would represent a catastrophic intelligence failure, one that should have triggered open crisis. If it were non-human, it would imply a level of activity that challenges fundamental assumptions about sovereignty and control. But if the craft were domestic or allied, then the lack of escalation begins to make a strange kind of sense. Advanced platforms are rarely tested only in isolation. Eventually, they must be exposed to complexity. Real radar, real pilots, real response protocols. Belgium offered all of that, wrapped in plausible deniability. This does not prove intent. It doesn't prove established ownership. But it does anchor tonight's discussion in something we can measure, something official, something that survived contact with instruments designed to see what the human eye cannot. From this point forward, the story can no longer be dismissed as misidentification alone. When witnesses and machines agree, the question changes. It is no longer, did something happen? It becomes, what kind of technology behaves like this? And who would dare to fly it here? For a while, silhouettes in the sky can carry the story. Lights, movements, behaviour. The triangle was like that for decades. Seen, described, repeated, but never fully handled. It existed in the air, and then in memory. But eventually, something changes. The language changes. Instead of, I saw something, the sentences begin to sound different. They acquire numbers, acronyms, designations that feel heavy in the mouth. This is where the triangle drifts out of folklore and into filing cabinets. Not because it's proven, but because someone starts calling it by a name that sounds like it belongs on a requisition form. TR-3B. It's important to be gentle here. Naming something does not make it real. But naming does something else. It gives the imagination a place to stand. A designation suggests there was a meeting, a briefing, a moment where someone asked, "What are we calling this?" And in the quiet ecosystem of classified aerospace projects, that question is never asked casually. The name most often attached to this designation comes from a single persistent voice: Edgar Fouché. Fouché did not present himself as a storyteller. He presented himself as a career. In interviews and lectures, he described a life spent moving through military and defence spaces where nothing is discussed whole, where you touch one component, one system, one responsibility, never the entire machine. He said he served in the US Air Force from 1964 to 1974, with postings in Southeast Asia, and that his training included intelligence, communications, and cryptologic systems. He claimed to have been selected into a hand-picked development cadre for aircraft programs that shaped the late Cold War: the F-111, F-15, A-10, and B-1 bomber. After that, he described moving into the quieter world of defence contracting, classified electronics, black program test equipment, work conducted in facilities without signs. He said he spent time at Groom Lake, holding top-secret clearance with crypto access, the kind of phrase that doesn't explain anything, but implies a locked door behind it. Whether or not every element of his biography holds up under independent verification is not the only question here. What matters for our purposes is how he speaks. He speaks like someone accustomed to partial knowledge, to acronyms without context, to systems he's not allowed to describe directly. He also spoke of not being alone. Fouché described a small circle, 5 men, including himself, who met quietly in Las Vegas, comparing fragments of experience that didn't quite fit anywhere else. A Department of Energy and National Security Agency investigator, an electronics intelligence specialist, a test pilot, a contractor engineer, each holding a different corner of a larger shape they were never meant to see whole. That image, people circling something without naming it, fits this subject eerily well. There's a small private enjoyment in hearing an old favourite surface again. Aurora. This time not a headline or a revelation. Just there, briefly, like a familiar shape glimpsed at the edge of a long memory. For some of us, it was one of the first hints that the sky might already be busier than we were told. So when Fouché mentions it in passing, the connection feels less like a claim and more like an echo, suggesting lineage, overlap, or perhaps the simple fact that certain projects never really end. They just change outlines. According to Fouché, TR stood for Tactical Reconnaissance. The craft was part of a broader effort, sometimes linked, in rumour, to the elusive Aurora program. He said its internal name was Astra, Advanced Stealth Technology Reconnaissance Aircraft. In my opinion, It's not the convenient poetry of the name that gives it weight. It's the dryness. Classified aircraft rarely receive lyrical titles. They receive labels that can survive a meeting agenda, and TR-3B sounds exactly like something you'd say while pointing at a chart, not a sky. This is the moment where the triangle stops being a visitor and starts being, at least in theory, inventory, perhaps for the secret space program. Not anti-gravity, however, something quieter. Fouché was careful with his language. He did not say the craft defied gravity. He said it reduced mass. At the centre of his account is a system he called the Magnetic Field Disruptor, the MFD. According to him, this circular system did not cancel gravity outright. Instead, it altered how much gravity mattered. He claimed the system reduced the craft's effective mass by approximately 89%. That number lingers. It's not rounded. It sounds measured. If mass is reduced that dramatically, everything else changes along with it. Acceleration no longer punishes the structure. Sharp turns no longer crush occupants. Conventional propulsion becomes suddenly sufficient to do extraordinary things. The triangle's behaviour, hovering, crawling, then leaving without effort, begins to sound less like magic and more like accounting. Fouché described the MFD as a plasma-filled accelerator ring that surrounded a rotatable crew compartment. The plasma, he said, was mercury-based, pressurized to extraordinary levels, cooled to superconducting temperatures, and spun at extreme rotational speeds, up to 60,000 RPM. Mercury is one of those recurring elements in this field, sometimes symbolic, sometimes speculative, sometimes technical. Here it's presented without mysticism, just another medium, something dense, conductive, willing to move the way fields ask it to. Fouché placed the development of this technology within institutions that feel capable of such excess, Sandia and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories. Not proof, but certainly plausible geography. In Fouché's telling, the TR-3B was not a single experimental curiosity. He claimed multiple prototypes, and that by the early 1990s, at least 3 operational units were active. It carried a crew of 4, drawn from elite test pilot programs. Its role extended beyond reconnaissance into logistics and support for a secret space command. And its appearance, quietly, almost casually, mirrored the Triangle reports without needing to revisit them directly. 3 lights at the corners, a larger, diffuse light beneath the centre, described not as illumination, but as a byproduct. Near silence, a low electrical hum. He even described an electrochromatic skin capable of altering reflectivity, suggesting not invisibility, but at least some discretion. Fouché's story includes an architecture of secrecy that feels almost more convincing than the machine itself. He claimed program oversight by the NRO, CIA, and NSA, with manufacturing spread across multiple aerospace contractors: Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop, Teledyne Ryan, so no single company could see the whole picture. This is how modern black programs are designed to survive, not through silence, but through fragmentation. At this point, the triangular shape almost stops needing explanation. As we've already said, a triangle offers internal volume without wings, structural symmetry for field-based systems, stability without reliance on airflow. If you were designing a craft around a central ring, a balanced field, and the need to remain controllable at any orientation, a triangle wouldn't be strange at all. It would be practical. Of course, without direct evidence, none of this arrives clean. Fouché's claims have been challenged by researchers who accuse him of exaggeration or pure fabrication. There are disputes over photographs, credentials, and personal history. Some critical material was later removed from public platforms, leaving an uneven record behind. This matters because the Dreamland Motel does not tell you what to believe. It only asks you to notice where the floor might be just a little bit creaky. Up until now, we've been talking about shapes, triangles, discs, lights moving where they shouldn't. But here, quietly, without fanfare, the conversation scales. Because once there is more than one craft, the story changes. And once there are categories of craft, it stops being a story about sightings at all. It starts to become a story about manufacturing. This is where the term alien reproduction vehicle enters the record. In late 2024, the phrase alien reproduction vehicle, or ARV, appeared formally in the US Congressional Record via the Immaculate Constellation Report, an official document addressing unidentified anomalous phenomena. But the term itself is of course much older. It had already been circulating quietly for decades among engineers, illustrators, and insiders who claimed proximity to something extraordinary. An ARV, as defined in these accounts, is not an extraterrestrial craft. It's man-made, built here, derived from non-human technology. That distinction has immediate implications, because it reframes the entire mystery. If ARVs exist, then at least some UFO sightings are not evidence of visitation, but of imitation. Not arrival, but reproduction. And reproduction implies industry. The foundational public story of ARVs begins not in the sky, but inside a hangar. In 1988, aerospace designer Brad Sorensen attended an air show at Norton Air Force Base. He was there with a client, described as a tall, influential man with an Italian-sounding name, widely believed to be then Secretary of Defense Frank Carlucci. At some point, Sorensen and a small group of military and civilian dignitaries were ushered aboard a military Boeing 727 and flown north, not to another air show, but to a secure facility, Air Force Plant 42, in Palmdale, California. Plant 42 is not a place you stumble into. It's where aircraft that do not officially exist are assembled. Inside one of its hangars, Sorensen described a scene that would later ripple through modern ufology. 3 disc-shaped craft hovered silently above the floor. No cables, no visible support. Just there. They were similar, but not identical, ranging in size from roughly 24 feet in diameter to something closer to 120 or 130 feet, large enough that standing beneath them felt less like observing a vehicle and more like standing under ancient architecture. A 3-star general stepped to a podium and addressed the small audience. According to Sorensen, the general referred to the craft explicitly as alien reproduction vehicles, with the operational nickname Fluxliners. This wasn't a demonstration for curiosity. It was a pitch. The stated goal was to secure funding from the incoming Bush administration to move from success to scale, to build a fleet. Sorensen's account might have remained obscure if not for Mark McCandlish, an Air Force veteran and aerospace illustrator, known for his precision. McCandlish was not present at the hangar. Instead, he was entrusted with the story later, along with detailed descriptions of the craft's interior and systems. What McCandlish did was quietly radical. He drew it. The resulting illustrations, clean, technical, unromantic, gave the ARV concept weight. The Fluxliner was not sleek in the way popular imagination expects alien craft to be. It looked practical. The underside resembled a layered capacitor array, more than a foot thick. The top was domed. The interior featured F-4 Phantom jump seats and a submarine-style door, all off-the-shelf components repurposed into something extraordinary. It's important that we talk about this. If you were truly reverse engineering something beyond human origin, you wouldn't redesign everything. You'd keep what works. You'd graft the exotic onto the familiar. That's what the Fluxliner looked like. A hybrid. According to the testimony relayed to McCandlish, the Fluxliner was powered by zero-point energy, the latent energy of the quantum vacuum. A concept speculative, yes, but not at all fictional. Even empty space, physics tells us, is restless. The craft's propulsion system functioned like an enormous Tesla coil, with copper coils rising through the center and massive capacitors embedded in the hull. Control was achieved not through conventional flight controls, but through a spherical trackball, directing energy to different sectors of the craft, similar in principle to a helicopter's swash plate. Rather than pushing against air or expelling mass, the Fluxliner was said to move by manipulating a field, altering the space around it. The testimony even likened its motion to an Alcubierre-style drive, compressing space ahead and expanding it behind. Whether or not that analogy holds physically, the intent is clear. This was not flight as we know it. A video shown during the briefing reportedly depicted one of the craft hovering over a dry lake bed, making 3 short hops, then accelerating vertically and vanishing in seconds. The claim was bold. Light speed or better. Again, this was not said to the public. It was said to people who control budgets. Here's where the story turns industrial. We know the Fluxliner was not alone. Running parallel to the disc-shaped ARVs is the triangular platform we've already encountered, TR-3B. And what's striking is not that these two designs differ, it's that they coexist. 2 platforms, 2 shapes, 2 engineering philosophies. The Fluxliner represents an ambitious approach, direct field propulsion, total mastery over inertia. The TR-3B, by contrast, appears slightly more conservative, focused on mass reduction, allowing conventional thrusters to achieve extreme performance. Different missions, different tolerances, different stages of technological maturity, but a shared lineage. Both rely on rotating electromagnetic or plasma-based systems. Both echo the early electrogravitic work of T. Townsend Brown. Both strangely circle back to mercury-based media and vortex fields, ideas that appear and reappear across decades of exotic propulsion research. This isn't how myths behave. This is how R&D behaves. Once you accept, even hypothetically, that multiple platforms exist, the implications expand rapidly, and so do the questions. Questions we'll get to later. But you don't build two radically different vehicles unless you have infrastructure. You don't staff them without training pipelines. You don't sustain them without logistics, maintenance schedules, spare parts, and doctrine. This is the moment the story stops being about a vehicle and starts being about a program. Manufacturing distributed across contractors, research handled by national laboratories, pilots drawn from elite test schools, funding routed through black budgets large enough to hide entire fleets. This is not the language of accidents. It is the language of institutions. And then, at this point in the narrative, Dr. Stephen Greer steps forward, and of course, does not whisper. Greer goes further than almost anyone else in this space. He states, without hedging, that many UFO sightings, if not most, are not extraterrestrial at all, but are the man-made ARVs. He draws a hard distinction between ETVs, extraterrestrial vehicles, and ARVs, arguing that the latter are the human-built replicas, intentionally designed now to look and behave like alien craft, a feat he alleges has now been achieved, to the point where we wouldn't be able to tell the difference between ours and theirs. In Greer's framing, ARVs have been in development since the mid-20th century, following alleged crash recoveries. He presents testimony from dozens of military and corporate insiders, engineers, pilots, intelligence personnel, all who claim involvement with these programs. And perhaps unsurprisingly, in line with the law, he asserts that ARVs use electrogravitic propulsion derived from the Byfield-Brown effect, powered by zero-point or free energy systems, capable of instant acceleration and gravity cancellation. Greer does not treat this as ambiguous or open for interpretation. He treats it as suppressed fact. He also introduces a darker implication, that ARVs could be used in false flag operations, masquerading as alien threats to justify militarization and control. He references warnings attributed to Werner von Braun, relayed by Carol Rosen, about a staged extraterrestrial enemy being, quote, the last card played by entrenched power structures. Whether one agrees with Greer or not, his contribution matters for one reason. He pushes the ARV idea to its logical extreme. If the technology exists, then motive matters. As we approach the end of this chapter, something subtle has shifted. We're no longer asking whether one strange craft exists. We are asking what it means if dozens do. Disc-shaped platforms for field propulsion, triangular platforms for stealth and logistics and reconnaissance. Different roles, same physics. That's not a sighting phenomenon. That's an aerospace ecosystem. And ecosystems, like this, don't hide forever. They just operate quietly until enough people notice the gap in the budget line item. Up to this point, we've been speaking about vehicles. One craft, then another. Different shapes, surrounded by different stories. But the moment more than one platform is taken seriously, the conversation slips into a different register, because vehicles can be hidden. Fleets, on the other hand, they're a little more complicated. A fleet implies people, not just pilots, but crews. People who train, maintain, people who give orders, and people who quietly receive them. A fleet implies hangars that never appear on maps, supply chains that do not intersect with civilian industry, maintenance schedules that perhaps repeat every week, every month, every year, long enough that someone eventually retires, having worked on the same thing their entire career, without ever being allowed to name it. This is where the secret space program idea stops being sensational and becomes something altogether more administrative. And administration is where power prefers to hide. If even a fraction of these accounts are pointing at something real, then behind the craft must exist a scaffolding that is never photographed. Training pipelines, medical protocols, psychological screenings. A pilot who experiences sustained altered gravity environments would not simply walk back into ordinary life unchanged. There would be follow-up, monitoring, quiet observation. Maintenance alone implies teams of specialists who never see the whole machine. One group might work on power systems, another on structural components, another on avionics that do not behave like avionics. It's said that no one holds the full diagram. They never do. This is why when people speak of fleets, the stories begin to feel too abstract, less romantic, and more unsettling. But if these fleets exist, they don't exist to inspire wonder. They exist to do work. It's also worth noticing what is not commonly described. Most testimonies, whether triangles, discs, or ARVs, focus on atmospheric craft, vehicles seen hovering low, crawling over roads, or accelerating into the sky. But fleets usually have hierarchy: small craft, medium craft, and what are commonly referred to as capital-scale platforms. Those larger assets, if they exist at all, seemingly never enter the atmosphere. But then again, they wouldn't need to. They would remain above weather, above radar clutter, above the place where witnesses live. And perhaps that's why they remain largely undescribed. You don't see what isn't meant to be seen. You don't test what you cannot afford to lose. This is where names like Solar Warden begin to appear, not attached to sightings, but to the architecture. Orbital patrols, deep space logistics, infrastructure rather than craft. These narratives don't usually emerge first. They emerge after hardware discussions. Once people start asking, if this exists, where does it go? And this brings us to something that refuses to stay quiet once noticed. Across these testimonies, We're not hearing about a single propulsion solution. We're hearing about several. Field propulsion, mass reduction, zero-point energy, conventional thrust augmented by exotic physics, which raises a simple, disarming question. Why not use the most powerful, the most efficient? Why not use the best one all the time? There are a range of possible reasons for this, ranging from the simple to complex, the mundane to implicitly extraordinary. If zero-point energy field propulsion truly exists, if it allows disc-shaped ARVs to move without inertia, without reaction mass, without conventional limits, why would any advanced program settle for something like the TR-3B's hybrid approach? Why build a machine that still relies on engines at all? This question doesn't accuse. It invites speculation. One possibility has nothing to do with capability, and everything to do with risk. Deploying the most advanced system into contested or hostile territory carries consequences far beyond the loss of a single vehicle. If such a craft were downed, captured, or even partially recovered, the strategic implications would be enormous. You don't just lose hardware, you lose your advantage. You invite reverse engineering, you invite escalation, you invite questions you are not ready to answer. In that context, a quote downgraded system, one that still performs far beyond known aerospace limits, but relies on partially familiar propulsion, starts to look less like a compromise and more like a wise choice. Not because it's weaker, but because, in a way, it's expendable. If lost, it reveals less. If observed, it confuses rather than clarifies. It can be denied. There is also the possibility of restraint for reasons that have nothing at all to do with engineering. Here at the Dreamland Motel, we invite wild speculation. Big questions that expand the event horizon of ufology are what we're all about. So allow me. Rumours persist throughout ufology, never proven, never fully dismissed, of some form of agreement between humans and non-human intelligence. Not a treaty in the human sense, but an understanding. If such an exchange existed, it might not look like a gift of technology. It might look like access, observation, limits imposed not by physics, but by terms. Perhaps certain systems can be studied, but not fielded freely. Perhaps atmospheric testing is tolerated, while space-based deployment is not. Perhaps the most powerful application, zero-point energy, is intentionally constrained. Not because we can't build it, but because we're not meant to use it yet. In that framing, ARVs become learning platforms, ways of understanding principles without crossing certain thresholds. The TR-3B, then, is what happens when those principles are selectively applied to human technology, producing something astonishing but bounded, advanced but contained, incredible but allowed. There is also the simple logic of strategy. In military history, the most powerful capability is often the one you do not reveal. A hybrid craft can perform extraordinary maneuvers while still appearing, at least plausibly, as an extension of known aerospace technology. It blurs the line. It buys time. If zero-point energy represents a civilizational pivot, free energy, gravity control, post-scarcity implications, then its uncontrolled exposure would destabilize far more than battlefield dynamics. Perhaps restraint isn't technological. Perhaps it's political. By now, the unsettling feeling has probably settled in. Not as fear, but as a different kind of gravity. If any of this is even partially accurate, then somewhere, quietly, people wake up and go to work on machines the public is not allowed to know exist. They follow procedures written decades ago. They train successors who will never be able to say what they did for a living. And above them, perhaps far above, larger platforms never enter the atmosphere, never make mistakes in front of witnesses, never leave room for stories. I don't know if they exist, but I enjoy asking what it would mean if they did. What follows is not testimony. It is not a claim. It is not an explanation. It is a reconstruction. A quiet imagining, shaped by decades of eyewitness accounts. Accounts that return again and again to the same details, the same feelings, the same unease. There have been so many people who've stood under these shapes, whatever they are. So many moments scattered across years and continents that share an almost uncomfortable resemblance. Too many to list carefully. Dylan Borland and his equilateral triangle hovering silently near a NASA hangar at Langley Air Force Base. Roderick Castle, Southern California, an enormous, silently hovering black equilateral triangle, accompanied by an unauthorized armed paramilitary unit. Matthew Brown's Immaculate Constellation report, detailing the appearance of a large equilateral triangle appearing directly over intelligence collecting vessels operated by the US Indo-Pacific Command. Aviation journalist James Goodall's anonymous source, stationed at Groom Lake, witnessing, quote, a silent triangle utilizing unconventional technologies. Aviation Week's Bill Scott, reporting on multiple triangular-shaped aircraft throughout the southwestern United States, including one observed being escorted by 2 Lockheed F-117As in the vicinity of Edwards Air Force Base and the China Lake Naval Weapons Center. And then there are the witnesses collected by NIDS, first dozens, then hundreds, including one such report of a triangular craft taking off from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The names start to blur when you say them aloud. But this isn't about any one person. It's about the experience itself, the strange consistency of it. So tonight, here at the Dreamland Motel, we're going to do what this place does best. We're going to slow it down, strip away the acronyms, let the moment exist without explanation. So if you can, close your eyes and imagine this. You're driving late. Not dramatically late. Just that quiet hour when the roads belong to long-haul trucks and other insomniacs. The radio is low. Static fades in and out. The sky above you is clear enough that you notice the stars, even if you don't name them. Then something interrupts the pattern. At first, it's not fear, it's confusion. Because the dark above you changes texture. The stars don't disappear all at once. They are blocked, as if something solid has passed between you and the sky without making a sound. You slow down. Maybe you stop. Above you, low enough that distance feels wrong, there's a shape. A triangle. Not glowing, not shimmering. Just there. Matte black. The kind of black that doesn't reflect light, it absorbs it. The corners are marked by lights. Steady. White. Or amber. Maybe something in between. They don't flare, they don't pulse. They feel less like illumination and more like indicators, telling something else where the edges are. There is no wind, no heat, no engine noise. That's when the silence becomes noticeable. You realize you've been waiting for sound and it never arrived. No rush of air, no mechanical whine. Just a faint pressure in your ears. Maybe a hum so low you're not sure if it's external or inside your head. The triangle is not in a hurry. It hovers with a steadiness that feels intentional. No wobble, no correction. It's as if gravity has been negotiated with, not fought. You find yourself thinking, not this can't exist, but this shouldn't be here. That difference is important to you. You notice details you didn't expect to see. The underside isn't smooth, there are lines, panels, something like conduits or housing. The shape feels built, industrial in a way. It makes the moment stranger, not safer. For a brief, disorienting second, it starts to feel familiar. You haven't seen it before, but it behaves like something that belongs to someone, like a machine doing its job. But that's when the unease deepens, because you realize you are not witnessing wonder. You are witnessing routine, but not your routine. This is the routine of an entirely separate reality that you are not privy to. The triangle begins to move, slowly, almost lazily. It slides across the sky at a pace that makes no sense for something that large. You could walk faster. You could follow it if you wanted to. And then, as that very thought pops into your head, without warning, it leaves. There is no build-up, no roar, no dramatic gesture. The lights flare slightly, not brighter, just more present. And then the craft accelerates with the decisiveness that feels final. One moment it's above you, the next it's gone. Not faded, gone. 50,000 miles an hour, 500,000 miles an hour. Who knows? You wouldn't have been able to tell the difference anyway. The sky closes behind it. The stars return to their places. as if nothing unusual ever interrupted them, and the air begins to feel normal again. You realise you've been holding your breath for far too long, and you gasp for a few big gulps of air to catch up. Later, much later, you might try to explain it. You might reach for language that makes it manageable. Aircraft, prototype, illusion. You might even decide not to tell anyone at all, because you don't know where a story like this fits. But the feeling stays. Not fear, not awe. Ownership. A quiet sense that if this craft belongs to us, if it's one of ours, then the distance between the ordinary world and whatever else is happening above us is far smaller than anyone ever said. And that distance is not measured in miles. It's measured in what we're allowed to know. That may be the most enduring feeling this subject leaves behind. The sense of catching a reflection in glass and realizing there's another room behind you, lit, active, and not meant for guests. If there is a secret space program, then perhaps we only ever glimpse it in passing, a triangle crossing the sky too slowly to ignore, too quickly to understand, a momentary interruption, enough to leave a charge in the air, enough to spark conversation, wonder, and awe, before the sky closes again, and the world resumes its familiar rhythm. This is a space undeniably smeared with hoaxes, with exaggerations, with well-meaning storytellers, myself included, sometimes forgetting to place disclaimers gently enough around the edges of our own fascination. And yet, beneath all of that noise, there remains a possibility that secrecy itself may have a reason. Not because humanity is incapable of handling the truth, but because certain tools once revealed can never be unrevealed. If there is a will, history suggests, there is always a way. And perhaps what we've explored tonight isn't evidence of recklessness, but of temporary restraint, which leaves us with a question that doesn't demand an answer. Do you believe we already have this technology at our disposal? And if we did, if it were truly there, waiting at the edge of our reach, could we honestly say we wouldn't use it? Not to dominate, not to threaten, but simply to explore, to move quietly beyond the atmosphere that raised us, to see the beauty hidden in our own cosmic backyard, and maybe, one day, to look farther still, toward the outer reaches of what's possible. These thoughts don't need conclusions. They don't need persuasion. They only need a little room to breathe. So we'll leave it there tonight. Thank you for joining us here at the Dreamland Motel. If you enjoyed this stay, if the ideas lingered a little longer than expected, you're welcome to leave a small sign of it, a like, a subscription, a quiet return sometime down the road. The lights stay on, the parking lot stays quiet, and whatever is moving above us continues on its way, unconcerned with whether we noticed or whether we were meant to. Until next time, Drive safely. Sleep well. We'll be here. Welcome back to the Dreamland Motel. Tonight, you're checking into room 102, a room near the vending machines, where the walls carry the occasional sound of old machinery cycling through its routines. Outside, the motel sign glows steadily, its red light resting against the curtains and the edge of the carpet. The desert night is clear and still. If this is your first visit, you're welcome to stay a while. And if you've been here before, welcome back. If you enjoy what you hear tonight, you can support the channel by liking the video, leaving a comment, or subscribing. It helps keep these episodes going, and it helps others find their way here. But there's no urgency. The night has time. This episode is part 3 of our ongoing Secret Space Program series. So far, we've explored 2 ideas that tend to exist just beyond the margins of public discussion. In part 1, we looked at Solar Warden, the name often used to describe an alleged overarching space program operating outside official acknowledgement. And in part 2, we examined the craft themselves, the so-called man-made UFOs, vehicles said to have been deployed quietly, away from public view, for travel beyond Earth. If you'd like to listen to the series in order, there's a complete Secret Space Program playlist available on the channel page, arranged from beginning to end. As we continue, tonight's story narrows its focus. We journey into something called Project Serpo, a claim that in 1965, 12 human beings were selected, prepared, and sent to another star system as part of a formal exchange with a non-human civilization. According to the account, the mission was not symbolic. It was not brief. It was meant to last years. Those chosen didn't leave behind public records, press coverage, or official acknowledgement. Their names were removed, their absences explained, their journey recorded, if at all, only in classified files and personal notes. And of course, the Project Serpo story didn't surface through government release or courtroom testimony. It appeared in 2005 through a series of anonymous emails posted to an online UFO forum. The messages were detailed, procedural, and measured in tone. They didn't ask for belief. They offered information, one section at a time. Whether the story reflects lived experience, deliberate misdirection, or a mixture of both remains an open question. And here, at the Dreamland Motel, we don't try to resolve that question. We document the claim as it was presented, and we allow space for uncertainty. The road outside continues as it always has, and above the desert, the night sky looks no different than it did decades ago. This is the story of Project Serpo. Project Serpo appeared quietly in November of 2005, inside the infrastructure of the early internet, a place where forums functioned as both archive and campfire. At the time, Online UFO communities had become gathering points for people who felt history was being written somewhere else. The world had entered a period shaped by sealed reports, classified programs, and explanations that often arrived already simplified. In the years following September 11th, public faith in official narratives had thinned. Information now moved faster than institutions, and the internet had begun to feel like a parallel record, imperfect, chaotic, but very much alive. And it was into this environment that an email arrived. The recipient was the administrator of a large UFO discussion forum, someone accustomed to anonymous tips, hoaxes, and half-formed theories. This message, however, did not resemble the others. It wasn't frantic, it did not overreach. It read more like a memo than a revelation. The sender identified himself only as anonymous. There were no credentials offered for verification, no attempt to establish authority through rank or resume. Instead, the message opened with a plain introduction, words that would later be quoted and reposted thousands of times. First, let me introduce myself. My name is anonymous. I am a retired employee of the US government. I won't go into any great details about my past, but I was involved in a special program. That kind of opening has always struck me as quietly charming. It comes from the classic ufology starter bundle. Statements like this make no effort to build a foundation beneath themselves. Whatever follows rests entirely on the reader's willingness to carry it. There's no scaffolding, no insistence, just an implicit understanding that belief, if it comes at all, will have to be earned line by line. In one sense, it feels almost like a take-it-or-leave-it gesture, a kind of open exit door for anyone with a vivid imagination and a free Sunday afternoon, a ready-made escape hatch that says, if this goes nowhere for you, you're under no obligation to stay. But there's another way to read it. It can also sound like someone who has already spent enough time explaining themselves, someone who has learned that justifications rarely survive scrutiny anyway, and that words, once released, must stand on their own. In that reading, the statement carries a different weight, not casual, not defensive, simply done. It occupies both ends of the spectrum at once, effortless and exhausted, open-handed and closed off, leaving the burden of judgment exactly where it belongs, not on the introduction, but on everything that follows. That was all. No demand for trust, no warning of consequences, just a statement set down carefully. What followed in the days and weeks after was not a single disclosure, but a sequence. Long emails, structured sections, dates, terminology, and procedures presented without emphasis. The information was released gradually, as if the author believed the pace itself mattered. I can agree with that. Regardless, this method stood out. In a digital landscape already crowded with grand claims and urgent language, the Serpo emails moved differently. They didn't escalate. They just accumulated. Each message added context rather than shock. Names of programs, descriptions of roles, lists of equipment, details that seemed almost inconvenient in their specificity. The tone remained consistent throughout, formal, restrained, and uninterested in persuasion. Whoever the author was, he never asked readers to believe the story. He asked them to read it. Forum members, of course, reacted in predictable ways. Some dismissed the emails immediately, identifying familiar patterns of fabrication. Others began cataloguing the details, testing them against known history, astronomy, and military structure. Threads multiplied, arguments unfolded, but the story itself remained unchanged, as if indifferent to the debate unfolding around it. One of the more striking qualities of the Serpo narrative was how complete it appeared from the very beginning. It didn't feel like an idea searching for an ending, or a concept being shaped by audience reaction. It arrived already formed, already bounded by dates and outcomes. Even its tragedies were accounted for in advance. This gave the impression, fair or not, that the author was not inventing as he went along, but recalling something that already had a shape. Over the following months, the emails outlined a program allegedly known as Project Crystal Night, later referred to publicly as Project Serpo. According to Anonymous, it was an interplanetary exchange initiative born out of events decades earlier, involving recovered technology, diplomatic contact, and the selection of 12 human beings for a mission beyond Earth. The claims were extraordinary, but the way they were presented was not. There were no dramatic conclusions offered, no claims of imminent disclosure. The emails did not promise further proof or hint at future revelations. When the messages eventually stopped, they did so without ceremony. The archive was complete. For some, that silence was confirmation enough. For others, it was the final indication that the story had been constructed deliberately, perhaps even strategically. In the absence of physical evidence, interpretation filled the space left behind. But before there were forums and moderators and archived threads, before Anonymous, and before the internet itself, the Serpo story placed its true beginning somewhere else entirely. Not online, not even in the Cold War, but in a stretch of desert in New Mexico, in the summer of 1947, where something was said to have fallen from the sky, and where the first piece of a much larger narrative was quietly set in motion. That's where the story turns next. There are only a few rooms within the corridors of ufology that don't need revisiting. Roswell is one of them. Mention the summer of 1947, a ranch outside Corona, New Mexico, and most listeners already carry the outlines with them. The headlines, the retractions, the debris fields, the decades of argument layered one atop another. Roswell has become less an event than a reference point, a kind of shorthand, a place where modern ufology learned how to begin. But for those who wish to revisit Roswell in its full winding detail, there is an entire episode devoted to it, linked in the description. Tonight, though, we're not here to reopen every question Roswell left behind. We're here to understand how Roswell functions inside the Project Serpo story. Within the Serpo narrative, Roswell is not simply a crash. It is a hinge. Everything that follows, every claim of exchange, diplomacy, and departure, depends on what was said to have been recovered from that desert. According to our account released decades later, the military recovery near Roswell yielded more than fragments of unusual material. Alongside the wreckage were the bodies of several non-human entities, 3 by most versions, and critically, 1 survivor. That survivor would come to be designated EBE-1, Extraterrestrial Biological Entity 1. Within the Serpo framework, this detail changes everything. The narrative pivots instantly from salvage to encounter, technology to biology, from objects to a living presence that required care, containment, and understanding. Descriptions of EBE-1 are spare and consistent with what is familiar imagery in UFO lore. A short, slender grey body, a large, disproportionate head, wide, dark almond eyes, minimal facial features. But even here, the Serpo material avoids dramatics. The being is not portrayed as commanding or luminous. It is described as injured, weak, failing. EBE-1 was reportedly transported to the military facility at Los Alamos, where it remained under observation for nearly 5 years, until its death in 1952. During that time, the focus of the effort shifted away from the crashed craft and toward an urgent, singular problem: communication. And communication, according to the narrative, was anything but straightforward. EBE-1 did not speak in recognizable language. There were no words to translate, no symbols to decode. Instead, the entity produced tonal sounds, variations in pitch and rhythm described as almost musical, sometimes likened to high-pitched singing. Meaning was not delivered, it was inferred. Scientists and linguists worked slowly, building associations between sounds, gestures, and responses. Understanding came in fragments, provisional and incomplete. Nothing in the Serpo material suggests fluency or ease. Every interpretation remained dependent on context, repetition, and human assumption. This uncertainty matters. It means that everything EBE-1 was said to communicate passed through layers of interpretation before becoming record. Looking back, there is one notable absence in this description of communication, something that quietly sets it apart from much of modern ufology. There's no mention of telepathy. Across decades of UFO accounts, telepathic communication has become almost expected. Images delivered directly to the mind, emotional impressions, a sense of shared awareness rather than spoken exchange. From early contact narratives through abduction reports, thought-based communication appears again and again. Even one of the earliest widely known abduction cases, that of Betty and Barney Hill, includes what Barney himself described as thought transference. By the time the Serpo story emerged publicly, this idea was already well established. Telepathy was not fringe within ufology. It was foundational. Its absence here feels conspicuous. So what is that an indication of? Well, it could mean many things. Perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps it may simply be that this particular species did not communicate telepathically. After all, it's difficult to imagine that every other intelligent life form in the universe was invited to the consciousness party, while we humans were quietly left outside. And there are other possibilities. ESP may simply be a talent that EBE-1 did not himself possess. The limitations may not have belonged to him or to the species, but to the circumstances. In abduction accounts, communication occurs on the visitor's terms. They are healthy, they are mobile, they are surrounded by their own technology. In the Serpo account, the situation is reversed. The being is injured, removed from its environment, dependent on unfamiliar systems. If telepathic communication requires some form of technological or environmental interface, a kind of consciousness-linked medium, it may simply not have been available. There are, after all, persistent stories suggesting that alien craft themselves are operated through thought, intention, or neural interaction. If that were true, the loss of the craft, or damage to its systems, might sever more than propulsion. It might sever communication itself. And of course, there is another possibility. The absence of telepathy could be a signal that this narrative was constructed without fully accounting for the expectations of ufology lore. A detail overlooked, a piece of magic, for lack of a better word, left out of an otherwise careful fabrication. And what do I think? Ask me again later. What makes this detail so interesting is that it cuts both ways. A lack of extraordinary elements can read as restraint, or as omission, as realism, or as oversight. In this case, the potential red flag is not an excess of wonder, but its absence. It is, at the very least, something to hold in the mind as the story continues. Food for thought. Still, despite the language barrier, certain claims emerge consistently within the account. EBE-1 reportedly identified himself not as a leader or envoy, but as a ship's engineer, a functional role, not a political one. He described his species, the Ebens, as long-term visitors to Earth, present intermittently over thousands of years. And most importantly, he indicated that among the recovered debris was a damaged communication device capable, in theory, of contacting his homeworld. That homeworld was designated Serpo, said to exist within the Zeta Reticuli star system, roughly 40 light-years away. If indeed the Project Serpo story is a complete fabrication, it's interesting he decided to play the Zeta Reticuli card, as that detail once again originates from the Betty and Barney Hill abduction story, and reappeared again decades later in the infamous Bob Lazar account. In fact, this may be the biggest red flag in tonight's topic. By 2005, the testimony of Bob Lazar was still echoing through the UFO community. His claims were a constant point of reference, especially in online forums. Debated, dissected, recycled. Lazar had framed extraterrestrial technology in very specific terms: nuts and bolts, reactors, propulsion systems. Even when he referenced Zeta Reticuli as the alleged point of origin, he remained careful, almost rigid, in what he didn't claim. There was no telepathy in Lazar's account, no shared consciousness, no images placed gently into the mind. His story was mechanical, procedural, focused entirely on the craft and its power source, with the one exception of his description of the control surfaces, or lack thereof, inside the sport model, an indication at least of a novel navigation system. So if Project Serpo is a constructed narrative, this becomes an interesting alignment. It's possible the author was familiar with Lazar's testimony, absorbed its structure and vocabulary, and used it as a foundational thread. At the same time, they may have been less acquainted with earlier abduction accounts, like the Hills, where thought-based communication was a pivotal detail. In that light, the absence of telepathy begins to look less like a deliberate rejection, and more like a selective inheritance, a story built from what was already circulating most loudly. None of this proves anything, but in my opinion, if the Serpo account was stitched together from existing material, this would be a logical place to trace the pattern, a narrative shaped by influence rather than experience, grounded in machinery, not minds. Again, it's just another possibility, another detail worth carrying forward as the story continues to unfold. With EBE-1's health declining, the effort allegedly took on the character of a race. Engineers attempted to repair and power the communication device. Multiple attempts failed. Messages were sent without confirmation. Then, finally, in 1952, the device was successfully connected to the power system of the recovered craft itself. Contact was established, briefly. 6 messages were transmitted. Replies were received, but interpretation remained fragile. According to the account, only EBE-1 could fully understand the responses. What human scientists received were partial translations, summaries filtered through an already strained biological intermediary. Then, in the summer of that same year, EBE-1 died. With his death, the Serpo narrative says, communication ceased immediately. The link, technological, biological, and interpretive, collapsed all at once. The United States was left with fragments, damaged equipment, incomplete messages, and the knowledge that something, somewhere, had answered. Roswell, in this telling, does not end with debris being boxed away. It ends, all the same, with silence. A silence that would last years, and one that, according to the story, would eventually be broken, not by words, but by instructions. Silence, in the Serpo narrative, did not mean abandonment. After the death of EBE-1 in 1952, communication with Serpo ceased entirely. For 12 years there were no replies, no signals, no confirmation that the brief exchange had ever been received at all. What remained on Earth was a collection of damaged technology, incomplete translations, and a single unresolved fact. Someone, somewhere, had answered, once. According to the account later provided, the silence finally broke when US scientists succeeded in doing something subtle but decisive. Using knowledge inferred from EBE-1's fragmented communications, they figured out how to operate the recovered Eben communication device without the help of EBE-1. This was more than a repair. It was proof, at least internally, that human engineers had begun to understand Eben systems well enough to interact with them deliberately. The response, when it came, did not arrive as philosophy or warning. It arrived as logistics. What followed became known as Project Crystal Night, the transition from passive analysis to active diplomacy. The Serpo material presents this moment as a shift in posture. No longer was the United States merely reacting to an anomaly. It was preparing to negotiate. The first formal meeting was set for April 24, 1964, at the White Sands Missile Range. April 24, 1964. If that date sounds familiar, it probably should. It's the same day as one of the most intriguing close encounter reports of the 20th century. the Lonnie Zamora incident. That afternoon, in Socorro, New Mexico, police officer Lonnie Zamora reported witnessing a shiny, egg-shaped craft landed in the desert. He claimed to have seen two small beings standing outside it. Moments later, the object lifted off, accompanied by a loud roar and a flame described as blue and orange, before disappearing into the sky. Socorro sits only a short drive from White Sands. In the context of Project Serpo, that proximity is hard to ignore. The alleged diplomatic meeting and one of the most credible law enforcement UFO encounters in history, unfolding on the same day, in nearly the same stretch of desert. This is where the story tightens its weave. It could be coincidence, an elegant one, but coincidence all the same. It could point to a connected series of events, fragments of a larger operation, glimpsed only at the edges. And of course, it could be a sign of careful narrative construction, a story stitched deliberately into the existing fabric of ufology. But the overlap doesn't end there. Extra points if you can guess where I'm going next. Another alleged encounter is said to have taken place in 1964. The infamous landing at Holloman Air Force Base, where an extraterrestrial craft was reportedly filmed touching down and meeting with US military officials. No specific date was ever publicly attached to that story. But if there is truth to either encounter, it becomes tempting to consider that they may not be separate events at all. Otherwise, we're left entertaining the idea that two secret meetings between US officials and extraterrestrials occurred in the same year at two different military installations, situated only a few miles apart. One such meeting would be extraordinary enough. Two begins to feel a little overindulgent. So perhaps it was White Sands, perhaps it was Holloman, and perhaps the truth drifted somewhere between the two, shifting locations slightly as stories were told and retold. History does have a habit of doing that. After all, even the most famous crash in ufology, the Roswell incident, didn't actually occur in Roswell at all, but roughly 75 miles away, near a small town called Corona. Precision, it seems, is rarely preserved when secrets travel. There are persistent claims that footage of the 1964 meeting exists, real film, allegedly recorded and then sealed away. If it does, one can't help but think it would settle a great many arguments. They really should show it to us. But until then, the date remains, April 24th, 1964. And for the purposes of this episode, we'll continue, as the Project Serpo story says, with White Sands as the location. As the lore goes, White Sands was chosen for reasons that require little explanation: isolation, control, and an existing culture of secrecy. 16 senior military and government officials were present. No press, no observers, no public record. 2 Eben craft entered Earth's atmosphere and landed at the designated site. These were described as larger than the disc-shaped vehicles recovered in earlier incidents, less like reconnaissance craft, more like transport vessels. It's worth noting, briefly, that this detail fits neatly within other narratives we've already encountered in this series. Within the broader Solar Warden framework, a variety of vehicle types are described. Different craft built for different purposes, rather than a single universal design. The same idea appears in the increasingly discussed 4chan Whistleblower account, where multiple classes of vehicles are mentioned, each suited to specific roles. That source also echoes another familiar claim, that these entities may have been visiting Earth for thousands of years. Whether these parallels represent convergence, influence, or coincidence is difficult to say, but the pattern is there. Still, I digress. In any case, their arrival within the narrative is treated not as spectacle, but as procedure. Among the Eben delegation was a figure later designated EBE2. The Serpo account identifies EBE2 as female, though it offers little elaboration beyond that. What mattered, what altered the entire dynamic of the meeting, was her ability to speak English fluently. There were no translation devices, no tonal interference, no interpretive delay. Communication was direct, immediate, and unambiguous. Whether this was a gesture of trust or a strategic advantage is left unresolved. The document itself notes the ambiguity. Removing technological intermediaries also removed the possibility of misinterpretation. But it placed control of language entirely with the Ebens. Through EBE2, the delegation stated its purpose plainly. They were not there to negotiate an exchange program. Not yet. Their immediate concern was the return of their dead. 9 Eben bodies had been recovered and preserved by US personnel. 3 came from the 1947 incident near Corona. The remaining 6 were recovered from a second crash site in western New Mexico, an event often referred to as simply the 1949 crash, though it's alleged it may have crashed in 1947 and remained undiscovered for 2 years. A saucer-shaped craft, similar in design, near Pelona Peak, with no survivors. The wreckage was secured quietly, the bodies removed, and the technology catalogued alongside materials from the earlier recovery. 4 of the 9 had undergone autopsies. All were returned during the White Sands meeting, framed within the Serpo narrative as a necessary gesture of good faith. It is here, quietly, that the asymmetry of motivations becomes visible. For the Ebens, the objective was finite and personal. Repatriation, closure, the recovery of something lost. For the United States, the objective was broader, open-ended, strategic. The return of the bodies was a step, but certainly not the destination. During the meeting, EBE2 presented an object that would later become one of the most discussed elements of the Serpo story, the Yellow Book. Physically, it was described as a transparent rectangular slab, approximately 2 inches thick, made of an unknown material. It was not activated by touch or mechanical input. According to the account, it responded to intent. When EBE2 focused on it, the surface displayed images and text, dynamic, layered, and far beyond the ability of those present to fully interpret. This is not the first time we've discussed the Yellow Book at the Dreamland Motel. Though hints of its existence have appeared in several stories, I know of it most of all through the testimony of Dan Burisch. Again, a link to his full story can be found in the description. The information the Yellow Book contained was described as vast. cosmological data, details about Serpo, and, most controversially, a history of even interaction with humanity stretching across the entire span of human evolution. What matters here is not whether those claims were true. What matters is that they were shown, not explained. The Serpo narrative is careful on this point. The Yellow Book was not translated in full. Much of its content was reportedly beyond immediate comprehension. It was an object of partial understanding, and that incompleteness carried its own weight. The implications, if taken seriously, would have destabilized science, religion, and history simultaneously. The document notes that controlling this information was considered a matter of national security. At some point during the proceedings, the account records a moment of hesitation, a concern raised, briefly, about the consequences of proceeding further, about exposure, about the ethics of what was being discussed. It did not last. The return of the bodies was completed. Trust, at least procedurally, was established, and with that, the conversation shifted from whether cooperation would continue to how. The agreement that followed formalized an unprecedented decision, an interplanetary exchange program. Human participants would travel to Serpo. Eben participants would remain on Earth for a limited duration. The specifics would be refined later. What mattered was commitment. A date was set. July 15th, 1965. The departure location was designated as the northern section of the Nevada test site. With those details recorded, Project Crystal Knight moved out of the diplomatic realm and into preparation. Of course, no announcement was made. No public consent was sought. History in this telling advanced behind closed doors. The pact was forged, and the countdown quietly began. The exchange agreement made the mission possible, but it did not decide who would go. That decision came later, behind another set of doors, where the language shifted from diplomacy to selection, from ideals to criteria, from possibility to cost. The Serpo narrative is unusually clear on this point. The 12 were not chosen only for what they could do, but for how quietly they could disappear. The initial pool was large, hundreds of volunteers drawn from the Air Force and associated intelligence bodies, all technically capable, all aware that whatever they were stepping toward would never be acknowledged. But technical skill alone was not enough. In fact, it was secondary. The primary requirement was absence. Each candidate had to belong to a military body. Each had to have served at least 4 years. Discipline was non-negotiable. But beyond that, the criteria turned inward, toward personal erasure. No spouses, no children, no parents dependent on them. Priority was given to orphans. The logic was not hidden. The mission required people whose disappearance would not generate questions that couldn't be managed. People whose absence could be explained, absorbed, forgotten. The sacrifice was built into the selection process itself. Before anyone was trained, before anyone agreed, the mission demanded that its participants already be halfway gone. 12 were chosen. Their names were removed from circulation almost immediately. In their place came numbers, 3 digits, assigned without sentiment. These numbers would become their only official identities for the remainder of the program. There was 102, the commander, nicknamed Skipper. He spoke less than the others, not out of distance, but habit. He watched first, listened longer than required. When he did speak, people tended to stop what they were doing. 203, the assistant commander, had a calm that didn't fluctuate. Even when delivering difficult information, his voice remained level, as if steadiness itself were a form of leadership. The pilots came next. 225, known quietly as Sky King, traced imaginary flight paths in the air with his finger while studying charts, rehearsing routes that had no sky yet. His counterpart, 308, called Flash Gordon, carried himself with a confidence that bordered on recklessness, a counterweight to the careful silence of the others. The linguists, 420 and 475, worked almost constantly. One mouthed words under his breath, practicing tonal patterns even when no one was listening. The other carried a visible tension into the final days, nerves leaking through professionalism in small human ways. 518, the biologist, could lose long stretches of time studying a single object, texture, pattern, anything that hinted at systems beneath surfaces. The scientists, 633 and 661, approached the world differently. One documented everything, a notepad never far from reach. The other reduced situations into abstract problems, sometimes asking theoretical questions at moments when no one else was ready for them. The doctors, 700 and 754, shared the same training and almost none of the same demeanour. Doc 1 was clinical, efficient, his empathy visible only in how closely he monitored the team. Doc 2 spoke less, his assessments delivered with a weight that suggested he understood consequences before they arrived. And then there was 899, security, alert even at rest. His instincts ran ahead of him, hand drifting toward where a weapon would normally be, even when there was nothing to draw. Together they formed a unit. On paper, they were a roster. In practice, they were already becoming something narrower, something sealed. The next phase ensured that sealing was permanent. The protocol, known as sheep dipping. We've talked about it here at the Dreamland Motel before. Administrative, legal, irreversible, and absolutely a genuine practice in the intelligence community. One by one, the 12 ceased to exist. Birth records, service files, banking information, all dissolved. Their names were replaced with numbers. Their histories were redacted until they no longer pointed anywhere at all. They became ghosts by design. The psychological cost of this process was significant, though the Serpo material rarely lingers on it. What it does note is telling. The spontaneous emergence of nicknames, Skipper, Doc, small acts of reclamation, fragments of humanity reasserting themselves in the gaps left by procedure. And after identity erasure came conditioning. The training covered everything the program believed might be necessary, even anatomy as it was understood, language structures, basic astrophysics, survival techniques. The goal was redundancy. Each member trained beyond their primary role. If someone failed, another could step in. But one exercise stood apart. Near the end of preparation, each team member was placed alone into a box measuring 5 by 7 feet. The box was buried 7 feet underground. There was no light, no sound, no sense of time. Each remained there for 5 days. The Serpo narrative does not describe this as punishment. It frames it as preparation. Isolation, confinement, removal from the world above. The exercise functioned as a rehearsal, not just for space, but for non-existence, a symbolic burial. The old identity sealed away, so that something else could take its place. Those who emerged were not congratulated. They were cleared. By the time training concluded, the 12 had been stripped of names, records, and any remaining illusion of return. Officially, they were already gone. Only their bodies remained on Earth, moving through final checklists and briefings. The mission had not yet launched, but the cost had already been paid. They were half gone before they ever left the planet. On July 15th, 1965, the chosen 12 stepped into an Eben shuttle, with equipment already stowed and decisions already made. The commander's log records the moment with a well-practiced efficiency. Readiness affirmed, supplies accounted for, final consent taken. Everyone said go, and so they went. Inside, the craft resisted familiar categories. The interior was vast for a shuttle. 3 levels, bare benches instead of seats, no harnesses, no windows. The walls themselves seemed difficult to focus on, described later as dimensional, as if depth refused to decide. When the hatch closed, there was no view to watch recede. Their time on Earth ended without ceremony. The onset was immediate. As the energy systems engaged, vertigo washed through the cabin. Thought fragmented. Orientation failed. The commander's last clear note from this phase is brief, almost apologetic in its clarity. I feel really dizzy now. I can't think straight. It seemed like we all fainted. Time thinned. When awareness returned, it did so unevenly. According to the wristwatch, one of the few anchors left, the shuttle phase lasted roughly 6 hours. The crew woke into confusion and found themselves docking inside something incomprehensibly larger. The main vessel was not a craft so much as a place, a hangar ceiling rising 100 feet overhead, a sense of scale that refused to resolve into edges. I just can't describe how big this is, the commander wrote, and then stopped trying. The 12 were guided, never rushed, never restrained, into a designated area and directed to sit. Chairs were arranged. Then, one by one, clear containers were lowered over each person and their seat. Spheres, bubbles. They could breathe, they could see, but they couldn't move. The dizziness returned, deeper this time, paired with a confusion that felt less like sickness, and more like something you could describe as subtraction. At least once, 899 managed to exit his sphere and release the commanders. The response was calm and unmistakable. An Eben guide entered, gestured toward the chairs, and simply waited. The message required no translation. They returned to their places. Later analysis would suggest the spheres were not cages, but compensations, environmental stabilizers meant to blunt forces the human body could not endure unaided. If so, they worked. Survival followed. But autonomy did not. For long stretches, the crew drifted between wakefulness and something like sleep, but not exactly, losing any reliable sense of duration. Physiological stress became routine, profound dizziness, cognitive fog, episodes of unconsciousness. The Ebens referred to the condition simply as space sick, a baseline state for unprotected humans in transit. Sleep arrived without rhythm and left without warning. Hunger dulled, thirst changed its character. Memory softened at the edges. The commander's diary grows sparse here. Entries appear, then stop. Hours, perhaps days, pass unmarked. When notes resume, they do so with a studied economy, as if language itself required rationing. Then the journey took its first life. The discovery didn't come with alarms. The commander woke into movement, crew members standing, drifting, trying to assemble some sort of meaning. One person was missing. An Eben guide pointed and approached to an absence. The words were simple, delivered without emphasis. Earthman is not living. 308, Flash Gordon, was shown to them in a separate container, something resembling a coffin. No ritual, no preparation, no suggestion that the body could be returned. The classic human instinct flared briefly. 899 declared he would arm himself. The moment passed as quickly as it arrived. The commander intervened, his order plain and steady. No, we don't need guns. No Ebens have been hostile toward us. The decision closed the door that could not have been reopened without consequence. The doctors examined the body when finally permitted. The assessment was clinical and final. A pulmonary embolism, likely exacerbated by stresses no one fully understood. The cause mattered less than the fact. Risk had become loss. From that point on, the numbers changed. The ship continued. The spheres remained. The days, or their equivalents, passed without markers. The crew adapted in small ways, standing longer when allowed, drinking when prompted, learning the contours of dizziness so it didn't surprise them anymore. The commander wrote less often now, and when he did, the entries were shorter. At last, a guide entered and spoke a sentence the crew had been waiting for, without fully admitting it. The journey was almost over. Prepare for landing. Preparation felt abstract. Bodies were weaker, minds were dulled by a long dependence. Time had stretched thin and become circular in its texture. They gathered equipment that had never left its straps and checked one another in the absence of mirrors. The tally was unavoidable. They had left Earth as 12. They would arrive as 11. The approach brought no view yet, no windows, no horizon to lean toward. but the announcement alone changed the room. Movement returned, tentative and careful. The sense of place and purpose began to thicken again. It was as if gravity was beginning to remember them. Ahead lay a planet that they had trained for but not imagined. Behind them, a journey that had already exacted its price. Arrival was close now, and they were fewer than when they began. When the hatch opened, the first sensation was light. Exposure. The sky above Serpo held two suns, one dominant and white, the other smaller and more distant, and together they erased the idea of shadows. Even before stepping down, the team was reaching for heavy protective glasses issued during training. Without them, the glare was overwhelming. Heat followed immediately. One of the scientists recorded the surface temperature at 107 degrees Fahrenheit. The air was dry and still, pressing in rather than moving through them. The ground underfoot was soil and rock, pale and compacted, stretching outward into low hills that could have belonged to the American Southwest. There was no visible vegetation at the landing site, no colour beyond earth and sky. It was, in a way, familiar. That familiarity soon proved deceptive. Serpo exists in a binary star system within the Zeta Reticuli constellation. The planet orbits its primary sun, while the second sun hangs farther off, never quite leaving the sky. There is no true night here. Darkness, as humans understand it, never fully arrives. A single day lasts approximately 43 Earth hours. A year stretches to 865 Earth days, and 2 moons trace slow, indifferent paths overhead. From the moment of arrival, they knew that their interpretation of time must change. They were met by a gathered crowd of Ebens, all dressed in uniform clothing. One figure stood slightly taller than the rest, and beside them was EBE-2, already familiar, already speaking English. Through her, the welcome was delivered. It was brief, formal, no ritual, no celebration, just acknowledgement. The team was escorted into what appeared to be the central Eben settlement. The buildings were simple, constructed of materials resembling adobe or compacted mud. They were in uniform, in shape and size, arranged with a precision that suggested planning rather than growth. At the centre of the settlement stood a tall tower. At its peak was a mirrored structure that caught the light from the suns and directed it downward onto symbols embedded in the ground. This, they would learn, was the clock. As light struck different markings, the entire community shifted in unison. Work began, work ended. Meals were taken. Periods of rest followed. Even religious observance occurred simultaneously, without deviation. The effect was striking. It was clear that time on Serpo did not belong to individuals. It belonged to the system. In the days that followed, the scientific work began. The team divided the planet into hemispheres and quadrants, mapping terrain and cataloguing environmental conditions. The southern hemisphere revealed extensive volcanic activity, fissures, extrusive rock, sulphur-laced water sources, and regions of harsh badlands cut by deep gullies. Some areas supported limited vegetation. Others were barren. Any standing water often carried heavy metals. The northern hemisphere told a different story. Moving poleward, the landscape changed. Mountains rose to 15,000 feet. Green fields appeared. Trees resembling Earth's evergreens clustered along slopes. One team member referred to the region as Little Montana. Radiation levels were low here, the climate cooler. Near the polar regions, snow was observed, the first reminder that this planet, for all its differences, still obeyed some shared physical rules. Life existed, but sparingly. The team documented several native animals. An armadillo-like creature in the southern Badlands proved hostile and had to be repelled with an Eben sonic device. Larger, ox-like animals in the north were timid. Something like a mountain lion watched from a distance without approaching. Only one species, a massive snake-like creature with unsettlingly human eyes, required lethal force. It was the only time during the mission that the team used their weapons against native life. Just as Serpo's environment demanded respect, Eben society demanded observation. There was no money, no crime, no visible poverty or wealth. Goods were requested from central distribution hubs and provided as needed. A military force existed, but its members carried no weapons. Authority flowed from a council of governors whose decisions were never publicly questioned. Family units were limited to one male and one female partner, permitted a maximum of 2 children. Those children were raised in isolation until maturity, then tested and assigned a role that would define the rest of their lives. There was no observed career change, no visible creativity. Information was siloed. Engineers knew engineering. Doctors knew medicine. Knowledge did not circulate freely. Every Eben wore a small device on their belt, a plain box, unremarkable at first glance. The commander's log would later note its function with what I find to be harrowing clarity. It regulated behaviour. The device enforced the schedule. Compliance was automatic. In that context, the absence of crime now made sense. Technology here was advanced, but it was not liberating. It was administrative. As weeks turned into months, the team began to feel the subtle erosion of Earth-based rhythms. The long days blurred sleep cycles. The constant light dulled internal clocks. Watches became unreliable markers. Eventually, they were set aside. After nearly 2 years, the team abandoned Earth time altogether, surrendering to Serpo's cadence. Physically, they adapted. Mentally, the strain was harder to chart. One moment, brief and unexplained, lingered longer than expected. During a communal meal, the team noticed a being that was clearly not Eben. It was larger, with long arms and legs, moving in a way that suggested floating rather than walking. When asked, EBE-2 offered a simple explanation. "No Eben," she said. "Just visitor, like you." She pointed to a map, indicating a planet named Quarter, then gestured to Earth. The 2 locations were described as very close. No further explanation was given. The subject was not revisited. But the implication remained. Serpo was not unique, and neither were they. For a time, the prevailing feeling among the human visitors was wonder. The planet was harsh but navigable, the society orderly and stable, the technology undeniable. There was safety here, structure, predictability. A civilization that had solved problems humanity still struggled with. Scarcity, crime, chaos, even if it had done so at a cost. Only later would the fractures begin to show. For now, standing under two suns that never truly set, the team found themselves caught between admiration and something quieter. A recognition that they were witnessing a functional world, one that worked, even if it did not feel like a place a human mind was meant to stay. Serpo did not greet them as paradise, but it did not greet them as hostile either. And that, somehow, felt more uncomfortable. The journey to Serpo itself had taken its toll. The loss of 308 during transit lingered heavily, but once the team was established on the planet, life settled into something resembling stability. The environment was harsh but manageable, the society rigid but understandable. For a time, survival felt assured. Then the deaths began to happen, on the planet itself. The first was 899. His death came suddenly, the result of an accidental fall. According to the team doctors, it was instantaneous. What followed shaped the crew's understanding of their hosts. The Ebens responded immediately, organising a formal ceremony identical to the one performed when an Eben died. These were gestures of sympathy, a shared stillness. The commander would later describe it as respectful, even affectionate. For the humans, it was reassuring. It suggested that beneath unfamiliar customs and strict social control, there existed something recognisably humane. When Doc 2, team member 754, later succumbed to pneumonia, the loss carried a quieter weight. Illness had always been an accepted risk. His death was mourned without incident, absorbed into the growing ledger of sacrifice that came with living on another world. Together, these moments shaped an assumption. Death here was treated with respect. That assumption, however, would not survive what came next. From the moment they arrived, the commander had made repeated requests for the body of 308, the pilot who had died during the journey. The request was not political. It was a personal one. A desire for burial, for ritual, for closure. Each time the response was polite but evasive. The body was in storage. It could not be released. At first this was attributed to protocol, cultural difference, delay. But as weeks passed, the refusal hardened. When the issue was escalated to the Eben leader, the answer was firm. The body would not be returned. No explanation was ever offered beyond that. The impasse grew heavy, stretching diplomatic patience thin. EBE-2, their constant mediator, appeared genuinely distressed. At one point, she used the English word beg, not as a manipulation, but as an expression of her own frustration at the widening gap between the two sides. So eventually, a meeting was arranged. An Eben doctor, fluent in English, agreed to speak with the commander. What he said was delivered without hesitation, without apology, and without any sign that he understood why the words would land the way they did. The body of 308 had been used for experimentation. The Ebens considered it an honour, a rare opportunity. His blood and organs had been utilised, quote, to create a type of cloned human being. The original body, the doctor explained, was gone. There was no deception in his words, no attempt to soften it. The commander would later note, with growing clarity, that the doctor was not lying, and that, perhaps, the Ebens themselves did not know how to lie. Demand followed revelation. The commander, accompanied by 633 and 700, insisted on seeing the facility where this work had been done. After a pause that felt like an administrative calculation rather than a moral one, permission was granted. The laboratory was windowless and silent. They were led first into a large room lined with glass containers, bathtubs almost, each holding a biological specimen. The Eben doctor explained that these were creatures brought from other planets for study. When asked whether they were intelligent, EBE-2 clarified the distinction. These were, quote, animals, not sentient life forms. Beings like humans were categorized differently. The commander's log records what followed with what I would call creative precision. A porcupine-like creature lay motionless, a tube inserted into its body, leading to a device beneath the container. Nearby, a 5-foot-long being with a large head and deep-set eyes had arms without elbows and hands without fingers. Another specimen was limbless, its skin blood-red and blotched, emitting a strong odour. Then there was a pale humanoid form, white, wrinkled skin, a narrow neck, curled limbs, and feet with 3 toes. The commander found it increasingly more difficult to continue looking. They were then led into what the doctor called the growing room. Here, Eben-style beds held living forms. These beings were not ill. They were being lived, a term EBE-2 translated as grown. When pressed, the doctor explained that they were cultivated using biological components from other beings, assembled and sustained much like plants. It was here that they were shown the result of the work done on 308. The hybrid lay still but breathing, larger than a human, resembling an Eben in form, but unmistakably altered. Human-like hands and legs attached to an otherwise alien body. It was alive. It was the continuation of something that had once been a person. The commander's expression changed, permanently. In his diary, he would later write that the Ebens were not the humane civilization they had believed them to be. And yet, even then, he stopped short of calling them cruel. The truth was more difficult than that. They were procedural. From the Eben perspective, the doctor explained, a non-living body was no longer a being. It was biological material. To use it for study, to create new life, was not desecration. In a way, it was its purpose. There was no concept of consent applied to the dead, no sacred boundary around remains. Utility replaced sentiment. Protocol replaced grief. This realization recontextualized everything that had come before. The ceremony for 899 had not been compassion in the human sense. It was a response triggered by circumstance. His death occurred publicly, on the planet's surface, activating a cultural script. The death of 308, however, which occurred in transit, in isolation, without a controlled environment, that activated a different protocol entirely. Two ethical systems with no overlap. EBE2's behaviour now made a different kind of sense. Her sorrow had been genuine, her pleas sincere. Compassion, it seemed, could exist alongside procedures that humanity would find unbearable. The mission did not end. It did continue. But something essential had fractured. Standing on Serpo, beneath two suns that never fully set, the team came to understand a truth no amount of preparation could have supplied. The universe may be inhabited. It may be ordered. It may even appear to be welcoming. But it's under no obligation to be moral. And once you make contact, that cannot be undone. The return to Earth did not come when they expected it to. By the time preparations were made, it had already been decided that the mission was over. Its objectives were not complete, but the cost had become cumulative. The team had been on Serpo for what they understood to be around 10 years. According to even timekeeping, the exchange agreement had been honoured in full. The journey home retraced none of the wonder of departure. The containment spheres returned. The disorientation followed. The commander's diary, which had grown thinner with time, offers only fragments from this period, references to sleep that never felt like sleep, to the quiet resignation of bodies that no longer resisted what they were asked to endure. When the craft finally entered Earth's atmosphere in August of 1978, 13 Earth years had passed, 3 more than planned. The hatch opened at a secure site in the western United States, far from any place the public might notice. There was no audience, no announcement, just a checklist and a line of personnel waiting to count. Only 7 figures stepped down. The accounting was brief and exact. 1 had died in transit, 308, lost on the way out, his absence now part of the mission's foundation. 2 had died on Serpo itself, 899 killed in the fall, and 754 claimed by pneumonia. 2 others had made a different choice. They elected to remain on Serpo. Their reasons recorded were never disclosed. Whether that decision was born of attachment, exhaustion, or a belief that Earth was no longer home is left unresolved. And so 7 returned. They were thinner, older, changed in ways that were difficult to catalogue. The first thing several of them noticed was the sky. It seemed darker than they remembered, darker in texture, heavier. The stars felt farther away. For a moment, brief and unspoken, there was a sense that they had come back to the wrong version of the world. They were immediately placed into quarantine. For a full year, the 7 lived under observation. Medical examinations were constant. Psychological assessments followed. Every memory was documented. Every inconsistency noted. The debriefing was conducted by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, and they were exhaustive. What the team provided was staggering. More than 3,000 pages of written reports, over 5,000 audio recordings, thousands of photographs, environmental data, sociological observations, biological notes, technical descriptions that could not be fully translated into existing frameworks. And then, of course, the material disappeared. Not destroyed, at least not officially, just sealed away, classified beyond reach. Portions were reportedly distributed among intelligence and defense departments. Others were archived without clear indexing. None were released publicly. No images surfaced. No recordings leaked. The men themselves became the final containment vessels. When quarantine ended, there was no return to military service, no reintegration, no public reinsertion. Each was given a new identity, a cash settlement, and instructions that were never written down. They were told simply to live quietly. The years that followed were not kind. The radiation exposure from Serpo's 2 sons had left its mark. Illnesses appeared early and progressed quickly. Cancers, immune failures, conditions that resisted treatment. One by one, the 7 died throughout the 1980s. Their deaths recorded under names that did not connect back to anything at all. The last of them, the commander known only as 102, Skipper, died in 2002. With him went the final living witness to the exchange. No marker was placed, no acknowledgement issued. The mission ended as it began, without the public's consent, without record, and without closure. 12 people left Earth in secret. 7 came back. None were ever meant to be known. Their road home did not lead back to belonging. Somewhere between departure and return, the idea of home itself became uncertain, a place remembered differently by those who had seen another sky, another 2 suns, and learned that coming back does not always mean arriving where you began. You may have noticed that something shifted along the way tonight. Up until the moment the mission departed Earth, I tried to stay analytical, careful. I drew parallels where they appeared naturally between Project Serpo and the wider landscape of UFO lore. Roswell, Zeta Reticuli, familiar names, familiar patterns. It felt appropriate to pause, compare, contextualize. But once the journey began, I found that became harder. As the story moved away from Earth, away from documents, hearings and rumour, it stopped inviting interruption. The experience itself, for me, took over. The longer I sat with it, the more I realised that trying to constantly step outside the narrative began to feel like a mistake. Finding places to pause and inject context became harder and harder. Eventually, it became impossible. And rather than seeing that as a failure, I realised it was actually something important. If you don't mind, I'd like to explain why. The Lord of the Rings is one of my favourite film trilogies. I've watched all of them multiple times. I've read the lore, the appendices, the histories. I've absorbed as much surrounding detail, trivia, and Tolkien canon as I possibly could. But for someone watching The Lord of the Rings for the first time, the last thing they would need is me stopping the movie every 5 minutes to explain something. That story is meant to be experienced in one way, uninterrupted. That's the same feeling Project Serpo gave me. It's a richly textured story filled with vivid imagery and emotional weight, told in a way that flows remarkably well. For anyone with even a passing interest in science fiction, it stops feeling like fact very early on and becomes something else entirely. A compelling narrative worth listening to on its own terms, uninterrupted. And now that we're here at the end, I'd say it's likely you've reached the same conclusion I have. And if you haven't, that's great. Let me have it in the comments. Because my view is this: Project Serpo is a fantastic tale. But is it true? No. It borrows too much, and it borrows too deliberately. And it does so exactly as a piece of creative writing should, if its goal is to embed itself into the halls of ufology, which it has done successfully. Look at what it draws from. Roswell, Colonel Philip Corso's Ebens, Zeta Reticuli, the Lonnie Zamora incident, the Holloman Air Force Base landing, the Yellow Book, Dan Burisch, hybridization narratives, even the number of human participants. 12 majestic men. Project Serpo pulls from nearly every major vein of UFO lore, some more credible than others, and weaves them together into a single cohesive story. And because of that, it feels real, or at least real enough. Does that mean there are no truths buried within it? Not necessarily. It's entirely possible that fragments of reality exist within the narrative. But in my opinion, those fragments were not used as revelations, but rather as scaffolding, details chosen specifically to support and strengthen a fictional structure. Project Serpo has had its fair share of UFO celebrities testifying to its authenticity. Among them, Richard Doty, who has even been linked, allegedly, to the original forum messages themselves. I don't have a personal verdict on any of that. Because at the end of the day, if someone truly possessed that level of detailed knowledge about one of the most classified events in human history, they would not be in a position to write a serialized forum post about it. Real whistleblowers don't arrive with complete stories. They arrive with fragments. They arrive constrained by compartmentalization, knowing certain things very clearly and being completely blind to others. That limitation isn't a weakness. It's the mark of authenticity. It's frustrating for those inside the system, and even more frustrating for those outside of it. But someone with the level of knowledge claimed by Anonymous wouldn't experience that knowledge as a burden. It would be power, and power doesn't usually present itself as a cross to bear. Still, despite all that, my feelings towards Project Serpo are not dismissive. They're actually appreciative. This story is the reason I fell in love with the idea of the secret space program. Not because it convinced me. It inspired me. It invited me into a universe that felt vast, procedural, strange, and quiet. And that's where I like it. Maybe that's enough. Because when we look up at the night sky, we're faced with numbers that refuse to be comforting. Hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy alone. Billions of galaxies beyond that. Even conservative estimates leave room for countless worlds where life could emerge and interact with each other. The universe is large enough to hold truths we haven't even imagined yet. And whether Project Serpo is fiction, disinformation, or something more complicated than either of those, it reminds us of that scale. So thank you for spending this time with us here at the Dreamland Motel. If you enjoyed this episode, you're welcome to like it, subscribe, and let me know what you think about Project Serpo down below. Until next time, check in, tune out, and keep dreaming.